Oh boy. Hi. Hello everybody. Why is it like this? It's so different today. Give me a minute. But welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. Let's see what we can do here. No, I apologize. Wow. Yeah, I noticed that our intro was off to the side and not full screen like it usually is. So something, but they made changes. I got a memo, so whatever. But thank you for being here, everybody, and welcome. Yeah, it's already another week has flown by. It's show 105 of the one and only podcast in the whole world. That talks about, that we have a binary system that's so close to, this planets fill the sky. And but B, it includes Samuel Hofman, which is a treat and an honor. And it's very special that, we have, let's see, I counted last week, approximately 574 podcast hours under our belt, so that's, noteworthy, I would say. That's special, because all that information is out there and available and being shared more and more. So it's exciting. But yeah, let's go ahead and check on Sam and see how things are going in Montana and see what's happening with him. Okay, here we go. Hey, we're off to a rough start, Sam, but hello, how are you?
I am fine. 500 and some odd. A lot of hours of work and podcast alone, and then take into account all the background research that we do throughout the week. And oh my God, what a week! And
I know.
Wasn't it about 2 days ago that we just did this?
Yeah. No,
yeah, it felt like 2 days ago.
How does that happen?
Yeah, and God, there's just. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like Gillian mentioned earlier, it's almost double digits for March. Like, next week will be the 15th, and so March is gonna fly by, basically. As always.
Here we are again, and oh God, what's going on over our heads today alone was insane, and yesterday was insane, and all of last week, and more massive sightings coming in from the Long Box Cube, and oh my God, the Saturn's yellow moon, were for the most part, even early today, were the only thing visible, and then there wasn't a cloud up in the sky other than that, and then they came in, and oh God, what a view I had today. I saw the Texas Cube by eye. I saw Nepacity by eye.
Yeah.
I saw Adu. I saw the stripes of Uri. I saw Matim. I saw the landmasses on planet Matim today. It was just like, whoa.
That's pretty cool.
Matim is getting bigger. Matim is getting, and it's moving up, and Uri's moving up and away and getting smaller, and all kinds of crazy stuff is happening.
Right.
And it's just mind-boggling. And it's also confusing because now I am thinking about the 15th coming for the next monthly site drawing for March.
Yes.
And wow. And I think it's going to be a little different. I was
looking for a certain video, but yeah, the other day I went up the street and I ended up going live, but I got to find the video and show it to you. It was the perfect stripes of Uri. I mean, it was just the whole side of the sky was line, evenly spaced out. Just
well, it's now because it's moving into the past Earth, and so you're seeing more light definition on that instead of shadowing, and so we are seeing the perfect straight lines of Uri.
It was that.
I can't see it yet. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right. It took a second to scroll out for me.
Right. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And see, while you have this up, let's point this out for coming up in the show. We're going to show you some pictures today, where now I want you. I drew the orange and the yellow in on the faces of Matim and the Tan Asteroid and Pappy, and the skull is. I saw the skull all week again. I saw it this morning, as a matter of fact. I was standing out in my driveway, and there it was, right over my head, and it's tipped a little bit to the left now. That has to do with axis and placement change and out view and all of that. And so the reason that I put this orange and the yellow in there is because they are going to be illuminating more now, and which is what we just said about the face of Uri as well. But not only that, Matim is illuminating excessively bright. The Tanner asteroid is completely shining in some cases on some captures throughout the week. Pappy has been illuminated. the spiral asteroid has been sighted again, going straight over the deck, man. So close, it's amazing. And it's even turning in the shots. And so all of this in the red asteroid, I saw the red asteroid this morning as well, right where it belongs. It's like, oh my God. And it's going to have to be redrawn in certain ways because that centralized in front of the sun thing where the red asteroid was even like a week ago is now changing, and our out view is changing. So I'm going to have to spend the next couple of days actually going outside and trying to make heads or tail because they're going over the top of us and beyond Earth now. And so our view of them is changing. And I was trying to ponder that in a drawing this morning, and I never, I never got past the thinking about it process to actually grab a piece of paper. But anyway, I'm pondering how to lay all of this out. So
I was wondering, on the next drawing for March, have you decided whether if it's going to be one drawing with everything?
Oh no, it can't be one anymore. It has to be two.
Oh, okay.
Because if we were to tape them around, I mean, it should be three because I literally need to draw what's beyond Earth, but I haven't wanted to really confuse the crap out of everybody. Although eventually, that's what's going to happen. The sun is going to come out of the equation, with the exception of where Saru is. Saru has gotten very big too. And deceptively big. It's confusingly big, and I have to try and figure out what's going on because I am pondering it as I'm like driving from Missoula heading due south down to Lolo, and I'm sitting there going, I know it's right there, but it's really hard to see by eye because I have a mountain issue, and so
this has been for me when I was going to say when I go out and go live on sunset. Saru has been directly above the sun consistently now. And Apicity has been just to the right of Isatum. Like here's Isatum in the northwest, and you just turn a little bit, there's Apicity.
Yeah, now I today saw Apicity move into the northern sky over the top of me. So that's that transition. And this is what made me ponder about how I was to redraw that in an above looking down view to describe to everybody that we are in the middle now. We used to be on the left-hand side of Uri and Attu, but now we're in between on the right-hand side of Uri and Attu, with Nepesity coming straight over the top of us, and yet Nibiru and Isatum coming in due at us on the right-hand side. And it's a transition of as Uri turns that way, Nibiru turns towards us and beyond us, and it also has gone beyond. And what I saw yesterday was insane, and it was right at sunset, due north, and it was just absolutely, it was only there for like 20-25 minutes, but the transition of what I was watching was just unbelievable. I saw the flaming faceplate of Isatum's yellow moon, and then the bubbly side of Isatum's yellow moon, and then I saw deep reds coming all over from sunset and sky coming from Isatum proper. And then I was looking for Nibiru, but I couldn't see it because of where I was.
I have not seen Nibiru, to speak of in quite a while, really. I mean, I keep looking for it.
I see it
back in the northeast, which is where it was.
I see it in Nicole's footage. I see it in Robert down in New Zealand's footage.
Yeah.
I see it in other people's footage a lot easier than I see it out my door because
the trick is somewhere else to see it.
If you go out first thing in the morning, Nibiru should be, when the sun rises in the east, Nibiru should be behind you slightly in the northwest or north or southwest. It should be behind you as sun rises. So if you just, as the sun comes up, look over to your right shoulder behind you for starters.
I was going to say, we have a video here later from Jesus, one of his clips, and it was the base of Nibiru, and how it has those spokes, the lines kind of like...
Yeah, I call them like fingers. That are farther spread apart than the base cloud of Nepesity.
It was nice. So we're going to see that here shortly. So,
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. By the way, I saw that Gillian had posted that she is here.
I saw that too. I was like, we need to get Gillian in here. We're just talking away. It's like, wait, there's others. I
I
know.
don't,
I don't see Chris yet, but I know he knows.
yeah.
So, yeah. Well, let's go ahead and bring Gillian Watson on with us, our friend in Scotland. So let's go ahead and there she is. Hey, Gillian.
Hi, sorry, I fell asleep.
Oh, whatever.
Okay. All right. Now put on your show face.
You gotta, yeah, pull your camera down a little because it's
Yeah,
mostly.
no, I don't know. My eyes are bleary. I've got one of those migraines, so.
Oh no.
Migraine, huh?
I know. My head hurts too. I do have a slight headache.
Take your right hand with your right forefinger and grab the little space between your thumb and your index finger on your left hand.
Yeah.
Is it tender?
Grab what?
You grab the meaty part between your thumb and index finger on your left hand. That little round lump muscle area.
Mm-hmm.
Is it tender? Is in touchy sore?
Ah, yeah.
Now squeeze it really hard.
Why?
Why?
Oh, it'll fix your headache. What about concussions? Does
Correct.
it fix concussions?
No, it doesn't. No, concussion is a different scenario.
Okay. I fell
You feel like you've
yesterday.
got concussion.
I broke the table and I fell. My head hit this table right here.
Yeah, you're not allowed to
But-
do any strange
broke-
home accidents now.
No,
We
I
still
fell
need
off
you.
the step.
What is going on with everybody?
I know. Well,
Samuel, are you sick too?
I had a really horrible day yesterday. The back of my head hurt really bad, and I was totally seasick again
Oh, it's horrible.
all day,
Yeah.
and it was just like, oh my god. And I looked up the Schumann resonant charts, and they're like in the red spectrum. We've never ever seen anything like it. And
They
then I
say
looked
we're
up-
going to get northern lights tonight. Anything between 9 p.m. and
Right, I was
3
just about to mention the solar winds that are hitting us right now from a very large coronal hole on the sun, and we are getting that, and that also affects your balance too. By the way, Rebecca, solar winds can screw with our brain
I don't
electrically,
know.
and we lose balance.
Have you ever been on a step thinking, and then you forget you're on a step and you think you're on the floor? And I just
Probably
took a
about
step back
300 times.
and
Yeah.
realized there's no floor there. It's just air. And I just, there I go. There I go. But
Yeah,
thank
I
goodness
took a swan dive a
that
couple of months
this
ago.
happened. I didn't like hurt a bone or something worse. It's just my head.
Nah, just your
back.
head.
Well, and Shiloh's still backpedaling on my 5-hour vanishing act, and I mean it's almost forgotten in my opinion, but yet it's not. It's like, still
Yeah.
can't prove it.
Let's see. Find something else.
We've had
Kinda
some weird
wild.
occurrences in the house. Some things have gone bump in the night
Yeah.
lately that can't be explained.
Freaky.
There.
Yeah. A couple of
Yeah,
different
it's
Yeah.
like
electrical
a
things.
lot of keep forgetting things. Like we're all so forgetful. It's not just one of us, you know.
Well, remember these moons do affect us, and we've got 2 of them currently very close to us. Atu's moon and Saturn's yellow moon, and you know they are negative bodies and they're tidal locked, and they too are doing weird things to our atmosphere. And
What about the barometric pressure? I saw a lot of
Yeah.
things JD was sharing on that. Like it was just extremely low where I lived. I don't know.
one second, I'll be right back.
And he compared it to like hurricane weather and which it was very windy. I had to go out one night. My bird bath had blown down the sidewalk.
It has been
there's-
non-stop windy for almost a week, and it
Very
damages my sanity. I really can't sleep well when the wind is like that. So I think it's like sleep deprivation as well. But
It's rough on us. It's,
Okay, I'm back.
well, I made reels. I tried to make reels before I just went and lay on my bed after doing them.
Oh,
I
you
made
did?
3 because I got very upset with my phone because it's not every time I get really upset, it gets even more upset with me and it just freezes. So I had to put it off and walk away for a while. And when
By
I
the
came
way,
back-
Gillian,
Mhm.
if you get angry, you can affect electronics. I have learned that over the years,
Wow.
but
Like a
you do not.
superhero.
Yeah. Well,
are.
you know, there's a lot too.
Yeah.
We're electrical beings, and when we get mad, we put off electrical charges. This is part of why maybe I'm mad. No, I cannot use a cell phone. I do things to it, and 5 cameras and stuff like that, and I've had throughout the years many occasions where I have fried electronics that should not have happened, but did. So what you got to do when you get upset and your phone isn't working, you do your own chant, and then and then you lay it on the counter or ground it. You set it down on something else, static charge different than you, and then you pick it up again, and then you start over.
That's what I did. Eventually, all the pictures came back on again because as soon as I picked it up and it froze, I thought, I just want to make a real.
Yeah, well, it's like I go to the store and I try to use my debit card. And if I don't tap it on the counter before putting it in the machine, it won't work.
Interesting.
Yeah, because the static charge that it's on my person, and I get it as static charge. And if I stick it straight out of my wallet into that machine, it does not work. I'll have to pull it out, tap it on the counter, ground it, and then stick it in the machine, and then it works. And it's happened over and over and over again. And I've learned now that I pull it out of my wallet, I tap it on the counter, almost second nature, and then put it in the machine.
Wow.
That's a new one. I wish when I do go out and take pictures, I always wish that Sam could take pictures, go snap. I'm contemplating, but see, the only problem is uploading those pictures. I can have all the nice even if I don't fry a really good camera, and I want the the Insta360 Ace Pro, and that's.
I'm just gonna let the doggies out. Sorry.
It's like a $500, but it's the top of the line YouTuber camera, and I've got my eye on it, and of course I don't have the money for it yet, but I mean I am saving for it sort of, haphazardly, but I mean. Big change there so far. But anyway,
how much they cost again? Like $500?
They're $520, something like that, or less. They go on sale, and it's the Insta360 Ace Pro.
I'm gonna look at that Insta360. I just want to see what you're talking about.
The cool thing about it is it's got a manipulable screen on it that when you turn the camera on, you can turn it away from what it's filming and actually see the entire frame of what you're shooting. It's got different camera settings. It's got slow-mo. It's waterproof, blah, blah, blah. And it comes in a plastic case. It comes in a very dire, undestructible plastic case. That way I'm not touching a metal camera. If I'm touching a metal camera, because I bought 5 of them already.
Right.
And never had the money for any of those. And of course, those were different generation cameras as well. Right. But I used to have those little, cameras, and I have purchased one after another, and I've fried every one of them. And my friend Renee came over with her iPhone, brand new iPhone. This was years ago, in the early days of Montana Skywatcher. She comes to visit me. She sets her my brand new iPhone, and sets it on the counter. She said, "Look at this picture I captured," and all I did was turn it to look at the picture. I touched it, and it went zoink. And that was it right there. That was the end of that iPhone, and she freaked out.
Right.
So and all I did was touch it. And people go, well, why don't you use rubber gloves? And me being quote unquote the genius, and it never even dawned on me to do that. I don't like rubber gloves for one because I'm allergic to latex dust. I hate plastic balloons as well because those are made in the same factory, by the way. Even the gloves that are latex free are made in the same factory that they make latex gloves. And there's latex dust on all of that shit, and I hate rubber gloves. But I could use, those old dishwashing gloves, Palmolive or whatever. Anyway.
Right.
I'll have someone else touch it for me. I'm joking. I digress, and we digress. So we should probably say hi to everybody that's here real fast to get that out of the way.
I thought Christopher would be with us. He did message me and said he was running a few minutes late, so no biggie.
Well, the world is a strange place, right? Strange and unusual place right now. So
Yes.
we'll give him allowance for that, and
Right. I'm still trying to find a video I wanted to show
he
you.
won't get a detention and no Our Fathers and Hail Marys and all of that.
Yeah, we'll get there. Well, we can do that. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the comment section and see who is here.
And I hear that the Pope is feeling better. Speaking of which,
So they say, right?
yeah, and on the
You
world
know.
stage, there's a lot of crazy stuff
knows?
going on. Macron, he's busy, and the Canadian government is quite active, and I'm still smiling about that. And Mexico is not pleased. And anyway, we'll go on.
Right. I hear you.
Oh,
There's
boy.
these stories that happen, you know, it's like say just any story that happens, and it's like every 5 minutes there's an update, and we have an update on this.
Yeah, it's a quagmire.
And it's like, you got to tell me that these people are just, you know, running to the camera every time something new happens and updating the whole world on this and that, you know.
Meanwhile, right above their heads is, you know, two intergalactic square cubes and star fleets of ship, not Starfleet, but star fleets of ships.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so obvious that, you know, they just want people glued to what's next, what happened now, you know.
Exactly.
It's like,
Well, we saw a bunch of stuff
made
come in.
up.
There's quite a few videos that we're going to show today, I hope. And
caring for your pet has never been easier.
oh, thank you for talking about
Give
themselves.
your dog,
Right.
cat, or rabbit the
Hey.
care they need to stay fit.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Description experience.
It's all right. Let's look at the comment section. Let's get focused here and see who's.
All right, wake
Hey,
up.
wow, looky here, Dennis. He's in the house.
Hey.
Everybody. Hey, Dennis. It's good to see you. He
That
was
was at 2:35 a.m.
Oh, what? Dang. Wow.
Yeah.
Do you sleep,
Maybe
Dennis?
he's not here. He's just saying hi.
Oh, wait.
Really. You stuck up the post for the video, and then he logged in.
Okay, I feel bad. I can't remember if he's in the UK or
Oh,
Scotland.
well.
Tell me where you're at, Dennis. I
Maybe
forgot.
that's his time, or maybe it's my time. I
Right.
don't know. You know,
It could be 3:35 my time, which is like 9 in the morning his time. Sets 10. We'll find out. Hi,
because
Dennis.
it says 2:35, so that must be our time because it's showing the hour difference. So that's so he did that. He said hi last night.
Right.
Isn't he a guy in Tennessee or something?
I don't know. I can't remember all of a sudden. I have this brain injury, and I don't know.
Oh, is that what you meant by concussion? Oh, okay.
Is that what
Well,
you call it when you try
right
to
over
look
my
at
head.
people? You
Yeah. So,
I can't believe it.
okay. Well, he's
Your earlier
here.
comment went right over my head when you mentioned concussion. It's like, well,
I know.
okay, yeah, you.
I know.
Well, you know, there's a way to tell if you have a
Surely not.
concussion.
Yeah.
If your eyes, you know, have your son bring a flashlight up to your eyes and check you see both eyes dilate at the same time.
Oh boy. Yeah.
If one does and one doesn't, then you have a concussion.
Wow. Did not know that. Well,
Okay, Taylor, where's your flashlight?
hopefully not. It's like, you know.
Well, if you step outside and you have trouble seeing in the daylight from a change of light where it's uncomfortable, that
Right.
can also tell it to you as well. Sensitivity to light, sensitivity to noise, nausea, dizziness,
Yeah.
minor
That's
fever, temperature elevation, sweating.
goodness.
See, man, Dennis is the guy in Scotland.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe it's Scotland. Okay.
Moving on.
Well, let's move on.
Sorry,
move
I
on.
moved you
Hey,
to Tennessee for a
Sharon.
minute because you reminded me of that other guy, Darren. Remember Darren Gross?
Yeah, I remember.
Is he still around?
I haven't heard from him in a long time.
Golly, we learned so much with him.
We unfortunately outed him with his mailing address on one of my photographs, but I'm joking. But you know, because
I don't remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that photo where I was mailing Darren a photograph or a package one time because
Yeah.
I can't remember, and then I showed a picture of it, and somebody kept a copy of it, and then it got around, which is okay, I guess. But they should have blacked out his actual address.
I know. I hate it when
No
that
worries.
happens.
No worries. Live and learn.
Hey,
Sorry, we
Sharon.
we hope you didn't get any troll mail.
Sure.
Oh,
Lady.
oh.
Like that, or-
She's in Australia. and she's with us
Hi,
right now.
Sharon.
Actually, she's going to be joining us on the show here momentarily.
Oh,
So
did you ask her?
Nice. Yeah. Well, she
I
told
said
me
to you to ask her as well because
jumped
she
on it.
also is into being on because we were meant to talk during the week and then we ended up getting.
And we can
Yeah,
find out
well,
about the cyclone and how it's affecting
it's
people
always
down
a
See
there.
how
treat.
Alfred is doing, you know.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I
That
didn't get a
evening.
lot of information in there. I tried to find more information and I only got a couple of clips, and it was, some local news service in Australia. So I didn't get any real facts. I just got, a 3-minute blurb at the most.
Yeah, I just
Anyway.
seen something that said it was like rotating off their coast or something.
Yeah, it's an anticyclonic rotation, which is a
Sweet.
hurricane,
Okay, go.
cyclone or a hurricane, and we had the formation of
Thank-
unland hurricane over Iowa and Minnesota and Wisconsin this week too. So we have pictures and proof of that, and that's not being mentioned.
Right.
Hmm?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, there's some freak weather going on around the
Thanks
planet.
for
And people,
sharing.
go ahead.
Right. Yeah, he said cyclone. I'm like, I have those videos of the cyclone I wanted to share, so I gotta hurry up and put them up. We'll get them. We'll get them.
I sent you a million pictures just in case
goody.
you couldn't actually get the real.
Okay.
Because I was having such a tantrum trying to put them, like every time it didn't work
Yeah.
because I would go down and every time I touched and then it would freeze and then no more pictures would show. So all I got was the wee bulb that looks like the moon. So then I just stopped trying.
I will check them out. Okay, let's move on. And it's experimental. She's here, everybody. I knew she would be, though. She never misses a show, like ever, from start to finish. Usually,
Wonderful
almost.
to have you here. Thank you for being
nice.
here.
Good to see you. And hey, Rodney, our good friend Rodney is here. He's in Wisconsin. I don't think I knew that till just now, actually. So thanks for sharing that, because now I try to remember. But good to see you, Rodney. And of course, T. Racy. There she is. Hi, T. Racy. Now she's in the UK. I do know that. So good to see you, T. Racy. And she gets a gold star. She gets a gold star because of her attendance is so perfect. I'm just gonna say that. I'll have to start keeping a star chart. So okay. Well, good to have you.
I was just thinking about a chart with the person's name and the place they stay, so that we don't have to embarrass ourselves.
We're psychic. Okay. Well, I know. I'm gonna try to get organized one day and do something. But anyway, good to see you, T. Racy. I'd like a map with the pins. A pin.
I had that in the chat that I stayed in. The great big long map until the cats jumped up on it one day, and then I didn't have a map anymore.
Right. So something, because that'd be fun to see, just to show. We really are just everywhere. So that's nice.
I was thinking about that with your membership subscription count versus the people who actually view.
Yes.
And only 10% of people view our shows that are subscribed. And I kind of wonder why. Everybody out there, watch this. Send a copy of it to your friends off of YouTube. Like, comment. Make sure you check your subscriptions just in case you've been removed, because we've seen a bunch of that.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're missing out, is what I think.
Yep, I agree with you. Well, I saw the coolest show I've seen to date out my window yesterday. I just sat there and looked out the window and, oh my God, look at that. And that was right at sunset. So, if you have the opportunity to look in the north sky at sunset, and of course the western sky, but look due north and you're going to see a show that you just cannot argue with. And I hope it happens today. And I might just poke my nose out there right about sunset, just check it again today. So we will continue from there. And who else is here? Okay, we stopped at T. Racy.
Oh, Jennifer Lynn wants to know if we've seen the tornado in Hawaii, the volcanado or whatever. There was something that was posted of some kind of tornado-like effect.
I did. I checked the Hawaiian volcano this morning, but I didn't see anything about a tornado. Interesting. I'll have to dive into that.
Have you
later.
got a copy of that, Jennifer Lynn? Because I did see it myself, but I didn't get a chance to grab it because it was really early this morning. I think on TikTok or something.
And we can speed this up by going, hello, Nicole is here.
Hold on. Don't let me lose my track.
I know.
No,
You were at
where are we?
I know. There she is. Well, I was
Right. See, I was
Dana
on
and
track.
Shara
You really
and
were.
Experimental and Rodney and T. Racy
okay.
and
Hi,
Nicole and
Nicole.
Dennis and
Good to have
Michelle.
you. Nicole's in Colorado, and I saw or I heard that she could see Nibiru the other day from Colorado. That made me think I need to hop on a plane and go to Colorado. So anyway, good to see you, Nicole. And okay, Michelle's here. Hi, Michelle. How are you? Indiana lady. Good to have you. And bear with me a second. Turn it down just a notch, right? So powerful. Hey, it's you know who? Our one of our favorites, Carol Ann. She is here. So good to have you, Carol Ann. And thank you for that.
Hello,
thank you
Carol
very
Ann.
much.
Hi, Caroline.
Let me find you a little thank you gesture, right? Let's see. We'll do this one today.
See, what have you got cooking today?
Look at them, they're
Oh my
partying.
word.
She's a DJ, Pat.
Where do you find these things?
I don't know. My brain just makes it happen. I mean, you get all these options of things you can play around with. So
You should also
There
look
we
in
are.
Content Stash. I believe Andy was posting
Fun.
pictures again today.
I got them too.
Yeah, I noticed that, and I didn't get into it too heavily because I was trying to do a bunch of things all at the same time.
Yeah, he's been busy with
Yeah.
other things, shame. So, yeah.
And we
Hey.
still have to give a shout out to Dave's Waffle House.
Indica
And
Land.
Indica Land 68, how are you today? Glad you're back. Thank you
Good
for
to have
coming
you.
again.
Always.
And by the way, right, look who's there right below it, the next name down.
Right. Brendan.
So-
Brendan.
We need your mailing address. Would you email that to Rebecca so she can give me your proper mailing address? There's some discrepancy on the letter that I got from you, and I would love to send it back. Your response letter back. So I want to just check your correct address, and I don't want you to do it publicly here. Just email it to her.
Right. Yeah. I'll be on the lookout, Brendan, in Ireland. So there you go. Yeah. Send me an email with your address.
No wonder I couldn't understand the address.
Huh. Okay. Okay, back to the show here. Back to the list. Bear with me.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, Maria. Our
Hello,
good
Maria.
She's in Alaska. Hi, Maria. And she's
Hi,
a nice
Maria.
lady. Like she really is. She's super thoughtful. And
Some earthquakes up there today. Up in,
observant. Yes. I haven't got any pics from you lately, Maria. If you send me some pics. So
She's
we can show 'em.
probably put them in Content Stash. I don't think anybody's
Yeah.
been there for a bit.
I'll have to peek
yeah, I haven't been to Content Stash for
in a
ever
minute.
since Rebecca got booted out of it, and
Well, there's a new one.
yeah,
Are
right.
Yeah, I know. I
haven't
kind of
really
forget.
seen either one of those lately. Oddly, come to
I
think
need
of
to
it.
pay attention.
Speaking of
Alright,
which, where's Tara? I haven't seen Tara.
Well, we'll get there. Let's see. But Nancy's here. Hey, Nancy.
Hello,
How
Nan.
are you? Good to have you, Nancy. I can't remember where she's at. But I think California. I don't know.
California.
Yes. Okay, good. Good to see you, Nancy. And Esri Colette, little Sam, he is here. Little Sam. He's on a road trip, everybody, but he's listening still. So, was he on time? Yes.
Yeah.
He was 1 minute late, but that's nothing. So, sometimes I'm late. So, anyway, good to see you, Esri Colette in Canada. Wendy is here. Hi, Wendy. Good to see you. Hope all is well with you. Connecticut. I did not realize you're in Connecticut. Interesting. Okay. Because she gets the best pictures. I mean, it just tells me that Northeast is really a prime,
Oh, speaking of
Spot.
pictures, I'm just going to go and check if the Northern Lights are there yet.
really awesome pics. So cool. Good to see you, Wendy. Oh, I knew it. Boobaloo was here. Yes. She never misses a show either. Yeah, even when I'm on TikTok, live on TikTok, Jubilee's name pops up every time. So I don't know how she does it, but she's right there. So we have fun on TikTok, don't we? But good to see you, Jubilee. I know you sent me something. I gotta go and look and see what you sent me. I'll show it if you want me to. I'll see. So if it's not private, okay. But good to see you, Jubilee. And Esther is here. Hello, Esther. Can't make it today. Can't make it late. Oh, understood. Right. Well, I'm glad you're here. At least checking in, letting us know you're okay. So good to have you. Let's keep scrolling. Oh yes, when Audrey is here. She gets a gold star too. She never misses. Sometimes she'll like take a nap because it is the middle of the night for her.
Yeah, all the way from South Africa.
She'll get
And we'll give
like,
a shout out to Michelle Mountain in South Africa again. She put out some great videos last week, and I said hello to her a few times this week, so I figured I'd say hello.
Me too. I heard from her, and she's going to let me know on when she can join us. She's got to figure it out, and she'll let me know. And so we'll have that to look forward to.
Right, we'll get to listen to her South African accent for a while. And she's eloquent speaker and a treasured friend. Anyway, as well as Audrey is, and Audrey's always on the scene and a prominent visitor. She's always here.
Right.
I
really appreciate that dedication, our viewers
and
have.
We need to talk to people around the world. That's important, especially in the Southern Hemisphere, because most of our friends are in the Northern Hemisphere. And we have friends in Indonesia, and I've lost contact with my friend in South Korea, and my Russian friends have just sort of vanished. So
Well, hey, speaking of friends, I see Christoper is here. I figure we can go ahead and bring him on, and then I'll get back to the comments. Let's go ahead and get him on here.
We can go into hyperdrive on the names too. We can speed it up a hair. Get back to work.
So we can get into the pictures. Actually,
we have a lot. We have a lot this week.
We have so many distractions. It could go faster too.
Yeah, because we talk too much.
I mean, if everybody just it's
all right.
okay.
Pick a lock, everybody. Shut up, man.
Hey, here he is.
Guys.
Take a chill pill, man.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
I got a little sidetracked, and then I'm over here, I'm over there. I have a brain injury like Rebecca does today, so.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I think all our heads are cooking today because
right?
I've got a migraine.
I have astigmatism,
hurt.
so
She's
I'm
hurt.
like debating which wall is the real one, and walked right into it.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was.
I guess when you do walk through it, you realize that was
right. It's so.
I'm sorry.
That's wondering. You can't see it on the camera. I'm freaking out, thinking there's gonna be like Freddy Krueger on the screen or something.
Get some powder off of Jackie.
Right? No, it's not that bad.
It's rough. I know. It's like, why is it our heads, getting, slammed into walls and tables?
Well, the world is a crazy place right now, and we're all suffering its wrath. I actually had a quote that was very similar to that written down, and I don't know what I did with it. Anyway.
Yep. Well, okay. Well, let's go back to the comments.
It came from Lord of the Rings. The days begin to sour, and darkness begins to wane. And it was, reminiscent of the crazy shit our world is going through right now. The stock market is crashing. The price of gold is going way up. It was $29.17 today.
Wow.
And a year ago it was $1,900. So it's literally gone up $1,000 in a year.
Wow. That's awesome.
And there's, part of what we're talking about, of course, is gold. And I don't want to go into too much detail, but for our new folks out there that might be interested in the overall story, and we, the factory planet Earth creates all this gold. So anyway, that's the in the nutshell version of it. And I've had people talk and ask that we start at the beginning of the story again.
Oh my word!
Yeah. And show older pictures back when the planets were small and all of that. And I think one of these days we should, even, for example, one of our good libraries, of course, would be Asatum, or one of our good libraries would be early Nepesi, or one of our real good libraries. Attu and Attu's moon are the most photographed. With all the other planets combined, there are more captures of Attu and Attu's moon. And we have a huge history on that. I look forward to dragging out those old photographs when Attu's moon was kind of tiny and like a golf ball in the sky, and then hey, you're sideways.
I don't know how that happened. Well, I'll probably go and come back. Hold on.
Do you have a magnet close by, a speaker? Because a magnet will flip your phone.
Or a dog. Or a cat.
Well, I mean, it'll actually trigger the mechanism inside the phone to actually spin.
Jennifer's here.
Which that's what my brain's doing right now. There's a sound outside. I hear humming in my ears.
Come on, dogs.
Well, good afternoon, Earthlings, she says. So, hello,
right.
Jennifer. Nice to see you.
Christoper may need to come back in. I don't know.
He's back now. I heard the beat. But
Coming.
all right.
Right.
That is okay. Let's keep scrolling and make sure. Oh, hey, Robert is
Good
here
afternoon, Earthlings.
in New Zealand.
Hey,
That's
Robert.
always a treat. He sent me 4 pics. He said, "Okay, Robert, I will get them." Okay, cool. Can't wait to see it because he's known. Robert is just in my book. He's up there with Petty and Hungary.
Right.
The things
And
Robert
Alexander and
but there's some
Jerry,
people
and on and on. And there's so many people out there that are just awesome contributors. Every week, these guys come up and they work and they work and they work tirelessly to bring you this information from around the world. And they all know because they see these planets too.
Yep.
That's how they capture them, because they have learned. They have learned to look at the dark areas of the sky in the pictures and the photograph. And by taking their own photographs over the years and asking questions, they have achieved greatness. They are, some of our best contributors. And if we were rich, we would mail them prizes. I mean, I swear.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. And the only way we'll get rich is if you make us go viral, and that way we can get $2 off of half the world's populace. We'd all be wealthy. And I'm not begging, but I'm saying, we are driven by our economic situation here, and I've replaced 15 computers, and I have to buy another keyboard again because I went through another one.
No.
Well, I go through at least 2 if not 3 keyboards a year. I'm a pretty heavy fat fingered typer, I guess. Or the Microsoft is making crap. But anyway.
Right. It's their fault.
Yeah.
Right.
Blame the rice.
So let's get back to the comment section, and it's Stacy, everybody.
Hi,
Stacy's
Stacey.
here,
Stacy.
and
Hi,
we got
Stacey.
to meet Stacy last week.
Up here in Montana.
I've already messaged her. I need to get back to her response, but I told her I want her to come back on sometime. I feel like we didn't get enough time to really get to know her. On your first time on
She was
the
a
show,
little nervous, and that's okay.
I'm not saying anything, but it
and not only that, she was having a
I wanna get to know
rough
her
day.
more.
She was having
Right.
heating issues, if I recall right, and they were trying to heat their house with the oven and this and that and the other thing. So
I totally understand
That's
that.
rough.
That's what I do too.
and in
I
Montana,
open the
that's
door,
rough.
put a fan by it, and blow it through the house, and
That's smart.
it helps actually, yes, but
Cool.
you're burning your oven out doing that, and ovens are, of course, the furnaces aren't cheap either.
far.
But ovens are cheaper.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
don't
know.
even get me started about that damn stove I bought here
it's a
a year
drafty
ago.
house.
I'm still yelling at the stove trying to cook a pound of hamburger. Anyway, yes, we live in a sad world, people. Technology sucks. Don't buy a refrigerator right now. Oh my God.
Right.
No,
Knock on wood.
no. Well,
All right, Sam, zip
I
it.
told you. I'll just add that a year and a half ago now, a year in last September, we bought a brand new stove and a brand new refrigerator, stainless steel, really pretty, etc. Whatever. Okay. And they each were about $1,000.
Right.
Okay. Which I don't ever buy new stuff, but we had the opportunity and we did it. Both of them, the oven doesn't work. the broiler only works in the burners, but the oven quit working, and the refrigerator barely gets cold. It's cold enough to like store bread and veggies in. That's it, bread and veggies. That's it. So we have an old refrigerator that we kept in the storage room, and we're running back and forth to the storage room day and night. Getting stuff out of the real old fridge from the 80s, probably.
Right.
And
those are gonna work.
So anyway, that's my setup.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we can get them fixed. I haven't been able to, make that happen yet, but maybe. So
Well, call early before the summer hits.
Yeah.
Right. The newer things are just not, they don't stand the test of time. The newer.
Yeah, and by the way, do not put away your snow shovels just yet.
No, don't say that.
There's going to be another storm coming through the United States next week, and there's going to be more snow through Colorado all the way to Kentucky and Tennessee and everything, and they're going to have major rain events and things like that. And fortunately, we got through the falling iguana routine and the flying trampolines of last week. And
it was a week with them.
It was another reverse rotational barometric pressure low in the 970 millibars, which, by the way, people, anytime the wind speeds exceed 74 miles an hour, that is a hurricane. And so we are having more on-land hurricanes, and they're not telling you. And I am. Thank you, thank you,
Crystal Kate.
Kitties on a pole.
I know. Aren't they having fun? They're partying. Look at her.
Where do you get that?
I know. Look at her. Yeah. So
no, leave the cat.
I was having fun. But thank you, Crystal Kate. I appreciate your help.
Toy.
As for our disclaimer, no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
Never. Oh, hey, look at that. There's another one. Sharon, you're awesome. Sharon. Thank you. Okay, let's find another one. Let's see. Let's find another one. I don't remember what else I had.
I'm scrolling down.
Let's try this one. Yeah. Thank you, Sharon. Look at him. He's blowing kisses.
Ew, I'm not sure I would want a gray alien kiss.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
No.
But they sure can dance. They sure can dance.
Shaking their hand is fine, but I'm not sure I want a kiss from them.
He's sharing the love.
I mean, at least they have a good taste in, TV. So.
Do you think aliens can love? Do you think they have that in them to be in love?
Well, it depends on. I mean, you said aliens, and that is a really broad spectrum. Of course, most of them can, but we were discussing grays, and they're. I've met a few of them, and only one of all the ones that I met did I like.
Wow.
I mean,
they require great supervision. But I mean, Pleiadians or Nibiruans or Saruans or any number of other of the millions of races out there. Of course, they love and they have favoritism toward their offspring like we do. And we're not independent creatures living on planet Earth that are completely different. We are actually a combination of many other races, and so we're a pretty standard generic entity type with our body structure, our skulls, bipedal, our finger count, etc. Of course, we're also interjected into ape, and so therefore we are that which all of life has a basic Fibonacci sequence of reality, how different animals turn out. But you also have to take into account that, there are many other races that would be so shocking to us that we wouldn't want to be in the same room with them.
Wow.
And for example, the Greys do think that we smell horrible. And believe me, to me, the Greys smell horrible to me. So they don't like our smell. We don't care for theirs. And there's many different variations therein.
Wow.
I mean, when we say aliens, everybody does think of the little green guy, but that's not that's a stereotype of the reality. Right now, flying over the top of our heads in those cubes are probably representatives of probably hundreds of different races. This is the Federation is here. and then there's the people that live on these planets, and those are separate factions. And we've recently, within I'd say about 6 months, that's the early arrival Texas Q.
You're in there.
And I saw it today, looking straight up. It was straight over the top of me. I watched it for a few minutes, and it moved so quickly compared to the planets. And then I was like, wow, wait a minute, you were just over there, and now you're over there. And it was like, surprising. Right. So the whole ball game is just unbelievably changing. And then I go outside and I look, and there it is, and there it is, and there it is, and it's like, in amazement. And then I walk back in, and I'm going, I wonder what my neighbors think, because I'm standing out in the middle of my street, spinning circles, looking straight up, and people don't do that. That crazy guy's out doing it again.
I sometimes, you know what though, I have gotten to the point to where, like, I had to overcome worrying about what other people might think if I'm out, so when I go up to the field.
Well, it's only an afterthought for me.
There's like expressway, there's cars really all directions. Sometimes people will honk their horn, but I'll be out there doing just that, doing that in a circle, especially if I'm live, I'm going round and round. But honestly, it's the last thing that crosses my mind is what other people are thinking.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I don't do it. I don't think about it until after I'm done and I'm walking back in the house going,
it used to be
bye
embarrassing.
neighbors,
Right. I used to be embarrassed, but now
yeah,
I don't even second think about it. Yeah. So, all right, back to the comments and see who is next. Is Kaylee Nadine. Hey, girl, how are you? Good to see you. Good to have you.
I think that's just about everybody.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me scan through here. Well, don't forget Egg.
Oh, cannot forget Egg.
Look at her. She's just
Our beloved Egg.
She's in Connecticut this time. Everywhere. She goes everywhere. That's so cool. Good to see you,
And
Egg.
Katie Jo. Katie Jo's here.
Katie.
Uh-oh. There she is. Katie Jo. We didn't forget you. She's in New Jersey.
I saw a photograph of Katie Jo this week, and she was
I think that does wrap it up, though.
having a tropical libation.
Yeah.
With a lime and a straw.
Today. Yep.
The only thing that was missing was maybe a little flower, or maybe a lither umbrella. Other than she had a really nice smile on her face, and she was quite calm. So,
right? Yeah. If I have one of those, little umbrella drinks, man, I'll be. I wouldn't be here today. That's for sure.
Now, my favorite, of course, is still the Long Island iced tea, and every once in a while you got to have a really good. You have to have a pina colada or a margarita. Every once in a while, you just have to.
I can't do margarita.
It depends on how much salt you put on your margarita glass.
Margarita is.
Now remember, Christopher, I used to bartend and manage. I was a nightclub manager and bar manager, and so I made a lot of different drinks, and I made a really gnarly kamikaze.
Oh,
and then we also went through the Jägermeister era, and God forbid.
Right.
Yeah,
that's rough.
But you still drink it. Why?
Oh, well,
that's rough.
When it first came out, it actually had an opiate in it, and
no way.
Yeah, it did, and then they changed it. America got caught on to it, and then they changed it. And thank God that they did. Otherwise, I'd probably be, laying in some gutter on Skid Row by now. But anyway, I'm going to run real quick and get a Coca-Cola. I will be right back.
Sam.
Yeah, making us thirsty talking about it.
Yep.
Yeah, well, not anymore. I haven't drank anything in like 7 years, probably. And even at that point, I had cut back dramatically.
Right. It's like
because in my younger years, I drank daily at time. I don't know. Come home and have a margarita and celebrate. I guess I don't know, but not anymore, guys. I can't handle that.
I must be the only boring person there is here.
He's in the UK.
Well, once I left the bar business back in 2001, and I never had to pay for it before.
Sure.
And then you find out that they want to charge you $7 for a beer. And you're going, what? Are you out of your mind? I can get a 12-pack for that, or a 6-pack.
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Oh,
I don't even like the taste of beer anymore. Not at all. I mean, they don't even make beer like they used to anymore.
Sure. Nothing
or
tastes the same.
Or my taste buds have direly changed. I don't know which, but I stopped drinking beer and all of that, and just because I wasn't going to go and I haven't been to a bar since. Oh my God! Well, so my kids are Nova's 18 and Shiloh's going to be 16 here. So since the kids were born, I haven't been no partying for me.
Right.
Well,
No, you've been
the hangover is not worth the kids tapping you on the shoulder going, Dad, I want breakfast. Oh,
Man.
So I always thought about it was like, no, it's not worth even going anywhere because I have things to do tomorrow morning, like kids and laundry and combing hair and tennis shoes and or do you have clean socks and time to blah blah blah. Anyway, mundane single father life.
Same for Katie Jo. Yeah.
I can't believe I actually raised my kids. I mean, it's like they were in diapers when we first started doing this.
Wow.
And
I mean, we see how fast.
That was a young woman that spoke to us last week and told us about her dad not being there. She sounded like a girl version of Sam. It was like, whoa.
Oh, what Nova?
Yeah.
Yeah. She came in a few minutes ago wanting to talk about the disappearance story again, and I said, well, I don't think we're going to bring that back up again, but if you guys want to have her a guest visit from time to time, we can do that.
Cool.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, yeah, that would be perfect. That'd be a great idea, really. I think she would do well, really.
Well, of course, I mean, this girl is very smart, and she's a mini me, and she's also very confounding. I mean, if she wanted to, she could drive me. I'll rephrase it.
Yeah, she will be interested in what teenagers think. Like what technology and AI.
She does not believe in the planets being there. She does not believe in the planets being there.
Okay. I would like to know though, like there are some pictures where it's just undeniable that there's around, they're undeniable. Like,
well, I showed the girls Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon out the window yesterday, and she says cloud.
I know.
She said it was cloud.
Yeah, clouds.
Cloud.
Did you see it yesterday, Christopher? Did you see Isatum's yellow moon in the north sky yesterday?
I've seen it all week.
Freaking insane.
Today's the only day that I haven't seen anything.
Well, right before sunset. Look, right before sunset tonight.
Okay.
And we'll all, even if we're all sitting here at that time, and because it's going to be, I mean, if it was anything like yesterday, it was like, oh my God, look at that. And it was farther due north than I expected. I expected it to be more in the northwest, and it was directly straight out my window, and I went, wow, look at that. And you could see the bubbly flame-like clouds, and you could actually see the faceplate and the ion tail. I saw both sides of the ion tail going both directions.
Wow.
Because it was directly overhead in the north sky, and it was like underneath it. And I saw both directional ion tails going. And I haven't seen that since, 2014.
Wow.
When it was tiny. Now, we saw it also in 2017 and 18. I forgot about that part because it was over the top of the sun in 217, 218. And that's when we saw the biggest part of the winged ion tail, both sides of it. And
do you think that's possible for that to happen again, or?
Oh, it's always happening. Well, you mean for us to view it on the way back
for
out?
The double wing effect to happen again?
Well, yeah, it's always going that way. It always is that way. It's just that our out view of it, we've been looking at one side of it, so we've only seen one. But yeah, it goes around both sides of Isatum off of Isatum's yellow moon, and then it has that weird cloud punch faceplate that looks like a shield or a soft shell crab. That it affects. That's its sort of base cloud because it's in this moving, weird position thing. And it of course has another base cloud that I'm just now starting to memorize. When it's coming, when it is in the north sky, now going by beyond us, and so we're going to have a view of it the next few months. It's going to be insane. Cool. And then, like Rebecca and I were talking about at the beginning of the show, Nibiru is becoming harder and harder to see, and then now Nepesity is coming from right next to Isatum and actually going over the top of our heads to the north as well. And I saw that yesterday and I went, what?
Yeah.
How the hell did that just, and then right at sunset, it was just green as hell.
Cool.
And it was like, so Isatum continued on to deep north, and Nepesity came from the south behind me over the top of me into the north right at sunset and turned everything green with the finger-based cloud and everything.
Wow.
And I'm going,
cool.
I'm looking at that, I'm looking at it go green, and I'm going, that's no way is that Isatum's yellow moon. That's green. And I'm just sitting here going, what does this mean?
Yeah.
Because it's messing up my head. It's like they don't move that fast. They pretty much stay predominantly in their area as the sun moves, not the planets moving. But now that they're over the top of us, we're seeing a faster space movement. And Rebecca's got some videos of some occurrences of asteroids and stuff. Now we're still in the debate because there was, of course, the rocket launch thing with SpaceX, and they were all, some of the sightings come in from Florida, so we have to weigh that. But then there's other sightings that came from around the world that are very suspicious, and we are entering the summer close pass orbit. We call it the 180-day cycle. We're going to have to go away from that because it's actually become longer now. So it's like 220-day cycle. So I figured. We talked about this before the show as I got hiccups. We should just call it the summer orbit the summer close pass orbit, because that's because the angle of the planet and where the sun is versus where these other planets are. And I think we're seeing evidence of that right now, especially in some of these videos. And we lost Rebecca. I don't know why, but hopefully she's listening. I'm sure she is. And we have some intriguing and calling to this information as well.
Wow.
There you are.
Things are weird. Things are just weird.
Yes, they are.
I've been here. Anyway, I had a weird pop-up, like a error, and it said this. I have to take pictures or I would never remember. But it said, that's an error. We're sorry, but you do not have access to this page. That's all we know.
What?
It's like a Google error. I don't know. I've never seen that before. And I had to yeah. But Ninja's here. Hey, Ninja.
Hi,
Good to
Ninja.
have you. Glad you're here. You made it. And David's here. Now I'm gonna feel intimidated. No.
David is a very long-term Montana Skywatch member.
How you doing?
Hi, David. He needs to be on the show then. He should be up here, David.
Come on,
Yeah,
David. How about a chat, David? Come on. What about a
Get
chat?
up here. Get up here. Yeah. Let's put him on the spot. So yeah, it's good to see you, David. And I'm so glad Carol Ann's here. It just makes my day. I mean, she's always got something smart and nice to say. She has all the advice in the world and all the answers, every time. So,
I believe Carol Ann was making some cards for me, and I'm wondering what happened to those. And I imagine they take time.
Probably. She said she's going to make some for me too, but I got to make a design. I want to make mine, on one of the apps I use that has a business card.
She's a busy lady, so she's probably been out and about and doing other things.
I might have to
She is on the go a lot.
Another print shop look into that as well.
Well, okay, so we've said hi to everybody, and looks like everybody is in their place. So now I want to get Sharon on here with us. Okay, she is in the green room, I see. And then we can look at these. I have a few clips of that cyclone, Alfred. It hit Australia. So we can look at that while we have her on here with us. So
perhaps you have the millibar information and the meteorological. I can almost talk. That
she
thing.
Is a teacher. I bet she does.
The facts.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm going to bring you on, Sharon. Hope you're ready. There she is, everybody. Hi, Sharon.
Hi,
Hi.
everyone.
Yeah, what a
How are
treat.
we all?
Yeah,
Good. How you doing, Sharon?
Very well. How's everyone here?
doing well.
We've all got brain injuries.
I know, right?
Good grief.
Oh man, I
Yes,
know.
the buzz in the ears is
Yeah, well,
continuing.
the human resonance is in the red zone, literally blocking straight out like we've never seen it before. It's never been in the red zone before, and it's just frying. There's electro. Well, the sun, that coronal hole that turned around to us the day before yesterday and today, and all of that is a direct, straight Earth-facing coronal hole.
It's huge.
And now, if we go into the Hofman physics. That is a thread attachment directly connected to our planet electrically. It's like a little glass tube, and the superhighway of electrons and neutrons and protons and let's see, plasma, etc., is superhighway connected. And
I
so
have pictures.
you can look at that as negative, but you can also look at it as a cosmic positive, because you are connecting to the entire solar system / universe at the same time as being part of connected to the compound. So we are going through a brain grind for the worse and for the better. We're suffering sort of like a teenager growing out of their own body and tripping over the front step because we're not used to how big we are, or how tall, or our arm reach. This connective superhighway where the ions are just going from one planet to another.
Oh, look at that. It's incredible.
Yeah, I
if you
think the
look in
moon.
the dark areas of these
on our
photographs,
head. Look
if
at
you look
that.
at the dark areas, you can see the planets that they're reaching up to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the
Right.
colors.
When
Don't
you
just look
see
at the shafts of light. Look above it.
when you see the beams, and you see they're coming down at an angle, it's because something's there at an angle.
And
That's
we are
what I
seeing
see,
a cosmic electrical exchange, not only between these planets, but with our sun now as well. So we're all getting fried on the synaptic response in our synapses in our brains.
Nice.
And yet at the same time, we're also connecting in a super electrical highway on more synaptic response in our unused portions of our brain, which is part of the ascension of 2010.
That's a good one. I mean, you can see above the little beams, there's
And
gray cloud.
you see those white clouds that are illuminated?
Like that's planet.
That's the base cloud in Nepacity. See the open core?
Okay.
If I didn't point out the open core, I bet you wouldn't have seen it.
Yeah, and you can
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
like
see
this
the
stuff that's over me right now.
Okay, and see where the white flashing is above in the dead center of the picture. One of the flares goes up higher than all the rest. Do you see that?
right.
Yeah.
You see the big
Look at that
three
thing.
asteroids right immediately behind it.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, look
Ta-da.
at that. Yeah. Way cool.
And you can't make this up.
No.
And we have been watching this for
That's
well over
great.
a decade. And, I mean, I see, and then here again, these white flashes, you know what those white flashes are? Those are illuminating asteroids.
Yeah. Incredible.
Or they could be lens refractions from the streetlights. Now that I look at it, they sort of kind of,
Could be those as well.
they sort of kind of match the streetlights a second.
No, bummer.
All right. Well, we do make mistakes, and this is how we,
Yeah.
we debate and discuss things, and we learn. And we do.
I
Exactly.
really like the different colors that come through.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
in chemistry, in flame chemistry,
Yeah,
every
now this is
element
going
has
to
a
the
different
asteroids
color.
under Uri.
Yes.
This is the asteroid group under Uri. You can see the purple dots right by the chimney,
Yeah.
You can see the
and,
definite.
and then the two
curve.
above it there. We're looking at the Tan asteroid. We're looking at Pappy. We're looking at Lorraine. We're looking at, and then above the dark area is Uri.
Mm.
And these patterns,
Amazing.
of course, they're repetitive and repetitive and repetitive. And we've been watching them for a decade and trying to scream at as loud as we possibly could on our little soapbox here in the piazza, trying to
Yeah.
inform you folks and
Yep.
wake you up into the planetary binary solar system and
Oh,
move on
no.
into physics so we can grow
Mhm.
as human beings and evolve.
Yes.
That's right.
Well, last weekend I was at Captain's Flat, And as we were leaving in the morning about 8 o'clock, we were driving out on a country road, and I looked out the window to my right or to my left. And I said to my dad, "Look, there's a planet." And I stopped the car dead in the middle of the road and got out and took a photograph. And my dad's going, "What are you doing?" And I went, "Can't you see that? Can't you see that? That's right in your face." So then I had probably a 40-minute discussion with him about Nibiru. He still doesn't
Right.
believe
Good
me.
for you.
So, and then we went to Parliament House and up on the top of the hill, and I said, "Look, can't you see that? Look at the
Wow.
darkness in the sky." And it's pretty evident from some of my photos. You know, as soon as I remove all the glare, it's right there, prominent, right in your face.
Yeah.
So,
And it just
Awesome.
it blows me away. I'm sitting here yesterday staring out my window, and I'm going, I can't believe all my neighbors aren't out in the street looking at this damn big thing there. It's dark as hell. It's got all these weird cloud bubblies and pathways that you know, the streaming you know, pathway trails of where this planet came from and where it's going. And you can see the absolute directional masses in a cloud system no one has ever seen before in their lives.
Right.
And they're all
Nice,
in there,
that's
you know, cooking dinner. And it's like, oh boy. And
it's
yeah,
like
you
the
know,
time
I
Sorry.
think the masses have been beaten into a lull of not paying attention.
I
I
think
really
it's
do.
because they're so distracted with everything else going on that they,
Yeah.
Well, I think
you
that's a
know,
big deal to do with it.
That's-
Correct. Yeah. I agree with
yeah.
you.
Well, they do that, don't they? They set out all these nice, juicy distractions, and they're like, "Oh, damn, what's coming this week? Oh, yeah, let's make sure that we've got 15 and a couple,
Yeah, no,
about
there's
10
people-
distractions over there in that country." And you know,
Yep.
exactly.
Yeah, well, remember Elenin remember way back years ago in like 2009, 2010, 11, something like that. Elenin came in this comet thing, and that was the exact opposite direction of where Nibiru was rising from. And they have an absolute campaign of distraction. And I've noticed that I mean, how many of you have seen all of this talk about YR4 2024? You know, is it going to hit Earth in 2030? Blah blah blah. And yes, it will. No, it won't. Yes, it will. Now there's 3. Now there's 9. Now there's 6. And you know, and none of it. And if you even have the math skills, and it's really basic math, once you understand the premise, you go to the Near Earth Object government website,
Right.
and you learn about LUs and AUs,
Yeah.
lunar units and angstrom units. The lunar unit is the distance from Earth to the moon. That's a standardized math equation. But in most cases, they're going to hand you an AU, which is angstrom unit, is the distance from here to the sun. So that's 93 million miles. So you take that into that, and then you take the distance and the number, and you multiply that equation times 93 million miles, and then you will find out the distance from Earth that these things are. It's a pretty simple thing once you figure out how to do it. I mean, it's basic to me.
Yeah.
So, and all of these things they're talking about, you know, they're going, "Oh, my scientists have seen it, knew it," you know, approaching this, that, the other thing, you know, and then you do the math. You go and look it up on the chart, and you do the math, and you know, this asteroid they're freaking out about like 3.5 million miles away, and nowhere, you know, even near Earth,
Right.
you know, and so they're just handing you the next, you know, the next duck that's going to go by on the target, you know, at the carnival, and you're not. You know, you haven't even seen the real lions and the elephants yet, and you're shooting at metal ducks in a shooting gallery.
Yeah, I keep getting posts on my site about more discoveries of exoplanets and how close they are, 20 light years away, and we've discovered how many.
Those are easy to see. The ones right next door to us, they're not going to talk about, because do you know that the NEO, Near Earth Object classification, from 3,000 miles inward is considered classified?
Really?
Yeah. And so there is this, you know, if you work for any government agency or the National Weather Service, by the way, they've gutted NOAA. They've gutted most National Weather Services and other government things are completely gutted. I ran into my benefits have been affected direly this month. Anyway, that's another side. Yeah. Holy shit. Anyway, yeah, there's some a bunch of screw up. It's still going on from the girls' mother passing away last summer. But anyway, we're not getting the real story. We're not. I mean, if you look at the news services, the news is owned by 3 to 4 major oligarchs who own most of the media around the world. And so we're being fed disinformation left and right. And I truly pity those people that don't have the bullshit meter that I do.
Right.
And because I work hard at this. Now I look stuff up every day of every week for this show for all of you guys. Because the last thing I want to do is be inaccurate. The last thing I want to do is be unknowing. And I want to make sure I know what I'm talking about before we hand you guys information, which is what we also show you, like show 103, Christoper's Texas Cube sighting. And I mean, we found it all there together on the show, and you can't argue with that. That's a priceless, immeasurable occasion that I encourage everybody to go back to 103. It's at 4 hours, 20 minutes. And I have that memorized in my brain. What, does that surprise you? That I know the time log of when it happened?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Not at all.
I
Okay.
think it's interesting. Yeah.
But anyway,
It
Go ahead.
you know, I mean, it stood out. It definitely stood out when it happened. You know, because we were just basically chatting while his slideshow was playing, you know, and Sam was like, wait a minute, go back.
yeah,
go
and
back.
Jillian and I both
You know,
freaked out at the same
I'm like,
time. That's the
what is
cube.
it?
That's the cube. You know, we're
I wanna
standing
say-
up in our chair, grabbing the computer board. You know.
Yeah, I want to say hi to Sussy real quick too.
Hi.
He's here. I'm glad you made it, Sussy.
Hi, Sussy.
Yeah. It was a memorable moment, wasn't it? That particular show. It was fun.
You know, we've got a ton of, and I encourage people who are new. If you are, I'm sure if you are listening, of course you're listening. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening. But there's some logic for you.
Yes.
Einstein speaks. Go back and watch show 1, and we are at 105. And I was pondering. I was pondering the other day. Somebody was going, "Yeah, your shows are way too long, dude." And I went, "I don't know how we can ever make it smaller, because there's so much to talk about." And yet we do get together and gossip and say hi to our friends from around the world.
Yeah.
And it's that collective group of people that stay involved, that keep sending this information, that we can correlate it together and get their opinions, so that we can get actually an informed, factual comparative, because without the background information, a picture is useless. And by the way, we got to give a shout out to JD this week. He sent in some real nice stuff, and Andy, Andy Pohl, and who else have we not sung about recently, Rebecca?
Afan.
Oh yeah, I saw Afan. I saw your work this week. Awesome capture. Thank you.
Gosh, I
got
love
Have you got
it.
that? Come on, show us some pictures.
Yeah, well,
Come on,
I
I
will.
want to see some pictures.
Yeah, I do have a video actually for Avon, so we'll do that here in a minute. But first, since we have Sharon with us, I want to show the cyclone clips. It's a short video, but you know, we can just see what happened.
Caught myself talking again.
Okay, so this happened in the last week. Okay, cyclone hit Australia.
Jeez.
We have a funny saying about that. It's just sitting there and just sitting there idle. We call it a typical Australian cyclone.
Okay.
It's gone to the pub, it stopped at the bottle low, it's picked up petrol before it even moves inland.
And that is something that it does in the southern hemisphere, where it doesn't usually do here. So what were your wind speeds?
Some were recorded along the coastline. That's where you see all that erosion. That's on the Gold Coast, and that's all sea foam.
Yeah.
I think they said they were getting over 100 kilometers an hour.
And that's roughly.
And there's a lot of trees down. 100 kilometers an hour would be at least 160 miles an hour.
Wow. So it was
very
category.
strong
What was the category 2 or 3?
It was a category 2 and downgraded to a category 1. And it's still, as we said, it's still sitting there, and it's just rain bombs at the moment. Everyone's getting
So yeah,
inundated with
it's an
300
anticyclonic
millimeters of rain.
cutoff low that's just stably there and still formated. And only
Yep.
the Australians would go jump out into the coast and go swim in it. But
Oh, yeah.
Oh man.
There's a lot of Aussies out there that are taking advantage of it, and they're,
Yeah.
you know, just out there playing in the rain and in the surf. And as you can see by the drop off, that's about 2.5 meters worth.
Yeah.
So lots of erosion on the beaches
Wow.
and major flooding in a lot of towns.
Oh my gosh.
It's probably a good stretch of probably about 200 kilometres. But some of the little islands off the coast, like Bribie Island and Moreton Bay Island, they've been ripped in half and underwater.
wow.
Yeah, so it's been very devastating. Trees down. There's something like 300,000 people in Queensland without power right now.
Oh no.
So, yeah, and a lot of people have got trees in their houses.
Now it's
Again.
entering fall down in your area, right?
It's calm here. In
Yeah.
the morning, we just get a few intermittent showers.
Well, I
and then
meant,
it's
are you guys
sunshine.
entering into autumn?
We're already in autumn. Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa, with all that stuff.
Well, our temperatures have dropped from about, we'll say 100 Fahrenheit. They're down to about 70s now.
That's
But
better.
where I am, nothing like that.
Well,
No
that
wind.
happened to us all pretty much since May of last year. We've been having these superstorms, and we're going to have another one this next week.
Yeah.
And this
Just
is going to happen
incredible.
again. There was some huge sandstorms in the Four Corners region and in Texas this week. It did not make national news.
Yeah. Lots of flooding, lots of towns cut off. Yeah. And again, like anything, people panic buyed, so all the supermarkets were empty. People lining up for hours for petrol or gasoline, if you call it that.
Well, we do have a shipping issue ever since the C virus.
Yes.
Stores and merchants have started tippy-toe buying, and that's a lot of what's going on right now in many different markets, including the car industry and the manufacturing industry. Nobody knows what to do right now because of these threat, on threat, off threat, sanction, tariff crap that's going on in the news. And I'm not going to. Every economist in the world says it's just the stupidest thing, and I will remind people. If you go back in history and look at the Great Depression and how the Great Depression onset did occur in the United States and around the world, that had to do with improper economic attitudes and trade wars. And we're right in the beginning, and right after a pandemic, this is the worst time they could ever do it.
Again, it's all planned.
Yep.
Like a playbook.
It's like self-destruct. They pushed the damn button. We just haven't exploded yet.
Yep. And there's always a new one popping up somewhere.
And, to quote Bernie Sanders, who spoke, I think, this week, that we don't even have time to have any remorse or the opportunity to fail. We have to absolutely get our asses together and stop this. And if we don't put a stop to what's going on with our world economic and governments right now, we are going to suffer far worse. And there's a very short time window for that right now. And I encourage everyone to go out and study the facts and not, and I'm going to hate to say this, but you don't walk, I can't even say it. Won't come out of my mouth. Anyway, there are certain news agencies that you should not watch.
Agreed.
So, I tried to say it, but it wouldn't come out of my mouth. So I didn't want to slander and get sued for it. Anyway.
Yeah. But Thunder's here. Thunder.
Hey, Thunder.
Thunder.
You gotta have that. Yeah, the 3 A's.
Must be time for the Newton's cradle. Who's ready for
Yeah,
the
we're.
Newton's cradle?
I think we are being distracted, sort of, mostly on purpose. And then there's, we can talk about, 100 other things that would get us blocked. And remember, oh, by the way, did you notice last week, Rebecca, at the end of the show, there was a little glitch.
I noticed something happened. The show wouldn't end. That was embarrassing too.
Oh, it was
Like,
okay. We just kept chatting
Isn't
behind the
that weird?
scenes.
Okay,
That was
so
awesome.
everything appeared. It said end. It ended, like the show ended on StreamYard. It said end. But yeah, I had people messaging me around 2 a.m. saying the chat's still alive.
Yep.
People are still
Right.
And I started chatting with Rodney about 5 a.m. It was still alive at 5 a.m.
Right,
But
because it was telling me that it was live, but then I saw about 3.5 seconds of you saying something, and that's all I saw.
It was going. It's me. I was going bye 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 like that or something.
Yeah,
I was like, how
right.
embarrassing. Yes, but
And
I
it
think it's
didn't
okay
post
now.
until literally the next day.
Yeah, I'm glad it
Grandma.
Yeah,
worked out.
so there was a glitch.
I'm glad it
Well,
worked
remember
out.
you got messed with during the show. They remember you got dropped off the live, and then you protested, and
Yes,
then they reassigned
I
you. But
did. Right.
there was some
Weird.
noodling in the factory of the back of the clock there. So
Thunder.
I just
She tried to
figured I'd
get back
mention
in.
that.
I was. You could chat. It was kind of fun though. I mean, people could
Weird.
still chat with each other hours after the show ended, and my computer was turned off. It wasn't
Weird.
anything. I don't know
Very
how it was
strange.
staying on.
Somebody
It
was
very
spying on you, trying to get dirty laundry, man.
It was fun.
It's
Yeah.
a conspiracy. They're out to get us. The big they.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Hey,
I totally
I wanna
believe
beat 'em.
they exist. Many theys. They.
So
Well,
I'm going to show you all a video. It's actually Sharon. She shares cool pictures. Like she finds cool pictures and shares them in my group. She copies the whole post. And anyway, it's just some extraordinarily beautiful images. Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm going to play it. Okay. I got it put together on a slideshow. And
thanks, Rebecca.
that'd be nice. Yeah. Well, I love everything you share. So let's get it pulled up here. I have a couple I made from things that you've. Oh no! Hang on a second.
Well, I have a surprise for Sam.
Bear with me.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I gotta find
If
it.
you recall, we had a talk about lab coats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
found my lab coat. Would you like to see it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'll
come
just-
on.
I'll
Oh
just
yeah,
grab
I'll
it
do
for
it.
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. See, I did you tie? I think she tie-dyed her lab coat.
Oh, cool.
Oh, yes. Let me put it on before I show you.
And I had the tie-dye bug the other day too.
It's fun, isn't it?
I was looking at my tie-dye stuff, and I have a bundle of T-shirts that I haven't even taken out of the package yet. And I actually it's spring, so I can actually do tie-dye. There you go.
Here we are.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, cool. Check it out.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, it's got
Yeah.
a skull on the back.
My biohazard
looks
here,
great.
and I have flammable here, and I also have
Whoa.
what's this
Oh,
one?
that's cool.
Radioactive.
Radiation hazard here.
Yeah.
Right.
Hand painted the skull for poison.
Yeah, the skull's
Oh
great.
yeah.
Yeah.
sounds good.
Speaking of
Nice.
It took me about 6 hours to wrap
That's
this
great.
thing.
oh yeah, they take a bunch of time.
That looks great.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't know if did you use a vinegar base to your dyes?
I used all natural food. So
Oh, okay, all right.
the purple is beetroot, and then you've got the turmeric, and then
Oh, cool.
Okay.
blueberry dyes.
Nice.
all natural.
you look very pastel, and you're ready for Easter. And
I'm here, and the kids love this. They absolutely love it.
Cool. Yeah, I like the skull on the back and all the
Yeah.
tattoos you have on it. That's really cool.
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, the radioactive bit's actually quite funny as well when you think about the two
Yeah,
songs.
Yeah, my biohazard
I know.
too. So.
Now you need your own like a TikTok channel.
Right?
You should
Oh,
do that.
Yeah.
You give
Have
little
you seen some
science
of these,
lessons. Little
Yeah,
mini
have you seen
lessons.
some of those creators that do tie-dye
That'd
on
be good.
TikTok? They do some of the craziest things with these shirts.
Yeah.
It's weird. You got to check it out.
She could do
I've watched a lot of
experiments.
those.
Art.
Yeah.
Definitely an art. Well,
Yeah,
I'm going to
I,
take this off now.
I have a whole collection of tie-dye dyes and tubs, and I think my rubber bands have decayed, but I was thinking I needed to buy more cotton string and new rubber bands, and that's all. And I might even have one or two bundles of T-shirts. But during COVID, I made tie-dye T-shirts because we had to have home projects to do to keep busy, and then they stopped making T-shirts, and you couldn't get them. So I stopped buying them, and I've thought many a time about actually going. I would love to, go to hippie fairs and sell tie-dye T-shirts, and it could be a great little business. But I'd have purple brown hands for the rest of my life. But
Yeah.
well, you
We
wear
used to be
gloves, of
really
course.
into. Yeah, we used to be into a lot of steampunk and things too. So that involved taking old things and making them into new, especially watch parts and gears and
you
levers.
happen to know that I am wearing my tie-dye Led Zeppelin T-shirt as we speak. I
Nice.
looked down and went, "Oh yeah, I'm wearing tie-dye today." Yeah, I love it. And
Awesome.
the darker colors I'm fancying more. I like the deep purples and the blacks and the deep reds and the deep blues and even to the oranges and magentas in combination. And I've got the one I'm wearing right now. It was so masterfully done. It's just you almost got the South African colors in there and all of that. And I'm finding that I used to stick too many colors in. And so you can make the red and the black, and you can make the blue and the this and the blue and the greens. But when you start mixing the colors, you have to be very, very careful. And it's a process to learn. It's really cool. But I do love tie dyeing.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm a hippie.
I want to say hi to Anissa. Rabians is here. Hi, Anissa.
Hiya.
And DJ is here. Hello, DJ. Good to see you.
Glad you're back.
And Farrell Forrest. Y'all know who that is, right? It's our friend Bruce Martin. He's another one we have to have back on the show again. It's like it's going to take multiple visits to get to know somebody. You can't just have them on once and, just saying, because they got more to share too. So
here we are talking about tie-dye when we're supposed to be talking about the planets.
I know. Okay, I got the video ready. I have it ready. So
But I
here
promise I
are.
will find it for you.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you shared it. So
Thank
I
you.
just,
Well, my lab coat is still white.
what occasion did you make it for? I mean, is there something else besides the show?
It was it was like a project for school. Again, making our own colours from food substances and teaching the kids how to make them. Yeah.
Yeah. I get it. Okay. Just curious.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Anissa. That's sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, we do have our issues that come up, all the time, but somehow it all works out. So
See how we're going with that video.
right. I know. I had to resave it. I don't know why it wasn't
Good grief.
on demand, but here we go, guys. Things from Sharon. Things that she has shared. Things that caught her eye, we'll say.
Nice.
Yeah, treasures.
Wow. That has got to be a Saturn yellow moon. The sun is behind us, so maybe that's necessity.
Sure looks
Look
like
how-
her.
Yeah, look how dark the ocean is.
Mm.
Okay, on the left, of course, is Uri, and then the white clouds and that dot above the second light pole is one of the asteroids, if not the Empire Orb. This is that ion tail I was talking about that goes around both sides of a Saturn yellow moon now. I saw it yesterday. This,
I've seen that a
Very
bit
timely.
today and yesterday, yeah.
okay, this is on the left-hand side of the sun. Yeah,
That's what I
the
stopped
bottom.
the car for.
Yeah, that's probably looks like the bottom of Uri.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where the light is on the far right, going to the left. So this is Uri.
Mm-hmm.
Insane! Look how dark that is. Look, it's
Wow.
purple. Notice the color of the lightning.
Yes.
Only high atmosphere lightning is purple.
Mm-hmm.
So this came from all the way up on the top of our atmosphere, and that doesn't normally happen. And we never had purple lightning until 2010.
Mm-hmm. The shadow.
Yeah. Open core. See that little open
Southeast
area?
Queensland.
That could be the bottom of Necessity. See how it's illuminated green inside that circle?
Mm-hmm.
I've been noticing on the next rad and all of that satellite footage that the planetary shadows are back really bad again. So keep your eye on that when you see a funky shadowing that moves across the continent and yet doesn't match the daily light pattern. It's showing you that something is passing in front of Earth and causing a shadow. We've talked about that for a decade.
Mm-hmm. And we're experiencing king tides at the moment, so that's another reason why we've got so much erosion on the beaches, not just from the cyclone.
Yeah, I noticed they're calling them king tides, and it's like the
Yes.
supermoon and all of that.
Mm.
That looks like the
But yeah,
lead
we're
asteroid.
supposed to get an eclipse or something.
That is on the 14th. That will be
Pi
the
day.
blood moon eclipse.
Oh,
Yep.
cool.
Look at that.
And yeah, this
Look
is,
at that thing.
that's the Saturn's yellow moon right there. See the flame-like clouds, and it's on the right-hand side. These are two. One of them is a red asteroid, and one of them is a lead asteroid. And believe it or not, the red asteroid's on the left, and the lead asteroid's on the right.
Mm-hmm.
That corkscrew thing in the distance.
Yeah, that would be the spiral
Roswell.
asteroid just off the deck that we have pictures coming in this week over, all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
This is the bottom of, well, a planet, I can tell you that. Yeah. The yellow is the sky, the blue and purple is planet.
Yes.
Is that the direction of sunset?
Yes.
Okay, so Matim is illuminated there in that shot.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the bottom of
left.
Uri, and Matim is the white illuminated area in the middle right with the asteroid at the bottom. Oh boy, look at it. That looks like a close-up of the red asteroid. Which is weird because it's going in a very strange place compared to what I expected. And then this is the lead asteroid coming in from in front of a Saturn's yellow moon. And the ion trail is the purple area in the upper right corner.
Yeah.
And these are the asteroids coming in, crossing over the top of us from the left to the right now in certain parts of the rotation.
Wow.
And this is the bottom of Saru.
Beautiful. Wow.
That big, huge, massive yellow open core.
Beautiful. Look at that.
Same.
It's incredible.
That's Saru, and there's a rounded object dead center, and I don't know exactly what that is. Planetary or asteroid discharge. We are entering the close pass cycle.
Wow.
Here we go.
Look at that.
That is probably Atu's moon discharging.
Yeah. Okay.
Look at the bulgy bum.
And the majority color of how much purple this is.
Incredible.
Now this is yellow, so this might be atmospheric lightning. We can't fully attest, but here again, the bottom of Saru. Orange illumination.
Uh-huh.
She has a very large open core and a very thick core base, whereas Nepacity has a smaller open core and a 3-tiered banded base core. It's much thinner than Saru. These are asteroids coming in. This is the Tan asteroid with Uri above it.
Mm-hmm.
That is the Skull asteroid and Pappy, Tan asteroid, and Lorraine. This is probably the open core of Saru again, but boy, that would be big. Is this recent?
Yes.
Okay, wow. Saru is getting big.
These
that
are all
open
marked
core.
because
Wow, I wonder if she's moving over to the right, which is completely within the possibility.
Golly, already going over already.
Well, remember, she's in Australia,
Yeah.
so she's seeing it at a different angle than we are.
Yeah.
And it falls into what my brain's been telling me. Boy, there again, you've got the Skull asteroid, you've got two sets of planets coming in from the right and the left there in that shot. This is the side. This is the side of a Saturn and a Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
Very large. And this is what I saw yesterday, just right out my north window. You can see very large as Saturn's yellow moon, but then his Saturn is right directly behind it and very big.
Wow.
And I saw that out my window yesterday.
Oh, look at that.
Yep.
undeniable.
Yeah, look at the dark blue. That's the planet.
Right at the top.
The illuminated cloud is what happens when the sun shines on the side of that planet.
Mm-hmm.
Discharging asteroids because it's purple.
And most of these are on
Oh,
the
this is
east
cool.
coast, so
This is the bottom of Uri with several asteroids. It's older
Sydney Harbour.
photograph.
Yep.
This is the I'm gonna say that this is the drop snorkel of Attu's moon
Wow.
in the snail pit. This is the snorkel of Nepacity, because notice where the light is coming from. It's
Mhm.
coming from our left, and we know that Nepacity is in the center south. Here, this is illumination of the bottom of Uri. Very strange. Or it might even be Attu and Attu's moon and Uri.
Okay.
Again, Attu's moon and Uri causing this really weird left-sided planetary
It's
effect.
kind of like a ripple, isn't it? It's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and this, of course, is the red asteroid again.
wow.
And little sister's the little lighter dot in the center.
Oh, that's great.
Check out the little speck in there.
There again. Yeah, there's one in front of the red asteroid again, and I've forgotten to mention that, and we've never named it, but there is a smaller asteroid that is, and you can see it in this shot as well. It's a tiny, smaller little circle, a little bit littler than little sister. So we're gonna have to come up with some sort of name. I think we might have named it. I'm gonna have to go look back. I know that Casper is somewhere in there as well. But I don't think Casper's directly in front of the red asteroid. I think it's farther away from the red asteroid.
Wow.
This, of course, is the
Rainbow.
multi-banded Nepacity. And if you look, the light is coming from behind us again. So we'd be looking south-southwest.
Mhm.
And the blue area is what's of interest because that's the side of a planet. And so is this. That could easily be Nepacity.
Oh.
Now, Nepacity is a small planet, and she travels very close to us. And we're swimming in between Nepacity, Attu, and Uri right now. And then we see Isatum's yellow moon the moment that Nibiru and Isatum come in and at us, but they're heading in a different sort of way away from us already, and yet at us at the same time. It's weird because they rotate. Atu's moon. We know this pattern over and over again, and the asteroids coming in from the left down.
Wow.
That's over the Gold Coast.
Well,
Yeah, and you have to look at the size, and people, it's just a supercell. No, you have to look up above it. And
It's a
these are the
rainbow
asteroids
star.
under Uri.
Hmm.
The one often called the Dragon,
sure.
and Wormwood, and a couple other names, and have been documented. This has got the spiral asteroid in the middle of it. I love this one.
Wow.
This is underneath. This is the bottom of Uri again, and the Tan asteroid, and Lorraine, and Pappy, and the small one in front, and little inside corner of the Texas cube. Here again, this is the Dragon. This is what these are these asteroids under Uri.
And everybody says, "Oh, pretty sunset."
This is lead asteroid is
Right.
Saturn's yellow moon and is Saturn. Oh, and the long box cube.
You're right, experimental. Higgins storm chasers are out there all the time grabbing great shots.
Oh, and I would love to tell them what they're actually looking at half the time, but I
I
don't.
know, right?
They
Well,
don't
when-
usually listen. They do.
Oh.
I've tried different times, and a dronographer here in Tulsa.
Okay.
I tried to approach him a couple of times, and he didn't like it. He told me to basically stay away. So,
Wow.
Thanks, Carolyn.
so now
Well,
I
we've
know.
had God. How
So-
many people have been actually hostile towards us over the years?
they're not open. That's for sure. A lot of them
No,
are.
well, because
weather
and,
chasers.
this also
yeah.
happened to me with the government. You tell those scientists that they're wrong, and they don't
okay.
like it.
Andrew.
They don't like it, and you hurt their little ego. And Okay,
Right. The higher
that-
educated,
can you go back
the worse it is. I can. Yep.
just to
hang
that
on a second.
purple picture right there?
That one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look at that.
If I'm judging the light correctly, that is Nibiru.
Oh. Wow.
Nice.
So yeah, it was that a moon of hers right there.
That
Yeah.
square
Wow,
box is
that's
rather
awesome.
interesting. There's a
Yeah,
star,
that
there's a
boxy
star
looking thing.
destroyer there, and let me blow that
Yep.
up real quick.
I'll go back and get it, and we'll look at it closer in a minute. I'll go back and screenshot it.
There's a lot going on right there.
Analyze it. Analyze it.
Wow, look at that one. Oh,
Whoops.
hang on. There's
Okay.
another one.
Keep going.
Yeah, keep on.
Okay. Hi, Andrea. She's here, everybody.
Hey.
Andrea
Oh,
made
Andrea.
it.
Yeah, I gotta come back down to a smaller screen here. Okay, that way I can stay on top of the old comment section.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, look, that's the light shining underneath the edge of Uri.
Thanks, Jennifer.
And Matim is right there too in that view, although you don't see it very well, but we know it's there. Okay, God, I'm trying to figure out where the sunset. Okay, the sunset is dead center, so we should be looking at Uri, and this is a lead asteroid. It's Saturn's yellow moon. You can see lead asteroid over by the palm tree on the left, and again. And the long box cube and a couple of something others right there. Craft flies. And that, of course, is the
Glass house
asteroid under
mountain.
Uri. Because the light's coming from the left. I mean, the right, excuse me. Uh-oh. We're at 1 hour, 52 minutes, and I'm already dingy. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Come on, Coca-Cola.
Yep.
I was going to say, only the Coke can save you now.
Right? Pretty soon he's going to start mixing Ricola and Coke together, and then all bets
Oh,
are off.
my gosh.
Oh, I know. And they don't taste good. together.
Boy.
Well, I don't want to scare you, Sam, but drinking carbonated beverages increases the acidity of your blood.
Yeah.
It takes 14 glasses of water to counteract the carbon dioxide in one can.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's rather uncomfortable, and I only drink pop because of my
gonna
voice.
drink some more
Because
water.
I get, I talk for 5, 6, 7 hours, and then I get a scratchy throat. So I drink for the
that.
carbonation.
Wow. I've never heard that before. That just
1, 2, 3
Damn.
bands. But this is the
Yeah.
bottom of Nepenthe, even though it's purple.
like I know people that's
Yeah,
all
this
they
one's
drink
great.
is pop. I mean, like that's they're zero water in their life. I don't know how they're still up
Crazy,
and
right?
going. I don't know. Yeah, but they zero water. It's like
But not just that,
Kool-Aid
the
or
But the amount of
Yeah.
sugar in a can of Coke, you've
Oh.
got 16 teaspoons of sugar in a can of Coke.
And the Red Bull or those
insane.
energy drinks are even worse.
Yeah.
Well, they've
Right.
got chemicals like taurine and things in them, and that's like a male testosterone booster.
Oh,
So
Did not know
Babies,
that either.
anyone? Babies, anyone?
gee, no, not today.
Huh.
So no,
Crazy.
like you, Rebecca, I have not touched soft drinks since I left Coca-Cola in, what was it, 1998?
Okay, I mean
Because
that's
part of
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because part of the quality control is to actually taste to see if it's right. So
yeah.
yeah,
wow.
the things I've seen being made in my lifetime in the food industry.
Oh,
It's like Vegemite. You guys sit there and go, "Oh, why is Vegemite so salty?" Well, Vegemite was invented in the 30s, and it was a byproduct after they made beer. So all the sludge at the bottom of the tanks, they thought, "What can we use this for?"
sure.
They used to sell it for feed, and then somebody decided, "Oh, let's cook it up and see what happens," and they put it through what they called a condenser.
Rebecca, can you go
And
back
that's
to
how
that
it's like.
amazing purple one that was two
Yeah.
before this one?
Sorry. Okay.
So
Yeah, that one. No, next.
Oh,
one
Next.
before.
next one. No.
No,
I'll,
no.
Okay, I'll start it back right there. Yeah, I'm familiar with Vegemite, but I didn't think it had a very good flavor anyway.
Yeah,
Well, it's a yeast product.
I have had a
Yeah.
couple of jars of that in my lifetime, and I am not a fan.
Nah,
Well, as an
it's
Aussie,
wild what
you
they'll
sort of-
make food products. Just like you said, they find it at the bottom of a barrel, and they're like, "What can we make this out of?" Well, how can we sell this?
Right, turn a dime.
Well, we
Yeah.
just got to. All we have to do is send them our Smucker's peanut butter jelly mix. The ones that are mixed with the little lines in the jar, the Smucker.
Oh, we get
Yeah,
all
that
the
one.
imports.
Oh, wow.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay, there.
Yes, we get the fluffy marshmallows and all of that kind of stuff.
Good. Yeah.
What's
Well,
this, Sam?
hey, you know something? We have not started a trade war with Australia. I wonder why.
Oh. We need that back.
Yeah.
What's this, Sam? Look at it.
I am looking at it. Okay, we are. Okay, we see where the yellow sun is. We assume that's the yellow sun.
Right.
Okay, so we know that Uri would be to the left in the upper light area, and we are seeing a reddish illumination across the sunset. So that could be refractive colors off the face of a Saturn. However, I do see the illuminated white area dead center, so I'm going to assume that this is Attu's moon, Attu, and Uri.
Wow.
Amazing.
Cool.
Because of the white illumination in the middle.
Mm-hmm. That big smear thing, is that Attu's moon, like that blob?
Attu's moon would be the illuminated white area dead center, and Attu is behind it, and Uri is behind that. And these clouds at the base and the white are all the asteroids coming in. That one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Freezy.
Except in this, the Attu's moon in that other shot, Attu's moon would be farther forward to where it says February 15th. It would be moved farther forward. So you're seeing that older spatially illuminated drawing where Attu is now going over the top of us and is much larger. And part of what's going on in a lot of people's captures is that we're seeing an effect that we saw, maybe 5 years ago. They come at us again, and they're coming to us, and they're so big. and then they go
Mm.
over the top of us, and then they're really big, and then they go beyond us, and then that adds an entirely different effect as well. So it's gotten a little more difficult for everybody to stay on board with what they're seeing. And in some cases, I want to hand people 3 examples, because that's exactly what's going on, is those 3 examples of them passing over the top of us and then into the light. Now look at the lighting in this. Where is the sun coming from? To our right.
Mm-hmm.
So we are looking at the edge of the asteroids Attu's moon Uri, and the Texas cube is in the top center, slightly to the right of center at the top of the picture. That's where the Texas cube is.
Yeah.
And we know that, and all because we know that for so many years now. All you have to do is look for it, and there it is. There it is. There it is. I saw it today by eye outside in my driveway. So, this is so proven, people. We have done this for so long, and yes, we're kind of calloused and nulled and numb to a lot of this stuff. And people are going, "Well, all I see is clouds," but you really have to give us the benefit of the doubt, and/or please prove us wrong. Because we have studied this so heavily for so long, and even AI knows who we are, and
you can't put it down to pareidolia, because pareidolia is a made-up word.
Well, yeah, that's recognition of faces in the clouds.
Yeah, but that's what they put it down to. They sit there and they go, "What are you seeing? It's pareidolia." No, pareidolia is a made-up word,
right?
Because scientists could not come up with a definition for what we're seeing.
Right, and that has to do with the artistic license of the human brain.
That I agree with Sharon. I have to. I mean, I can't. Okay, there's just no way. I mean, like
when you see the skull in the sky, you can't sit there and go,
"That one, But I myself, I have seen the Grim Reaper that was thousands of miles long, and then I have seen hundreds of thousands of other spirits tucked underneath of Uri in that asteroid field. And we've talked about this, and we've talked about it, and I have seen it so many times, and I've had so many people send them in and ask me, "Are we really looking at what it looks like we're looking at?" And this is where I go to the old Greek legends, and we talk about, or Egyptian legends, Apophis and Ra, and how Ra was up in his spacecraft above Earth in his heavenly craft, and he would stop every night he would shoot at Apophis with his staff and he'd scream at him, "No, you cannot eat my people." And there's part of a tale that goes back through Sumerian legend where we talk about the giants. And the giants had an argument with the gods, or the demigods above them. And they were holding back the commodities of the reason that they were here on Earth, and they were governors in which to make sure that the smaller humans would produce, and they and their herds and their masses would produce X commodities. But they decided to hold back and try to ask for a little bit better working conditions and more, part of the share. And this is, of course, where we ended up with these nuclear blast points all over the planet that happened thousands of years before the invention of nuclear weapons. And we find these sites all over the planet with these radioactive occurrences that modern empirical science cannot explain. Like, for example, the clearing of all life over the top of North America about 15,000 years ago. And where it wiped out, it wiped out it didn't hit the continent, it blew up over the continent, and it sanitized the soil, and there was not even a microbe living from middle of Canada to middle of Mexico. And this is what, of course, transitioned to the animal types that went on at the end of the Ice Age, etc., and the move in of one creature to another, and a repopulation of different diverse species, including, did you know that at one point in time, the camel originated in America? And we had saber-toothed tigers and all of this. So anyway, there's a lot to history that people kind of muddle into one tiny little ball when there's so many different things in between in history. That's why, I'm an absolute history addict. I just have to fill in the blanks. I gotta know. Anyway.
Well,
Yeah.
it's like
Well-
they keep finding new archaeological evidence all the time of Indigenous Australians, and they've posted them back to 60,000 years ago. So
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then the land
and
bridge.
they've got stories.
The
And
buried.
they've got stories of the ice melting and sea levels rising. So
Right.
I
Oh,
came
look at
across
that.
a map the other day of all the Indigenous places on the coastline that they actually witnessed, and this is the
Australia
story
was
they put
connected
out.
to Indonesia through a land bridge. But prior to the Great Flood, the increase of the melt off of the Ice Age. Now, Indonesia and parts of Australia were probably not even buried in ice, where the northern hemisphere was and the southern hemisphere was up to a point. But
Yes.
the Indonesia and the central equator were not frozen under the ice, and there were civilizations that lived all the way up until the passing of the last event of the passing of the planets. And this is, of course, when Santorini last blew up and all of that. And wiped out the Mycenaeans and the Minoans, and and the ending of the Sea People and all of that. And we, when you go to any different archaeologist, and no 3 of them or 5 of them in one room are going to agree on any timeline. But then you have to also go back into the Egyptian dynasties between the 16th and the 19th dynasty and start looking into that information and all of that. And it's just insane. And
well, there has to be some transmigration, because we're here in Gosford. We've got something called the Gosford glyphs, and
and global migration
Egyptians
happened. Period. They had no choice. I mean, we look at the Turkey and Constantinople and all of that region where they were. It was the breadbasket, and then we know that the climate changed drastically, and then we talk about the people. The lighter-skinned, fair-skinned Aryans that moved into India and brought in the Moors and then we've forgotten, long ago the Mongols and then the Northern Germanic tribes and all of that with multiple move-ins and move-outs and move-ins and move-outs. There was a great, people talk about the Great Wall of China. Did you know that the Great Wall of China literally goes all the way damn near to Turkey?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 2.5 times the length of the United States.
Wow.
That's what I heard somebody explain it.
And
as.
those the age of that, the older part was closer to the Eastern Baltic regions, Turkey and and all of that, and the Baltic Sea and all of that, and the Caspian Sea and all of that. And there were so many battles and so many conquerings and this and that and Mesopotamians and the Greeks and these guys fought and those guys fought and then back and forth and then countries being taken, including the Sumerians and Ur and all of that.
I'm gonna play this video while you talk, but it's
okay. Well, I'll cut it short. The whole moral to the story is we've seen climate change and climate migration. An example again is look at what's going on in Africa right now, Northern Africa. Yeah, these civilizations.
I love this
nobody
stuff. I
can
love
freaking carve that in our
like a machine.
Yeah,
right. We can't make that today. These were civilizations that lived through the last ice age.
Some people say that they are Vinmanas that are stuck in the ground.
Well, there are races that live here on Earth that live underground.
Of course.
And there are, if you talk to the Greek, they would refer to them as the Magi. Wow. And then there are more.
Oh, look at the
We
detail.
only have to look at some of the buried cities, like Deranaku and all of those.
Oh, and they're just now discovering brand new buried underground cities that are beyond their wildest dreams. And all of this is shit. Oh, by the way, do you know that the chambers underneath the feet of the Sphinx has been opened?
Oh, of course, yes.
And they found technological space alien equipment.
Yep, but they're not going to make that public.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this last week's show that that the new space telescope has discovered Dyson spheres.
Yeah.
I posted something on Dyson spheres the other day.
And now remember, take into account there could be multiple different sizes. There could be a Dyson
Sure.
sphere around an entire solar system. There could be a Dyson sphere around a planet, or a Dyson sphere of a small area of locality that smaller ships or starships or cubes could fly in and out of.
And how do they
So-
carve that out of a mountain?
I know, right? What?
Yeah. Yeah, right. And look that up. I mean, Tunisia and all of that, and yeah,
Look at the elephants; they're all facing the cardinal points.
right.
And
And
what
there's
energy
no way-
source did they use to power up whatever technology they were using? Like,
Yeah, there
Yep.
is no
And
way
how do-
that you had, and in the time it was taken to build this, there is no way they had enough skilled tradesmen to be able to carve what we cannot carve today.
yeah.
People sit there and go, "Oh, they're petrified." I sit there and I go, "What? Maybe
No, these are computerized laser carvings.
Yeah.
they have to be."
That is just like what you said, Sharon. It's carved right out of the bedrock. Look at that.
Yep. And there's no evidence
Wow.
of where the material went.
Right,
You know,
exactly.
like,
They cannot find the spoil. Now that mountain right there could be a spoil heap, but
it could be. But look at the detail.
yeah, you can't. Nobody can carve that. We don't even have the math for that today.
Nope.
What is that? That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
An,
Yeah,
an
it is
Australian chap here at one of the universities has just finished deciphering a Sumerian tablet,
Yeah.
which involves, you know, the mathematics involved in some of these things. So I'm going to do a bit more research and look
I'll
into
have
that.
to remind people that in 900 and 800 and 700 BC, or excuse me, 80, I apologize, AD, the Mayans and the Incans were also in possession of astrological equations that we still barely understand,
Mm.
including the Mayan calendar.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Look at that stuff. I mean, the
representation
perfection.
of what you were looking at right
Wow.
there. It's not a wheel, it's a calendar.
Exactly.
And you have to, when you look at
Look at
any of these
that.
arts, do not discount the border that they're set into.
This almost
Don't-
looks like a machine of some type, like a. It looks like a turbine, or who knows what it is.
Right. See,
And then you got
that.
the
you
I mean,
couldn't
that's
call
like
it
the
that.
machine. That's
Yeah.
like it had some kind of function.
Yes.
like it's spun or something, generating
Yeah.
power.
Looks like a generator out of a
Look at
nuclear
it.
reactor or
It's
something.
spun. That thing spun.
Yeah.
Or had
It could
something
have
that
been
went
a big
around it.
pulley. It could even be pulleys pulling things.
Sure.
Could be frequency creating devices.
Oh, they'd all have their own harmonics. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, the rooms you walk into and they echo greatly
Oh.
and they're harmonically balanced.
Yeah, the actual.
They're absolutely carved. You could not pay the highest quality tradesmen for 100 years to build this, and yet they're building 30 and 40 years,
Hmm.
quote unquote. You know, I mean, according to whose science? You always have to ask that. According to who?
Exactly. That's the
I
first thing
believe
always ask.
these are cathedrals built by prior civilizations that we're not even aware of.
Yeah, and then somebody's claimed them as their own.
Right.
Right.
People moved
Yep.
in, people moved in, people moved in, people moved in. And they're so well built, and they were civilizations before us. And there were, I mean, guys,
Look at the
you know,
nose.
since
Look
the,
at
the
Look at that!
management,
Look at the blackness on them. Like, what was that? Like a
That's
Water.
nuclear
water
water.
quality down. That's
Yeah,
water. Yeah.
since the
Water
takeover of
erosion.
planet Earth, approximately 300 to 400,000, but we'll run off for 300,000 years. There has been 83 passings.
Oh, this isn't
Of
Tibet,
Nibiru.
isn't it?
And you just think of how many civilizations have come and gone in those,
Oh.
passings of the binary
Hundreds.
If
system.
this planet's rocks could tell us what they had witnessed
Right.
before us,
They
you know?
do tell.
And
us.
they do. I mean, don't they say that that objects hold memories? If we only could tune into that stuff.
Look at that. That
That's
is
beautiful. Look at it.
unbelievable.
Look at
Amazing
it.
I mean, we don't do very good wiring. I wish they had a telephone pole to go along with that, but
Look at
It's just
that.
endless.
Look at that one in the back. Look at this thing.
You know, and there's
This was
other
work done.
unexplainable things. You know, like in India, they've got that big pole that's made out of metal. It's never rusted. It's never
Right.
corroded.
Right.
That is
you can't even
that
put your
is
arms around it.
that's iron. If you have poured iron, where you actually boil iron into a mold, it will last 1,000 years. And funny, steel doesn't do that. And there's an equation between iron and steel where iron, if you make an iron cannonball, it'll be there 300 years later. But if you make a steel cannonball, which is even harder, it won't.
Right.
Yeah, well, steel is mostly the addition of silicon and chromium, which makes it non-resistant to scratching as well.
And the carbon molecules don't lay down the same.
No, and then the cubic structures are altered. Instead of them being cubic, they're hexagonal. So that also gives them additional durability.
And then, of course, it depends on the manufacturer. If you pour steel at sea level, you get salt in your pore, and then the salt eats it from the inside out.
Yeah.
I must ask some of my colleagues if they've been to this thing.
And that's why Toyotas rust faster than American cars.
Oh, can't see me currently.
Because if you pour steel at
Gillian.
sea level versus steel even a few hundred feet higher in altitude, steel forms in cooling and different. Yeah, these are so precise that this is just.
Yeah.
This is a society that is far, far advanced than we are, and we're taking it for granted because these are brown people, and we're going, oh yeah, they had a whole bunch of slaves and they did this. No, these are skilled workers that. And
the metals that were used in the construction of this pole was rust resistant.
Some of these structures are easy 1,000, 2,000 years old when they're getting credit.
It says this one was a minimum of 1,600 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like,
the steel pole I was talking about, sorry.
It's like in King Tut's tomb, he has a blade that was meteoric iron.
Yes.
And they keep telling us that they chipped out the pyramids using copper tools. How is that possible?
Huh.
So they obviously have.
And not only that, you don't write your scientific secrets out on a public notification, like if we were handing out the nuclear codes on the side of the Washington Monument.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, look at these things. They're incredible, aren't they? Look at them.
Yeah.
I still want to go to Petra. Oh my, I would love to go to Petra.
The Ajanta Caves.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you got the Eleonora Caves.
Yeah, Eleonora, that's these.
It's just absolutely
Yep.
baffling. Because all of this was carved out of one single rock. Imagine that.
Yeah,
how
one single rock.
Unbelievably mathematical and intelligent and advanced you would
Oh,
have
I would
be
love to
do
go
such a
there.
thing.
Yeah.
Oh, who would? Let's go as a group tour.
Oh.
We'd never come out. We'd never come out. We'd be in there.
Yeah,
We'd take a
I'd move
tent
in.
and-
I bring my meditation pillow and we'd move in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Take some night goodies with us. Backpack.
Yeah.
And that probably is built on the electrical ley lines of the Earth as well.
Yeah, something that would augment the power.
Yeah, I'll go turn
They
it
would,
on,
they would
man.
of course do that, man. Jeez.
Yeah.
Bring the electrical vibe and the key to turn on the mountain. Dun, dun.
Look at that.
See, it
It's
does
like
move.
a
Look,
huge-
that thing's
Yep.
still moving.
Well,
And
that's
that.
the one where you do that's where you have the wishes and you turn it.
Yeah.
Then you've got ones where they've got balls in
Oh.
mouths that are enclosed. How do they do that?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Look
how
at that
do we-
one. How do you do that?
How'd you get that in
terrible.
there? Because that's kind of like the Towie balls they found here in Scotland. I mean,
Now they're
Yeah.
just showing off. Now they're just showing off. That's all.
That process is continuing day by day and minute by minute.
There are many different secret caves. There's that one that's got like 11 doors on it, and they've opened like 3 or 4 of them and found all kinds of crazy shit in them. And the government won't let this out, and the government won't let It's like, guys, these are other civilizations before us.
Definitely.
They have to be.
yeah, come on, man, share.
And this is, climate change as well. Their culture died because we went through a climate change, and what they normally grow and commodities and all of that. And
See,
And
look, frequency. Sorry, Sam. Yeah, I know, but it's unbelievable.
Yep. That's Praveen Monahan. He's prolific, and he's been suppressed too because he's showing too much of this stuff.
Well, they
They were
don't
just
want
out
people
there.
to know that there are extraterrestrials, and these are older civilizations that had close ties and meetings with extraterrestrials. The Aztecs, the Mayans, or the
Oh, look at that!
the
Sorry.
Olmecs
Yep.
and all of that before them had regular meetings, not with the planets, but with the cubes.
Wow.
The cubes have been to Earth within the last 1,000 years.
Sure.
And
Wow.
probably many times, and they're intergalactic cubes, and this is why it shows up. This is why the Jewish people walk around with a square black cube on their forehead.
Yeah, I was
This is
wondering
why the
about
people
that.
walk around the Hajj, which is a square black cube. This is why the Aztecs and the Mayans put in the Thunderbird, with the head of the Thunderbird being a square cube.
Wow.
It's time marker of their return. There are other civilizations and people, like I've said 100 times, mom and dad are back.
Yeah.
And we got to make sure we don't, pick up the spilled potato chips and make sure we didn't break the TV.
Right.
Look at the precision.
Right.
My goodness.
Right. Look at that. It's like the size. It's like the
It's like
diameter of
somebody
a hair.
carved that.
Yeah. Amazing. You know? Look at that. The detail.
We should get some interpreter telling us what each of those little things is. Like, it's not fair that we don't know because it's amazing.
Sounds like obsidian.
Yeah, listen to the tone.
Good night, Audrey.
The hardness of this stuff too, it's not
Right,
just
right.
limestone. We're talking granite and basalt,
And you don't carve that with copper tools.
look at the
Or a
squares.
stone
They have
that looks
20
like a
points
jigsaw
of
puzzle.
contact.
Look at the stones that look like a jigsaw puzzle.
Those are in
Yeah.
Peru,
Yeah,
I
Those
believe.
right
look,
there.
the one in the middle. The one in the middle has 20 points of contact.
Wow.
Hmm.
So how do they know?
That
That's
right
Japan.
there, they're
That-
so close together.
That was carved by a machine.
Unbelievable.
Sam, why is the capstone missing from off the top of the Great Pyramid?
Yeah.
Because of what it was made of.
What are they,
Gold.
gold?
It was probably silver or gold.
Silver?
Probably silver. Or a mixture therein. I mean, could have, carbon. I, to this day, believe that the pyramids are a power, a
Batteries.
broadcast power station.
Sure.
And you have tuned equipment that picks up the harmonic, because the pyramids display a rather interesting equation. When you stack up a pyramid of that volume and weight on the ground, it creates a phi, P-H-I, and pi, P-I-E, equation, which puts off an ultra harmonic, I think it definitely attunes to the biorhythms and the 235 volts that Earth puts off, sort of like a Tesla coil.
Hey, Jerry. Jerry's
And I
here.
have a harmonic equation, and hopefully nobody will steal it and sneak into my house and steal it. But I have one that I've kept for years that I don't make public. But there's a harmonic equation that I stumbled across, and it's always intrigued me. But I truly believe they're broadcast power stations. I think they're an older technology, and of course the Sphinx was many civilizations prior to. And I think they just moved in on top of it. And they've discovered a whole bunch of new stuff that they're finally distracting us with around nearby the pyramids. They found new chambers and new big, huge burial things. And they finally started looking in the areas of all the burials and stuff of all the smaller people. And and the tunnels under Mexico, they're looking into that moreover.
No, they definitely need to. And it's like, aren't they saying now that they believe the Giza Plateau was basically under an ocean? They're finding all sorts of
the Sphinx.
fossilized
the
shells
Sphinx
and
was
fish.
underwater for a period of time. Yes.
Yeah, that's
and
wild.
That's literally from like 8,000 or 15,000 years ago, and they
Right.
nobody's going to agree on any science on that, but I'm still searching. But yeah, the evidence
Interesting.
shows that the Sphinx was underwater for a period of time.
Wow.
And Egypt was green.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah,
They're saying that the
Egypt, yeah,
desert is.
Egypt was well, they had to be able to feed all of those people, and northern Africa was a green zone where they
Yep.
harvested crops for millennium and fed millions of people. They had a huge, largest empires next to the Sumerians, next to the Chinese, next to we talk about the Northern Europe and the Doggerland area and all of that. And of course, North America, and then people automatically discount the American Indians as the American Indians. No, there were other cultures before them as well, and I do believe that they were intermixed with giants because of the large giant cities in North America that are still being underplayed, just like this one in Peru. And then Machu Picchu. God, I love Machu Picchu.
Yes, that's gotta be my favorite. How it sits there all.
And hail the Romans and the Aztecs and the Incans and the Olmecs and all the other people. And because I mean these were done by civilizations that could do great things that we don't even attempt to do today. And there's no mortar holding these stones.
Nope.
Nope.
And they are there because the earthquakes don't affect them.
Mm-hmm. And some of those have got keystone locks too.
Yeah.
And if you tell me some guy with a chunk of copper carved those, I'm going to go, no way. How did he move it?
No.
That cornerstone right there is probably 150 tons.
Sure.
Easy.
Well, it was there and they carved it. Well, how'd they move in the rest? I mean, granted they do make available what's available, but these placed stones, they fit perfectly. You can't even put a credit card in between them.
Right.
And we can't do that today yet.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
nothing that glues them together either. There's no cement. There's no
Nothing.
Yeah, but there's a place in Tenerife as well. I mean, there's.
Well, they're all over the world.
Yeah.
There were
Did
other
you see Gran
civilizations.
Canaria got flooded?
And their houses and their culture and everything rotted away, but these strong structures, they lasted millennium, and we're seeing them. And some idiot said, "Oh yeah, these were from these guys that lived here 800 years ago." And no, some of these structures are thousands and thousands of years old, and modern empirical British science has never allowed anyone to excel. Now, this is in Egypt. This is a pool where the temperature of the water is
They
miraculously
still can't
different.
find where the water source comes from.
Yeah, and nor have they gone deep enough to be able to do so. Yeah, the
There's
government
been
of
divers
Egypt won't let
down.
them. They won't let them go into those details.
No, they've sent divers down and they still can't find where the aqueduct starts.
Right. And
Jeez, can you imagine?
it's oddly different water. They say that the two pH balances and stuff don't mix with the local groundwater.
And it's pure water.
Right.
Sure.
Yet it's green.
Right.
Well, obviously. It's coming up from some subterranean
Things
place.
are growing in it, and algae is growing in it because it's like 90-degree water or
Of course.
80-degree water, something like that, Fahrenheit.
But it's like the water that's coming underneath the Bosnian pyramid. That's apparently highly charged electrically.
Right, which would fall under the phi and pi equation as well. You could have everything does have an electrical charge to it, including mountains and ground.
Exactly.
And, you see the volcano blow up and you see all this lightning coming out of it. Well, it's not coming from the sky. It's coming from that rock breaking and all the energy stored in the crystals in that rock as the rock transmutes through temperature change and pressure and breaking and fracturing.
Yep.
That's where that electricity comes from. And people, I still to this day don't think that most people realize that gold is not just something that forms. It's actually a welding slag of an electrical discharge between all the chemicals. And that's why we, the electrical earth, create in our I mean, we're the gold creating planet. We create shitloads of it. And they're the highest production of it ever right now. And they're finding more gold that they never even knew about. Not only that,
There's even gold in Japan.
well, there's gold
Well, I
everywhere.
hope I'm going to be lucky next week. I'm actually going panning for gold next week.
Nice.
Well, if I was
So,
you and
yeah.
I lived in Australia,
Yeah,
boy, my
sounds
God,
like
I
fun.
would invest in a gold finding semi-expensive metal detector, because that's where you find the
Done.
big nuggies. You
We've
get the
got
big
even one that
nuggies
goes under
finding
the
that.
water, Sam. So we've got one that,
Ooh,
yeah, so
waterproof.
yeah, so that's what I'll be doing next week,
And
and
then you got to
hopefully
get
I
your mini pointer, and then you got to get your adventure
fill my
clothes.
jars full of gold. I'll be happy to come back and report.
And don't forget your Indiana Jones hat.
No, I've just got a standard one.
Oh, okay.
But I have to get my gum boots out because we'll be trotting through a lot of mud pools.
You know, you just put the theme song on a little tape recorder, and then when you go out, you play da 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 da.
I'm sure my dad would love that.
Da 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 da.
Take lots of
Gillian,
pictures.
Gillian, how's Izzy going?
Oh, it's okay. Yeah,
Not limping
I don't know
anymore?
what he.
Right.
I don't know what he was doing. He must have got himself
Caught up
wedged
or
in,
something.
in the base of my bed or something. When we woke up, he couldn't move his paw.
Yeah,
He
better
wasn't
now.
standing on it. He just collapsed. I had to pick him up, and he collapsed again.
Yeah, but he's okay now.
Seems to be. He seems to be.
Oh.
Yeah, he was. I don't know what the dude did.
Energy.
He just. Yeah, I did that Reiki energy thing. Carol Ann said, just stay calm and just kind of rub him and massage him, and maybe he's also getting growing pains or something.
Yeah,
But he really is quite a bit of a drama queen. If anything is sore, he just goes off. Yeah.
Okay, guys, we got to get back to work.
pictures.
Yep.
You know,
I had
Pictures.
this
We're
kitty
at
cat is
flowers.
trying to
Pictures.
suffocate me.
I've got
She
pictures
wants
of
to
my
be.
cats too.
Look, that's where I mean I have to like pry her off of
Sorry,
me. If I
Sam.
pull her, she starts grabbing a hold of my clothes. But
It's intermission. It's
Is she
animal
doing better
intermission.
Is she doing better too now, Rebecca?
this is a different one. Yeah, this is a different one.
The one
Yeah,
that was
but
ill.
the one that we had take to the doctor, little Theo. Well, I'll show you. I got him on a little clip. He is way better. He is finally it. Even after he saw the doctor, it still took him like 2.5 weeks to really start to come. You know, it took a while because he was just really sick. But and his eyes were so bad they kept sealing shut. So I had, we kept doctoring his eyes. I got new medicine for that. Anyway, let's get him.
Good.
Let me show you. Let me see.
That's good
Him
to
and
hear.
his little friend Mittens. Here they are, Theo and Mittens.
Yeah, doing that cat thing.
Yeah. Look at her.
Yeah.
She's pretty. That's her.
Who's the
See what I mean? She's so smart. She really is. I just
Do you
love her
paint?
pieces.
Do you paint, Rebecca?
I don't. I want to,
No?
but
She's like
those are
a little elfin cat. She's everything all pointy and fine.
Very fine
know.
features.
She is. She's unique. Very, very, very. Like I've never seen another cat like her. Those big old eyes.
She's wearing a tuxedo.
Oh.
Yeah. They're. That's what they
Just
do.
playing.
But he's feeling so much better because before he would just be clinging on to me, and now
Oh.
now they lay there by the heater in the bathroom. That's their hangout, the bathroom. Yeah, isn't he pretty?
Yeah, his
He's
eyes look a
pretty.
lot better.
Lots and lots. And then here in a second is his little outing. He went outside yesterday morning, really for the first time.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, it was his first outing outside. He loved it.
So it's warming up for you there.
It is. It was really
I
pretty.
think everybody's starting to get green though, because I've got a little in my clips that I made for you for tonight as
Okay, yeah, I'm working on those now.
I I found little buds on my plants, and one look like little moon faces, like little pointy things. The buds that are coming, they're just bulging and ready to pop into these big
cool.
white flowers.
Okay, I have another video. Okay, we were talking about faces a minute ago, and don't freak out, Sam. But I just want to show everybody an example because I just have a hard time. And here's what I have noticed, because I spent a lot of time in the earlier years zooming in on these faces. Okay, and what I kept seeing was like it was like comprised of like asteroids a lot of the time, and for a brief moment in time it held together in that shape as a perfect face, you know, and then it changes in a second or two, right? So these are just you know, a moment, and they hold that form, you know, just long enough to be a perfect face. You know, I feel like there's something more to that. I really do. But anyway, I used to make.
There's a lot of those asteroids this week, but then I showed Sam a couple of days ago that wavy cloud thing that I showed you, that last picture that I sent you was, and then I showed you the cluster of asteroid picture underneath it. That's what Sam said it was.
Yeah.
And I see that. Sorry for interrupting. I see that Loxie Davy is here. Hello, Loxie. Thank you for coming back, and hugs back. And I got your letter. Thank you very much. And there's one on the way back.
That's awesome.
Oh.
Hi.
Nice to Loxie.
Cool. All right.
Thank you very, very much. Whoa. Somebody's got a squeal.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a new name to me. I don't know why. It's like they're probably a regular. I feel bad, but it is a new name to me. Loxie.
Definitely.
But I'm glad you're here. That's nice. Cool.
Right.
All right, sweet. Okay, so here's a video. I used to make videos of these faces or eyes or whatever it was, and finally I quit making them because I know Sam didn't like it. He didn't like it. And here I am going to show everybody, but these are old.
We were trying to stick to facts, and if you distract people, then you know, those were the biggest discussion topics that were going on, and they would fill the case for like 3 days. And at Montana Skywatcher 2, we kind of had to ban them because, I mean, everybody was completely getting lost in the emotional value. Oh my God, it's it's an alien looking.
Remember, we were talking about driving crazy with dragon stories and eyeballs and stuff.
I never said that it was.
And I'm trying to keep the members all reined in on topic of the planets and trying to keep everybody, sticking with the facts. And I know it looks like a dragon, and oh my God, I know this looks like that, and oh, it's Jesus come back again. And oh God, we went through that about 800 times.
Well, you never know.
Okay, well, let's watch the video and we'll see. Okay. I mean, I'll just show you some examples of.
Go, Rebecca. Go.
I just have a hard time believing it's just coincidence. I can't hardly. Okay, here. Hang on. Here we go.
I'm doing ear massage.
Wow. Beautiful.
Sorry. Why is it?
Looks like the Eye of Horus, man.
Whoa.
Photoshop.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I just want to go back on that one. Sorry for not pausing it. Let me just back up. Right, that one. That one is my picture. Look at the right above the tree. It's like a triangle with an eye in the middle.
And what do we know that has a little black little sister in front of it?
Yeah. Red.
Yep.
Oh, that's red.
Okay.
That's the red asteroid. When it was on the other side, and I would say this is probably a picture coming back from 2019, 2020.
A little earlier. But 2019.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you can see other smaller stuff. Yeah, that shape, that's the red asteroid and little sister.
All right.
Wow.
That's the bottom of Nepacity with the big 3, and this is
pissed off sky. Oh wait.
Now remember, guys, most of these are asteroids.
Sure.
See, it is. I mean it. It's true. They, like just for a
Well,
moment, they
Even
hold
the
their.
Egyptians drew the all-seeing eye.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Horus eyes in the skies.
But what did Horus represent?
The sun.
Right.
The son of the sun.
Which is also what Jesus represented, was the Son of God. This one I've never believed in. This one I always thought was created.
Yeah, because it's got like a nose and a face.
Now this would be more natural. We call these cloud giants.
Right. Ooh.
I believe that there are spirits that are larger that we don't know about, and this is where I was talking about, with the American Indians and giants, and this is where I was kind of mentioning about, we were talking about the spirits underneath Uri, and there, and the legend of Egypt and Ra versus Apophis. Now, what if Apophis actually did consume a large quantity of, for instance, giant souls, and they were never brought to heaven, quote unquote. We'll throw that out there in the beginning, just as the term. But I know that there are entities and beings. So I've never gone into great detail about that. And that's why we've avoided the topic. We could actually have demigods looking at us like through a fishbowl.
How do you know we're not in that fishbowl?
Well, our cosmos, our universe, our solar system is entirely perhaps smaller than we understand and bigger than we understand. And I believe to this day that the dimensions we're a smaller version of our next dimension. And that next dimension is a smaller version of the dimension to it.
Wow.
And we're the building blocks of each dimension.
Yeah.
Not separate, but connected.
Look at that.
I'll admit that when I was a kid, I always believed that we were
Abraham
like
Lincoln.
a big science experiment in a petri dish left on some child.
Right. Which is,
Yeah.
that's where the people that come up with the firmament, and then they start going, oh, flat Earth, and we're inside this mountain group, and we're pets,
man.
like Gulliver's Travels and all of that. Now, some of these, remember, people that in the 18s, 2017, 18, and 19, Uri and Atu were on the right-hand side.
Wow.
Look at that.
It's a panther.
Black sheep.
Yeah, it's a sheep. Get out your clipper.
Black sheep.
Now, remember, the skull asteroid has been around, and sometimes the skull asteroid looks like this.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Wow.
Yeah, it's the gods. There's
No, that's cool.
There's Aries.
That is cool.
Or if you believe in the Greek gods, Zeus and Achilles and
looks like the skull.
Hera and all of that. Now you know where the gods came from.
Right?
Wow.
Or like that picture we saw last summer, or when the Northern Lights were
Donald Trump.
So massive last year. We got that one capture with the big face in it and the aurora shining through. It was really cool.
That looks like an alien.
Alien invasion of the ape
I was
people.
gonna say this. Oh, that one. You can see the asteroids really, very well when you start
Very
looking at it.
clearly.
Like, just pointing that out.
And once you break it down, but it still grabs you with pareidolia because you recognize spatial.
Yeah.
Gillian, I think that squeak is coming from you again.
Oh
What
no, he's
squeak?
back.
It's a linebacker.
A giant walking.
Yeah. Wow.
I see a cube down the bottom.
Right. Whoa.
I'm wondering if this
freak
is
everyone
actually
out.
the skull asteroid coming up.
Right. Look at that.
Again, the skull asteroid.
Wow. Okay.
Spiraling out.
This is somebody selling fish in Liverpool.
Right.
Well, it's the same as these people that say if you look at mountains and turn the mountains up the right way, they look like faces as well.
Yeah, we have a bunch of that over by Helena. They call it the sleeping giant.
Yeah.
you can see
Well,
the
cool.
face, you can see the nose, you can see the
Cool.
neck, the belly, the feet, the legs.
yeah, that's
It's over by
one of
Helena,
the
Montana.
that was one of the
Wow.
touristy things that I went to at Fiji. Actually stopped the bus, and you could actually see the sleeping woman. And the friend that was with me was going, "I can't see it. I can't see it. What are you looking at?"
Comes
I
back.
had to sit there and
Make
draw
them
the
back.
outline of this.
Yeah,
But
the
yeah,
first time I saw the sleeping giant in Helena, they drew it out for me, and then I saw it from then on.
Okay.
And I couldn't see it at first either. And then the guy grabbed a piece of paper and he did a copy drawing with a pencil, and I immediately saw it. And I was like, "Duh!" It was right
Okay.
there all along.
yeah. We
Ah,
actually have
that's God.
Wow.
That's God. He's visiting.
Right? Nice
we
beer.
actually have a
That's
rock
Santa.
formation
That's Santa
in
Claus.
Tasmania
Yep.
that looks like the skull.
American
I know, right?
Indian. That's the American Indian chief. Chief
Beautiful.
Joseph.
Yep.
Wow, look at that thing.
Someone from the early 1800s in
Right.
France.
Oh, that one's creepy.
Ah,
Yikes.
Faust.
It's two together there.
Yeah, I was going to say that's like.
Oh. Yikes, that one's.
What's that?
Oh, I'm cool with
Oh,
that one.
happy face.
Thanks for watching. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah. So that's that.
Oh.
You want to see more? There's more, but
I want to see Christopher's Nibiru video.
yeah,
Yes,
we could.
please.
Yes, we could do that. I have it ready to go,
Cool.
and I have another one of his videos too.
And I intend to
Sometime.
pound this down everybody's throat for the next 6 months.
Good on you, Sam. You want us familiar with it, so
Got everybody's eating, and Nova's got the oven turned on. I'm getting hungry here.
Yeah.
I got to start buying food for these shows. I'm telling you,
Yep.
Got,
I gotta
crunch
have
away
something
with,
to snack
some
on.
Doritos or something.
Something, anything.
Gasoline toxic that I shouldn't eat any other time.
Huh.
Yep.
don't
I
buy
do.
anything until you get your box, Sam.
Yeah, well, I think about the kids, and I buy them their stuff on Saturdays, but never think of me. I gotta start doing that.
Right?
Well,
Yeah.
just
Get the
wait till
beat-
you get your box, Sam. You'll have a
No, awesome.
year's supply of
Awesome,
goodies in
Sharon.
there.
That's great.
Awesome. I'd like get some beef jerky, buy my. Don't forget the gumdrops and the gummy bears.
Oh, I sent you some antiseptic throat lozenges. Don't you worry.
awesome. From another country. Very cool.
Yep.
Hmm.
And a packet of pasta that will take about 15 minutes for you to make. So
Awesome.
something
Well,
different from. Yep.
Great.
some other
great. Now come up with
ingredients.
some new something, and that my kids won't want to eat. That I will get all by myself. Like good, more for me.
Yep. But just wait. There's lots and lots of different snacks in there. And again,
I'm
if you
telling you,
have a
my
look at the
teenagers. My teenagers have turned against me. They don't want to eat my Dutch meatballs. I mean, what is the
Oh,
world coming
man,
to?
what?
are they
No.
like the
It's
ones you
good,
get
man.
at IKEA?
I tell you, they
Are
want to
they
live
kind
on
of the same?
ice cream and pizza.
Okay,
Nice.
I have it
Perfect.
now. I had to
Oh,
resave
well.
it. I don't know why. But anyway,
Where
yeah.
you've got lots of confectionery, lots of chocolates,
Awesome,
lots of
wonderful.
snacks.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Oh,
yeah,
and I want to say hi to Lori.
that's my Achilles
Lori.
heel. Hey.
Hi, Lori. And Katie Joe is
How do you get your cat on a leash?
out and about. Okay.
Rebecca, explain what your head looks like for getting your cat on a leash.
What? Oh, what? What about it?
How do you get your cat
Oh,
in
my
that
head.
harness?
Yes.
Yeah,
Because,
tell
well,
people not to put your
I
cat
know.
on
I
the
was okay. I have these two big steps coming down from the living room into my bedroom, and they're
not to
taller.
put your
They're
cat
taller
on the
than most normal steps. Anyway,
Okay.
I was on the first step, and I had little Theo. I was putting the harness on him. I was telling him we're going to go outside. It's going to be fun. Anyway, that's when it happened. I shouldn't have stopped on the first step and did something because I forgot I was on the first step. I took a
Goodness.
step back. I took a step back and I just went
The
Damn.
average step
No wonder my
height
head
is,
hit the table so hard.
I
Ugh.
hate that.
the average step
Yeah.
height is 7.5 to 8 inches.
Sure. And you
If
feel
you
like
want
it's
the
not
math.
there in front of you or something, and it's just that's it.
Yeah, I thought I was stepping
No.
on the ground. It was just air, you know. And
Exactly. It's like a manhole in front of you. It's like an open
Temperature.
manhole or something that you step in,
Yeah.
and you can't feel
Oh
the floor
my
underneath your feet. That's
gosh.
not good.
I think I instantly
Yeah.
got a migraine for
I'm-
you. So
I'm amazed I wasn't hurt worse. Honestly, as much as I, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, like no, but everything's okay.
Good.
Crazy. I'm going to measure that step. I'm going to say 9 inches, 10 inches. We put a
Wow.
handle at the top
put cushions around it now.
because you kind of need to pull yourself up. It's I don't know. I mean, just to
Yeah.
hold yourself. So they're steeper than usual. So get the tape measure in a minute. Okay, so here is that Nibiru video by Chris. It's
Yay.
legendary. Yes. Okay. let's
Very
get it
well
going.
done, Chris.
Ken
cool.
Film
No.
Festival
And-
nominee.
We have
It's
another one
pretty
to see
easy
shortly.
once you get used to the video editor, you know.
Send you to the film festival in Cannes.
Yeah. In Cannes.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I think we should send this video to Cannes.
Nibiru is one of 8 planets associated with our binary twin solar system. Nibiru is a blue, massive water-type planet with continents, deep oceans, and 2 concentrically orbiting binary moons, Nana and Amelsaru. Nibiru is estimated to be 10 times the size of Earth and is the largest of the passing planets of the binary twin solar system. Starting approximately 2009 through 2010, our solar system's binary star and its 8 associated planets, including Nibiru, became observable from Neumayer Station in Antarctica. The twin solar system was documented spiraling in from below the Sun's planetary elliptical plane toward Earth. In the few years after 2011, the binary star passed behind the Sun, and its 7 orbiting planets moved into the space between Earth and the Sun. Nibiru, the system's 8th planet, remained behind the binary star. The arrival of the standard red binary star and its 8 associated planets of the Nibiru group signaled the beginning of a 3,600-year cyclical event, during which Earth crosses through the binary twin solar system. For nearly 15 years, Montana Skywatcher and Nibiru Followers Anonymous have dedicated themselves to recording this event, gathering a wealth of time-proven and verified evidence from group members around the world. The photographs shown in this video are from Samuel Hofman's personal collection and are genuine depictions of the planet Nibiru.
Where's that Antarctica?
Neumayer Station. is
Nibiru and
amazing.
Saru at that one. Saru was on the left, Nibiru was on the right.
Look at her land masses.
That one's crazy.
And her beautiful fingers.
This is 2019. When Nibiru started coming back towards us after
Cool.
many years of being hidden. At 2:14, 2:15, Nibiru started leading away from our view, and then we got more of a view of Yuri and Saru briefly, and then Saru went backwards. It was weird.
Oh.
And then Yuri and Atu came in from the right and then went over to the left, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 20. And then we watched the other parts of the planets coming towards us and going over the top of us slowly to our right as we stare at the sun. And it's been a spiraling trail of positions from right to left to right over the last few years, ever since spiraling up from underneath the ecliptic plane. And I thought you expressed that very well, Christoper. That's
Beautiful.
part of my amazement. And you did very well with that description.
Cool. That's awesome.
All you got to do is learn to look at the dark areas in the photograph first, not the sun.
Just so obvious.
Yeah.
I wanted to
planets
give you
will-
my Nibiru picture for it as well.
Once you learn that, the planets will pop out at you, and you can't miss them.
They're magical.
Definitely.
That's what I stopped my car for. It was like, oh,
And they're sky pillars, and everybody's always looking for, a small, tiny
Yeah.
dot, and it's beyond their concept that we have documented this for, in next month, it's going to be 15 years. And everybody has missed this information. And, we've been jaw-dropping, oogling this every day for 15 years.
Yeah.
And I mean
That-
every day. We work
Oh.
every day. And the thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of research time. And that cannot be discounted.
Right.
look at that.
Well, I mean, we have almost 600 hours in just podcast time alone, just getting to the point of being able to sit around and talk about it,
Yeah, and we're not making this up.
Right. So loud.
This is time proven.
We don't have to yell, do we?
Worldwide.
We can just turn it down.
We have people
Just your
living
pictures, man.
from around the world.
That's got to be one of my favorites.
That's gorgeous.
Well, I'm going to get a T-shirt printed up. Nibiru is the
Yes. I was looking
big
at,
picture.
there's places you can just, order a t-shirt and have whatever you want put on it. you
Yeah,
know?
it's cool.
Yeah.
huh?
So I was going to do that,
I wish I had the funds to start that. And I mean, it costs, you got to literally, in order to put any stock together in any company, you got to lay out a few
Yeah.
$1,000s. And we have never been able to do that.
Never.
We tried.
But
We did,
you
we
can
did
order.
Deb Godshall did some Christmas t-shirts again, a fundraiser for the kids, and we didn't sell enough to get them produced, and we have to sell at least I think 50 t-shirts in order for the company to make them. And I wish I could just shell out the money and buy them, and then I could send them to everybody that wants them. No, we've gone through 2 generations of t-shirts already, and I have quite a few of them in the house, and I wish we could do it more often. And I did hats as well, but we all know how poor and broke everyone is, me included. So, folks,
I was going to say, those because just to get one printed up on Amazon, it's like $20, 20 or 30. It's pretty
Right.
not bad.
That's actually cheap because I was paying $25 a piece myself, and then I had to sell them for at least $35 or $40 in order to recoup postage alone. And I wasn't making any money, and we went through a bunch of t-shirts. Now, we did have some fundraisers, and some nice people actually bought the t-shirts and then sent them to me, so I didn't have to pay for quite a few. And then I made I think about 15 or 20 hats, thinking caps, and it ended up costing me a great deal of money, and I didn't recoup any profit whatsoever. And I mean, I'm still chuckling about. I mailed one to Andy free of charge, and for the $25 hat, it cost me $38 in postage, and to send it to the UK, And I laughed about that. I mean, it weighed nothing. This was a hat in a box, and I had to declare it in customs and do all of that.
Right.
You have to fill out a customs report on what's inside of it and everything else. And it cost me $38 to send him this little tiny hat.
Keep teasing Andy, telling him you better be wearing that hat.
Yeah,
Every time we see you.
It's like a $60 hat, dude. You better, and it's an import.
I'm more curious about how many people are actually going to stop me and go, "What's Nibiru?"
Oh, I
Right.
wish. I
They're the
wish.
kind of conversations I want.
Right.
No,
Or
I've
they
often
have
thought about.
more knowledge about it than you do, you know?
Oh, this is why I talk about Comic-Con and everything like that. So,
Yeah,
if we
that'd be
get
fun.
viral enough where people would want to actually come to a Comic-Con,
You're
where we
right.
could all get together in Las Vegas and stand on a stage with microphones and all of that. And that, I've done stuff. I've done shows and I've done
Well,
commercials and all of that. But I mean, I don't want to. And right now, there's no way I can financially even put that together. And you have to
we have the
register
same
for
thing
that.
here. We have Comic-Con and we have Supernova, and that's when all the stars
Oh,
and celebrities come. And that's usually around my son's birthday, around the 22nd of June.
okay.
So now you've given me the inspiration to get a shirt made for Supernova, because we have not missed
Yeah.
it, not one Supernova in the last 25 years.
See, what you do,
Really?
Oh,
Sharon,
Wow,
fun.
cool.
is you comment to the board, the people that want to, put this show on and go, well, you have to invite Sam Hofman and Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Why don't you fly all of these people to Australia and they can,
Yep.
they'd be happy as long as you paid them a few $1,000s each. I'm sure they would love to talk about their 15-year study.
Yeah.
I mean, because we
I
are
will,
beyond a 10-year doctorate.
Can you
And
imagine?
well, I
I'm
will see what I
I'm
can
not
do,
bragging
because
about that.
I
No.
will see what I can do. I have some relatives that are actually in the field of TV and
Absolutely.
radio, so
I
let me put my
mean, we
feelers
after
out.
all, we are the cutting edge of internet binary solar system science. We are
Yes.
the site where everybody deposits their information from around the world. We have been here longer than anyone else in the market. We are
Mhm.
absolutely Montana Skywatch, River Followers Anonymous, and all of our sister sites are all number one in this information system. And we are not guessing. We're not, digging this crap up. Oh, I saw a movie about the Anunnaki on YouTube. No, we're
Right.
not doing that. We have translated
Well,
back information from around the world, from crop circles to Sumerian texts to African legend to everything you can think of in the last 15 years. And we're
Yep.
not, and I saw a really good video by Mr. BBB 333 today.
Yep.
He went through some stuff, and I sent people a copy of it today. But we're not them. We know what we're talking about, where they're going, oh, we got this submission. We don't know what it is, but we know what it is. Christoper, is that accurate?
Right. It is because, people are just putting up stuff and they don't even tell us where they're getting it from, and that makes it true by one sighting. I don't think so.
And then everybody
That's
fawns
why-
and hems and haws over it, and it becomes topic of the day, and it runs TikTok and it runs
Right.
YouTube, and oh my God,
50,000
what
views
is
in
it?
2
We
hours.
don't know. And and we're
That's
here.
why whenever someone posts something and go, look at what I see, I always put in my caption when I share it, what do you think they're missing, or what do you see? Because their explanation is nothing like what we're talking about.
Right, and nobody even thinks about the possibility of other planets. And I mean, my
No.
1978 paper, I absolutely knew that we had to have more. And that goes all the way back to the Planet X thing, which is, and I'll throw that out on the table. Here's my cards. They don't come and slap you with a non-disclosure agreement for being wrong.
Exactly.
I mean, they don't put people on an airplane, go interview you, take you out of school and all of this crap, and then hand you business cards and make you sign non-disclosure agreement being wrong. Otherwise, it'd be, some kindergarten kid doing crayon drawings and hi and welcome to nap time. I mean, these guys fly in to see me, and then they, slap me with a non-disclosure agreement because I wrote a paper that got sent in Scientific American School, because my school was trying to get academic accreditation, because here this kid is, he's solving equations that Einstein couldn't solve. So by God, we know how to teach these kids, So they're trying to get accreditation. Little did they know that the Secret Service is going to kick down both of those teachers' doors and force them into non-disclosure agreements as well. And I mean, after that happened, after the government approached me and the government approached them as well, they wouldn't even talk to me. They would not even
I was just
let
going
me
to
in their
ask you,
class.
have you gone to them and spoken to them afterwards?
They wouldn't speak to me. They were, you saw the fear of God in them. And my favorite chemistry teacher, my homeroom teacher,
Not the chemistry
slammed the
teacher.
door in my face out of fear, and she said, "I can't talk to you." And
Wow.
and I was never allowed in her class ever again. And I
Gosh.
finally
Unreal.
I walked away from school, and I was already, early graduating anyway, so it's, bye. And I just bailed on the whole school. And I have my degree and everything because I got it because I didn't require college. I
Right.
took my test scores, and I'm educated. We'll leave it at that rather than bragging. But I'm Sheldon Cooper.
Not bragging.
Well, I don't want to stand here and say, excuse me, but I'm smarter than 96% of the planet, which is a fact.
It's not your fault.
Because the government told me that. And
It is
I
what it is,
ignored it.
Glenn.
I did. I totally ignored it the moment they told. I was like, "Yeah, right. Everybody knows this shit." And I really, truly believe that. I thought everyone knew this because it was so self-evident. I mean, I was like, "You've got to know this." It's like, Jiffy Pop popcorn. You put it on the stove, it heats up, it goes pop, 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 bubbles up, and you open it up. There it is, Jiffy Pop popcorn. It's that simple. And no, that's not that simple. But I mean, little did I also know about, 1979, 1980, or 78, 79, 80, little do I know that, here we are in 2025 and it's still screwing with me all the way across the board. And I mean, and it boils down to Shakespeare and a few other writers throughout history that a good man who knows things and sees injustices and does nothing is not a good man. And it is my absolute, they told me I could not tell you guys in 1980. And I heartily believed that it would have changed history if we would have been told. We'd be different people right now. And I still believe that to this day.
Yeah.
Rebecca,
Yeah.
I need to send you something that I took this afternoon.
Okay.
Picture.
You can do that.
Mm.
Works for
Well,
me.
I must say my apologies. I have family business I need to tend to. So thank you again for
Sure.
having me on.
Well, if you have to
Sure.
go, then
Sharon,
Always great seeing you,
Sharon.
Sharon.
no worries.
You were
Yeah,
saying something about phone
Love the lab
cameras.
coat.
What kind was it that you looked at?
The camera lenses, the polarizing
Yeah,
lenses.
because I don't know what phone you've got, but I was sitting there
I've got a
thinking about.
Samsung. I've got
Okay.
a Samsung Galaxy A22.
A lot of people like
Oh, is that the one
Samsung.
before the S23?
Well, don't
That
you
would be,
worry
yeah.
about it. Don't you worry about it. The polarizing lenses are on the way, and as soon as I've got it,
No.
I will send it to you.
Cool.
I just wanted to know what they look like.
Speaking of,
It's a clip-on. You just clip it on your phone, and then the actual lens, the polarizing lens,
Yeah.
it turns so you can actually adjust the amount
Where
of
do
light
you
coming
get
into it.
those?
Yeah.
Oh,
Where do you get those?
Let me have a look.
You sent me a video clip of that. Is that
Yeah.
the same one? Oh wow!
Yep,
I totally would love that.
I bought two, and they were only $30 each, and I'm going to send
Oh,
one to
man.
Gillian.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
we look
Yeah,
forward to
Right on the phone?
Pardon?
They just clip right on the phone.
Right over
Yeah,
here.
it clips
That's
on the
cool.
phone, and
Camera.
it's just a self-adjusting lens, a polarizing lens.
Really cool.
Polarizing lens. I'm gonna look. I gotta make a note.
Yeah, because
I
I
will-
was looking into things like that as well. But I mean, clearly I can't go and buy things like that until I've sorted out my animals. I mean, I
Right.
don't know what's going on with the
Don't
guys.
worry, don't worry. I've got one coming your way.
Oh,
okay.
that's really nice, Sharon.
I'll
Nice.
send you the
Yeah,
link
that's
when I can
nice.
find it. I'll send you the link, Rebecca.
She's
'Cause it's
taking
coming
such
from
good
the
care of
United
her
States.
Nibiru friends. Now I've got a
Right.
package on the way. You got one coming. So, speaking of
Night, Dave.
packages, Christopher, good night if you have to go. Thank
Yeah,
you for
all right,
being
good
here.
night,
Good night,
all.
Sharon.
Take care.
We'll
Good
see you
night,
during the week.
Thanks for
Sharon.
having me.
You're
Bye.
Bye.
welcome. Thanks for being here. Bye
Watch
bye.
out
Thanks
for
again.
Alfred. Watch. Is Alfred finished now?
It hit landfall early this morning, and it's moving inland, so it should lose intensity by late this afternoon.
Good.
And if it doesn't, let us know.
I
Yeah,
will
we'll take it
indeed.
back. Mm.
I will. Take care, everyone.
Updates.
Good to see you.
Bye.
Same
Bye.
with
Sharon.
you. And
Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
did you get the
Okay.
pictures, Rebecca?
I saw. Yes, I did get it. I
Well,
can't look
I
at it
was-
yet, though.
This picture is about as crazy as Christopher's ghost square, because
Yeah.
I knew I was looking at something with pointy angles, but
I like
I
that.
want Sam to confirm this one because this
Yeah, I
is
saw
really
it today.
cool.
It was right over the top of me today.
Cool.
So I was asking while Rebecca is doing that.
Yeah.
I got to cut pizza A and B. Christopher, how is the new laptop working?
I'm still working on. I have to download a driver to get the setup to start. So I have to, when we go to my wife's dad's house, I'll be able to download it. It says I need to download it onto a flash drive and then put it on
That's
in the
strange.
laptop, and then it should work.
It was supposed to be totally ready.
They really cleaned up that computer good. I mean, they cleaned it up to the point where there was nothing on it. You know, so
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, it's fine. It's good because we know that it's been wiped, right?
Okay, I'm going to go cut pizza. I'll be right back.
Okay,
Cool.
Sam. All right. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I sent this
It's
picture
extra
to both
clean.
of you. I mean, I can't believe that they actually brain wiped your computer that.
Yeah.
Right.
So now you
Well,
Well,
got
that's what Sam asked for. So, I like.
It's
Rebecca,
actually
you were saying
better
the other
that
day,
way,
I need to
Chris.
go
It hasn't
to,
got any little glitches in it.
I haven't even been able to turn it on yet. So I got to get it's like when you set up the computer, it comes from the factory preset with all that stuff. And
yeah.
I think all of that has been erased from the computer. So I just
my
have
word.
to download it from one computer and put it into a flash drive.
I see.
Yeah, or it's like the software or the piece of information the computer needs to pull Wi-Fi out of the wherever it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Wherever. Right.
Right.
Wow.
Because you were
Either.
talking the other day about like YouTube. Just go on YouTube and you could do like YouTube college or whatever and try to learn how to do all
Yeah.
this stuff.
It's all there. It's
Yep.
everything. The
Yeah,
answer is there.
so
Yeah.
I didn't know what, because the computer was telling me what I need to do, but I'm like, I don't even know. I have no idea
I
what's
know.
going on. And the second I started watching the videos, it's like, oh, okay, I get it.
Right.
So that's really cool.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they can, you can get it up and going.
Right.
You know,
I mean, I could
pretty
take it to
soon.
Best Buy or anywhere, I guess, and have them do
That's
it.
true.
That shouldn't be too hard, but
Right.
it should be. I should have it working in a few days.
Right. Cool. All right. Well, we're anxious to get an update.
Right.
How what you like, how you like it so much.
I'm
Because
excited.
for me, like, I make my videos more on my phone still, just because
Yeah.
to me it's a little bit more efficient.
Yeah.
But I'm curious what you think. Like, when you get
Yeah,
to
me
making
too.
videos.
I'm curious just because I guess CapCut is supposed to be. There's supposed to be a lot more features on the desktop version, so we'll see what the
Yeah.
difference is.
I'm excited to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm working on your video, Gillian. I'm working on that. And bear with me. Let's see. I have.
You got your notebook with all your ticks. that
Oh
you-
no, I can't miss a thing here. We showed this one. There's something I'm gonna wait for Sam on because
Okay, see,
there's a question I have on one of them. How about
Oh wow, cool, Jillian.
it looks better when in the pictures.
Right, of course.
When I filter it now, I just let.
yeah?
It's like, what's that? What's going on?
Hi guys.
Here,
I know,
this
right?
video was a couple of weeks. I made it a couple of weeks ago, and we didn't get it time to show it. But it's just I picked a few of the members' videos in my group. So we'll look at that for a minute while Sam is
Yeah,
away.
this one is great.
Look at that. It's the surface of
Yeah.
something. Look at that. Whoa.
The micro clouds, the flame-like clouds going on.
And notice which direction the light is coming from, and it'll tell you where is what.
Yeah.
Oh, look, the long box cube.
I figured. Yes.
Hi,
I
guys.
thought so.
He's just
Don't
got
stop
this-
waving.
That's the
He's
side
got
of it.
this
That's,
out view that's insane.
oh, by the way, we have pictures this week of a very defined green asteroid. And I sent that copy to Rebecca as well this morning. And and I will reiterate for all of our new friends out there who are just listening to us or semi-new. Now, we have watched these planets come in from when they were really tiny. And way back in 2009 and 2010, and 11, just as Christopher's video describes, we started documenting them all the way back then when they were tiny little blips. And we have quite a few pictures of them going back many, many years. And we're going to try and bring that series to you. But these planets are so very, very large right now. And I imagine that's the bottom of Uri and their asteroids right there. And on the other side is where Saturn's yellow moon, lead asteroid, and this is where the spiral, you can see right there is the spiral asteroid going off underneath. By the way, the spiral asteroid is going to be moving next month on the site drawing because it's going all the way over below the green asteroid now in our out view. And I saw that in pretty much all this week. And I was very shocked by the transition and how fast it had changed. All of this is changing over a course period of time, and we're always playing catch up, trying to keep track of what's happening and what's happening and what's happening. And my track record with the site drawings, monthly site drawings, has been in the undeniable high percentage of accuracy. And again, I felt guilty about that the other day. I was thinking, oh God, there you are bragging. But the fact is this is actually what's happening.
Right.
And we know what's happening. We've been watching it long enough. We are the number one in the market. I saw an old friend of both yours and mine, Rebecca, John. I'm not going to mention his last name, but begins with a T. And he's always been around, and then he's been a nice guy, and we like talking to him over the years, but he's been more on the religious side and was not willing to listen to our information. And I saw one of his posts today, and he pulls up one of the old copies of Nibiru in the early years, like 2009, 2010 picture of one of my photographs that we've gathered through Skywatcher. And it's a different recolorization of it. And he's going, some people believe this is planet Nibiru. And I've got to, answer him going, this was 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And even though they're arguing with it, they don't want to believe it. But over the years, we have finally convinced everybody of the reality of this because we've been dogged about it. There's that crazy Nibiru guy, Samuel Hofman, and our information.
Wow, look at that.
Absolute. We are absolutely accurate. In the high percentage, in the 90s, folks. Because we have the people from around the world sending this information. We're not one person. We're not, Mr. B, and I'm not trying to down him because I love it. I love his shows. We're not Mr. B333, one person getting, all these things sent to him, but he doesn't have a group to understand what he's looking at, where we do. We have the culmination because, there's also the science behind it that we have stuck to, and then he's been more of, wonder what this is, and I'm not downing him for it, but we have been here longer than everybody else out there, and pardon the expression, we've been out there I was here before Zeta. So, and if, and then former insider, et cetera, and I've known about this where, I'm in my 45th year now. 45 years knowing this is real. And please, by all means, go out and try and prove me wrong.
Yeah. Right.
And oh boy, that pizza is still hot.
Watch out.
Yummy. What have you got?
Same thing as always, pepperoni.
Pepperoni.
I'm starting to miss Pizza Hut, but yeah, burnt my lip. Good, yum. Ow. Now
Hope it's a nice big one.
Now I have to put an ice cold can of Coca-Cola next to my lip. That's my tawdry plug for Coca-Cola, and someday they'll sponsor us along with Ricola and those other handy dandy products that we try to sell here on the Citizen Science Plot. I'm joking, of course. We are not sponsored, although we would, we'd take on a sponsor so we could actually get paid. And by the way, speaking of which, Rebecca, you could throw out your little logo on the bottom, because it's people like you out there that can keep this show going. Oh my God, look at that.
Yeah.
That is Septem's yellow moon at its finest. Look at that illumination.
Incredible.
Look at the flame like bubbly surface moon yellow thing. Tell me that's normal clouds. Please. And the Saturn behind it. And it's on the right-hand side of the sun, too. Gosh. In the same place that we always see.
I see that.
Yeah, imagine that it would be in the same place.
Imagine that.
And if you look out, speaking of which, I need to go look out the window. That right there is the faceplate of a Saturn's yellow moon, that illuminated circular area. I'm going to go look out the window.
Oh, cool. I'm sideways again here.
Y'all got the bug, man. Yeah, you're sideways again. Oh, don't make me nauseous.
I know, it's like,
from side to side on the ride. Oh shit, I've left my dogs outside.
oh, don't do that.
And as Gillian puts it, the sky scribblers are in the north sky. They just put a straight line across going from south to north. And yes, the side edge of that, what you're looking at right here, is crescent illuminating on the western side, but it hasn't fully illuminated yet. So if you are within the shot of a window and you're watching on a tablet or smart TV or phone or whatever, do look out the window to the north, and you will see this. This is going to be in the north sky tonight. Right now. It's 5:20 here, and the sun is starting to get ready to go down here.
Sorry.
So you're saying the planes are outside where you're at, Sam? Or?
Yeah, they just put one single very thick sea trail go across the sky from south to north, and they're right in front of everything I was looking at.
Yeah, I saw yesterday. You know how we've seen in the pictures how there will be like a shadow line from the actual from the actual contrails,
on the face of the planet. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. It was really cool.
Yeah, and it's like, how is that possible unless there's something way above the ionosphere, which is actually landing on it? And then and that's where we described it. Well, look at the cumulus nimbus clouds. Those are the top of our atmosphere.
Right.
The height of the cumulus nimbus cloud goes anywhere 35, maybe really high, 40,000 feet. Everything above that's supposed to get thinner and see-through, and which is usually on the horizon as you outlook. And then, like in the old Western movie days, if you looked up, everything was light blue with the occasional passing cotton ball over the top of your head, and you could tell it was close. But you have to learn to look at the clouds that are lighter in the background.
Right.
Because those are space clouds, and people have to get that in their head that they're space clouds, they're not ours.
Yeah, I saw somebody posted on TikTok yesterday footage they captured of a real prominent backlit crescent flare on the right side of the sun, and he's asking, does anybody know what this is? I've never seen anything like it before, and so I described what a backlit crescent flare is, and people are just putting laughing emojis in the comments, and what they know it is, and everything but what I'm trying to tell them. And it makes perfect sense. It's, the same definition I gave out that you say, it's the focaling out the back center end of the passing object, and people just aren't seeing it.
I don't think they can look in their mind's eye and see that we're seeing the dark side.
Right.
And the light goes through the atmosphere of that smaller planet or asteroid or moon. And then we see the outfocal at the center of the far side of it, just like if you were holding a crystal cut orb or ball. The light will come out the middle on the far side.
That's incredible.
And that's also what some of these real white rainbow illuminations, we saw one earlier in the program, where you get this back illuminated, the light's coming from the right, and then on the left there's this big huge white dome rainbow. And that's actually looking through the far side of the crescent illumination, where the light comes around and through the atmosphere of Earth creates that white dome illuminated rainbow, and that is the backlit crescent flare of the planet Earth. You're just looking at it from the inside out.
Wow, okay.
And I struggled with those for years, where everybody was going, why is it a double rainbow or a triple rainbow? Because there were those three others. Somebody has their volume up too loud and we're squeaking.
Yeah.
I will turn mine down.
Yeah, I don't know. It just started a few minutes ago.
No, it's still happening.
Oh.
So somebody, one of us four, volume up too loud.
I haven't
All I
touched
have is
anything.
Well,
I
I
have a
suggest
headset
everybody
on.
turn it down just one or two little notches. Check 1 2 1 2. It seems to be lesser. Yeah, we have a sound loop feedback.
Where do I find that again?
Well, the machine, or there's a secondary device that's picking this up, and then it's recycling it through again. I only have one going, so I don't have that.
I think a headset would help, Gillian, on your end, since you have two devices.
I haven't got them on. That's the thing.
That's
I've
the
just
lead
been
asteroid
careful
in
with-
front of Satum's yellow moon. This is the red asteroid cutting into the sun.
Oh, how'd that happen? I can't undo you. It says only you can do it, Chris. Only you can do.
Oh no, I
Okay.
was saying that I turned mine off.
Oh.
No, I did it.
I thought you
I
were
was
telling
saying I
me you
turned
couldn't
off,
get it back on. Yeah. Okay.
Testing.
Uh-huh.
Wow, that's just
Yeah, it's
incredible.
the red asteroid and little sister and the spiral
Just like you drew
asteroid
it.
crossing in front of the sun.
Wow. It's just like you're drawing.
Yep. And the blue asteroid is above the sun.
Oh.
And this is a while ago. This isn't current, is it?
They're recent.
Okay.
All of this is like about 2 weeks ago.
That is the really close off the deck spiral asteroid trail. See, there's two of them actually. And they have been sighted. I sent you a couple pictures. JD posted them. A lot of people posted them. It was so close off the deck. It was unbelievable. Very thick, very big. Unbelievable spiral trail. And again, we are entering the 180-day cycle, or the summer orbit cycle. And here it is. Hello, right off the deck.
There's Tony.
Satum's yellow moon, the ion trail from there going all the way to the right.
Is the
And-
noise gone now?
Today, I mean, today and
better.
yesterday, I saw it going in both streams, and of course, that's where Nibiru is. And we come back around, and it's like, okay, I was wrong. It was like we were looking at Atu and Yuri, and he's faster than I
It's
could call.
back.
Nibiru's right over there someplace.
Yeah.
And then you spin around, and then you've got Atu's moon, and then you've got Yuri, and then you've got the asteroids, and that right there, that white area is the side of Yuri on the left-hand side, and then on the right-hand side is Satum's yellow moon, etc. And that's the best way to work. This is the side of Yuri, and the asteroids underneath. Little micro puffy clouds on the gas giant Yuri. Time after time after time,
Right.
month after month, year after year.
That's so weird.
It's amazing that it's so big and it's got the little tiny puppy.
Well, it is a
legs.
gas giant. We're this
Oh, no,
tiny little rock
Michelle.
type, you know.
No. She's just now getting started on the show. She's been on the
Hey,
phone. Well, yeah, you can definitely go back and watch it over. You should. It's been really good.
yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for checking in.
And this
Giving
is
us
the
the
base cloud over
411.
here above the trees on the left. That's the base cloud of Uri,
Okay.
which
Wow.
of course is full of asteroids. Okay, we got to find the sun. We got to figure out where we are. Now we're looking straight up. Oh, look, Texas Cube.
Yeah.
Straight up over the top of us lately. Oh, we got a few colorful sea trails.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Lovely
sky
little
scribbling.
scribblers there.
Yeah, sky scribblers, so that we don't get to see what they're trying to hide. Look what's right behind them.
Yeah.
Lead asteroid, green asteroid, is Saturn's yellow moon, and it's Saturn right there.
And people will say, why
And the
would you
cube.
say that's asteroids?
I know.
That was like two
I got
shiny
1, 2,
suns.
3, 4, 5, 6. They're going all the way down in front of it. I mean, my God. And we taxpayers are paying for that. Look at how much dispensing is going on here.
Oh.
That's a lot, eh?
That's a lot of plane fuel and a lot of you know what.
Yeah.
A lot of you know what.
We don't want to know what, do we?
Right. And
No, it's not.
You
It's
know.
not. It's actually the lesser of two evils. It is toxic, but they do it because it's going to refract some of the extra sunlight. Otherwise, we'd be frying. We'd be far hotter planetary-wise right now than we are. And don't
Because they
don't
genuinely
underestimate.
have a good effect. I mean, like a
Well,
protective
no, guys,
effect.
the Dust Bowl era has already started in Arizona and Texas this week alone.
yes.
This is where the derecho and all of this crazy weather, and now we've got on-land hurricanes, and 2025 is going to be insane.
Well,
Why?
I got a warning as well about fires in Scotland
Right.
in my news feed because we're dry. I mean, whatever I've got outside there is kind of dry looking.
Well, you can't keep
We're
any
all-
foliage next to the house. You have to go down to small flowers only. You can't have bushes or trees anywhere within a drop zone where it can drop on your roof and light your house on fire. We've talked about this on many shows. We have to change how we live because we talk about the Hobbit hole. If you have a grass roof because you're built into the side of a hill and that forest fire goes over you, it's going to burn your grass off, but you'll still have a roof. But if you have a conventional above ground house with wooden siding and a whole bunch of shrubbery and little trees and stuff that can fall on your roof, especially if your roof is made out of roofing tile and tar that will light on fire. This is why I have a metal roof, thank God, because we had a very close fire that went right past our house a couple years ago. So this will happen to everyone. And I mean, Spain went through it, France went through it. There were fires in Africa. There's fires in North America. And I keep warning about a firestorm because we don't even know what this year's going to bring. We know what California just went through. Again, Uri. And on that side, that's some yellow moon. And then somewhere right over here should be Nebesity, and then Nibiru. Nebesity green, Nibiru behind it. And we come to the bottom of Atu's moon, and around back to Uri again.
Yeah, we're just swimming in planets.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of all of them. Awesome video. Was this Tony's?
Not,
It was a
Tony
collection from several people in my group.
Awesome. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Yvonne and Tony and
Right, several.
I've seen Robin and Sharon and Tara.
Yeah. They were
Lots of
Sweet.
hard work.
so okay. Nice. All right. Now what? I'm Just about got yours ready, Julia. Almost.
All right.
I had to make a new intro for it.
Oh.
I want to be cute. So
You're such an artist with that
I
stuff.
know, I gotta be cute.
All those
Okay.
little executive director extras.
Yes. Okay, so there are some pictures that Nicole sent me. And I mean, for some reason, I can never see it on the computer. Let me make sure I can see it on my phone. Because they were from last week, and we did not get to talk about them. We got so busy on other stuff. Let's see. What did she label it? I think it's just the date, maybe? Just the date. Huh. That's not it. I don't know if Nicole is with us or not. If you are, Nicole, tell me how to find that video or that folder again. Like, what did you name it as? Usually it's just the date.
Hallelujah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's like that chirp is coming off of my voice, and I have turned it down. But I think it's somebody else's that's chirping through the feed.
I haven't got
They
anything
get
on.
really loud. Yeah, okay, sorry.
I haven't got anything on. I know,
I'll do a
turned down
different
the-
folder so I can just have something to look at.
Well, Christopher's
and then I'll
muted, so
keep
that's
looking.
not possible. Yeah, there is a chirp. There's a feedback chirp.
Okay, let's try this. I'm gonna mute Gillian and let's talk a minute and see if we
Talk,
hear
talk,
it.
talk. We'll talk really loud.
I don't.
Hi, everybody
hear
out there.
anything.
Welcome to another edition of The World from My Cave in Montana. Okay.
No chirping. Okay, let's
Right.
let's open her mic back up. Okay, now
And
testing.
now let's talk and see.
Testing.
There's that chirp again.
What is doing that?
I think it's a feedback loop on her volume level. Do you have a separate microphone, Gillian?
Yeah,
Put your
you're
hand, do you know
right.
what your microphone is?
What?
That's why a
Put your
headset
hand,
makes that.
cup your hand next to your microphone.
I don't know. Where's that?
There'd be 3 or 4 little slots on top one of the round edges. Okay, just put it there and put your hand on top of the thing there for a minute. Over the top of the phone or whatever
This
you're.
is the tablet.
Okay, over the top of the tablet now. Okay, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, it's a sound thing through the tablet. There was a double. We have a signal doubling. Someone's being listened to. Oh, they're watching us. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
It's on now. Smile, Jillian. Come on.
Okay. Maybe it's
There you
better
go.
now. All right.
Yeah, it seems to
It's
be
better.
alleviated.
What
Maybe,
did you
know,
do?
well, we
Huh?
might have had a listener, because if you hear that on the telephone, that means there's another line open.
Because okay, I made a
Perhaps
change
we had
on
an
my
unfriendly listener that was piggybacking, because now it's gone. Oh, there it is.
end. Yeah. I clicked on the automatically adjust mic volume, but I don't know. It's
I
kind of
haven't got
weird.
anything else on. I've just got the tablet on.
No worries. I'll ignore it. That's tones up.
That's if I didn't wear a headset, that's what it does on my computer. The same thing.
I will try to turn
Oh.
my volume down again. All right. Does that take it
Oh,
away?
there's Chris.
Oh,
Okay.
hi, Christopher.
He's back.
Okay,
Oh.
so let's get back to work.
Yep,
We're
yep,
at 3
I'm
hours,
trying.
37 minutes. What have you got for us?
I have, well, I was going to show you those pictures and I can't find them. So I'm still looking.
Ah.
But I know it's all right. And I have something. How about, I do have one for Chris, but I want to show you Ahmed's video first.
There you go, Christopher. I was going to start singing, "We all live in a yellow submarine."
So we all go to the side. Isn't there a song to the side?
Right. Lean back.
You
A
spin me
fawn. I
right
mean, a
round,
fawn
baby,
on.
right round.
That's his name. Our friend in Maldives. Here's a video of some of his captures. Starting with the most recent, and then it works back to about January, so it stems back 2 months altogether.
Yeah, it's tuning off of your
so y'all
voice
know.
too, Rebecca.
Hmm?
It's chirping
Yeah.
off of Rebecca's voice also.
But let's turn her mic off. See, it stops if I mute Jillian's mic.
Yeah, test 1 2 1 2. Yeah,
It's her.
yeah, it's her.
It's her. We know.
We know.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry,
I'm
Jillian.
famous.
Yeah. We warned you.
That's what it is. Okay, so here, let's get it back pulled up. Okay, a fawn and his wonderful view. All right. Oh,
God, can you imagine living there? Oh
Wait.
man.
okay. I do have. I can't decide. I'll show you a fawn, but there's something else I want to show you, Sam. I have a question about. Okay. I'll
Okay.
show you a fawns first.
Cool.
Yeah, and then show them that picture I just took.
Maldives.
Now, is that off the coast of Spain?
No, I think that's the Azores, right? I think the Maldives is
4 miles,
like
that's all that
Ireland
we
or
got
something,
left.
I can barely hear you, Christopher.
Before the road
Yeah, your mic is down.
run out,
Way down.
before it's time for goodbye.
What is that?
Is that better?
That is a Saturn.
Yellow moon. A Saturn jelly.
No, that is a Saturn.
Okay.
Right.
Great.
What's at the end?
Wow.
I took a
Oh.
screenshot.
God.
Yeah, I worked on that one, but the moon was up above. You can see it
Now,
buried
the
deep in the
ion tail is immense.
Yeah.
That is what I saw out my window yesterday. Right there is the faceplate, right there. And all that blue. Look at the flame. Look how micro clouding that is. I mean, guys,
Oh, craters.
there ain't no cloud on our planet that looks like that. That is the flame like
That's
a
an arrow
cloud.
bar. That's a blue arrow bar. It's a Smurf arrow bar.
That's a Saturn yellow moon and the ion tail. And you cannot make this shit up.
All right. So you were asking about, is the Maldives off the coast of Spain?
Right.
I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's off the coast of like Indonesia and the in the Indian Ocean somewhere.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
and
have to
I
look
think
that
the
up.
Azores is the one off the coast of Spain.
Right. It's chirp, chirp.
Chirp, chirp.
There's the green asteroid. There's the lead
Wow.
asteroid. It's getting huge. I mean, we're watching this close for the first time ever.
Oh. Yeah, they're just out there in the ocean and they have this insane outview.
You know, nobody has ever seen skies like this in recorded history.
That's so cool.
And you know, the pitiful thing, the really sad thing is that everybody else is missing this. This is the greatest sky show that ever was.
Yeah.
Talk about eclipse watchers. God, that chirp is driving me nuts.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know how to handle it, really.
Well, this must be time to show Gillian's
I just-
material and then send her to bed.
I know. Bless her heart. I know. I'll show hers next. Yes.
Okay,
I'm in the
okay.
process of.
I can't wait to see that picture you took.
Yeah.
And I just saw the long box cube right there,
Yeah?
dead center in that square right there. That dark
That's
square is this long box
Always,
cube.
he's always getting that long box cube like that. It's crazy.
Now look at that.
Always in the same
Look at
spot.
that right there. Look at that right there.
Yeah.
Question: is that Matim or is that no? No, that's the lead asteroid because it's on the right hand side. That's the lead asteroid. That circle right there. in front of the Saturn's yellow moon, which is slightly illuminated light blue. And I can't wait till the damn thing turns yellow again.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I think that won't be until it sort of leaves farther away, and then we can see how bright it is in the facial illumination. And there's the ion trail right there.
Yeah, look at that.
And look at the illumination underneath it.
Right.
Shows you how high it is because it's being illuminated on two sides.
Oh my God, that's incredible. Oh, it's so cool.
That's the ion tail off of Saturn's yellow moon, and it's over. It's literally after dark, and that's what I saw out my window yesterday. Here again, you're seeing the fingers. That's Saturn's yellow moon, and it's being illuminated on two sides. Underneath,
beautiful
Saturn being illuminated. People will go, "Oh, 3 suns!"
Right?
No, it's a planet with multiple illumination underneath it. And this is the bottom of Uri, and that is, believe it or not, that is the spiral asteroid on the left. But it's going because the planet is so high. We talked about transitions where you can go and get closer and bigger. That bottom thing literally could be the dragon and what we call the salamander asteroid group. And if you look, it sort of looks like a salamander hanging on the side of the planet, which is why it has its name, because we know those are asteroids that are always in the same murky half in, half out bottom base clouds of planet Uri. And we go back on that, seeing that all the way back 217, 215, 216. I don't even remember when we first saw the salamander, but it literally looks like a salamander partially popping out of the base clouds of gas giant Uri. And we saw it for literally, a year and a half straight. And then it went across us from the left to the right, which has been in the same position ever since, although it's been closer and farther away in many different combinations since 2021-ish.
Okay.
And so it's been a regulated transition that we've documented over and over from people from around the world. And we've had a lot of people over the years go, "Oh, you're full of shit, dude, and there's no way we'd all be dead if that were really happening."
Right.
And yet,
I got that same comment yesterday.
And yet we've documented all of these.
Total chaos here if those were planets. But and then he said something like, "But I do see that curved line there in the picture," or something like that. And it's funny how you were just mentioning, people think that's 3 suns, and they'll get behind that, but they can't get behind the fact that there could be a planet passing by.
I looked up today in my driveway, and I'm looking at on the left-hand side of the sun, and I know that currently Matim is making a cameo appearance, and we haven't seen Matim this large ever. And he or she, whatever you want to call Matim, I would say he. Matim sort of like a Tim,
Yeah.
That little bright blue planet, I know it's there. And so I'm looking for it, and I'm looking for it at a certain size. And then all of a sudden I realize, wait a minute, there it is, and it's bigger. And then I realize what I'm looking at, and I'm actually seeing the mountain ranges on planet Matim today.
Oh, cool.
I'm not kidding you, which is right there, which is that dark blue area we were just looking at. This is
no way.
Right, yeah, and I saw Matim in the mountain ranges today, and I'm just going, oh my God. I mean, how am I gonna? And I'm hours. This is like 10:30 this morning. I'm hours from the show, and I'm going, how am I going to explain this to people? But I have to.
Right.
I'm seeing, we're watching Matim, and Matim is coming closer to us, and it's like, wow, cool, because when we were watching Matim all the way back in 2015, it was going away from us, and it got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and then we never saw it for years. And I mean, we got to the point where we stopped even putting Matim in the drawings because I'd forgotten about Matim.
Okay.
And now Matim, and then all of a sudden, God, what was it? What would you say, about a year ago?
Yeah, I think Rebecca got the first capture of it.
Little blue thing peeking out from behind Uri, and in between Saru. Saru just started being more and more visible. And now
I remember
that we're
how
in the
excited
middle,
you were when you first saw it again.
Oh, okay. It's awesome because I mean, you're working on this premise of your scientific basis, the structure. The Tinker Toy is built of this orbit model in your head, and when you got something that isn't being answered, it bothers you. And I was just waiting and waiting, and then Yuri rose up out of the way because we have gone from the left-hand side of Yuri to now on the right-hand side of Yuri and Atu. So Yuri has pretty much moved out of the way, and boom, there sits Saru, and out pops this bright blue smaller thing.
Yeah.
And that was even way bigger than the blue asteroid, and they're both in the same area, by the way, which was weird. And they're both very bright blue, except Matim is much bigger.
Right.
And so I'm sitting here today staring up in the sky, and I was at the time it was 10:30 in the morning, so I'm staring pretty much east, and there sits Matim in the mountain ranges, and then of course, and it was thin and pale, but it was secondary, smaller, lighter light, not the clouds that were in the front. And I knew what I was looking at, and my brain just grabbed onto those land masses, and I just went, "Oh shit!" And
That's great.
I was like, "Wow!"
Definitely.
And it matches photographs that we got from a decade ago. I mean, and you can't make this up. I mean, of course, there is no way I could have, in my wildest dreams, created a farce
Oh,
that is this magnitude accurate.
right.
I could not make this up. There,
No.
I would be, well, I am, but I'd be, Pinky in the Brain, masterful, world emperor, whatever.
Yep.
And you can't make this shit up. Although we've learned this. Look at that. Look at that dark area. I mean, my God, you just look at that dark area right there. That's the bottom of a freaking planet, people. That happens to be Atu, by the way.
Okay.
And I know this, and I know this from looking at it all these years. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I wish I could see that flat. I think that was the green asteroid leaving a trail behind it. And that right there is the red asteroid. See the square fronted edge? That's the red asteroid. With a little sister in front of it. Little black dot.
All right.
And they transition, they move. They're bigger or they're smaller, and then they're bigger, and then they go beyond us. And now they're being, and what's really cool, they are being facially illuminated now. When they go beyond the sun and you look behind your back to the sun, and I want people to contemplate that as well. Take a picture. This is what we always taught everybody. Take a picture of the left-hand side of the sun, including a partial illumination of the sun, and then take a picture of the right-hand side of the sun, including a partial illumination of the sun, and then turn around and take a picture behind you.
Cool.
And try that. Run for 3 pictures, and you'll get some. No matter what, you're going to get a planet, because we are in the middle. And I'm gonna sit down and draw the new location of where Earth is versus the passing planets from above. I've always been giving it to you in the out view. I'm going to draw it from above, looking down.
Okay.
I have not drawn that for you. I've done side views and angle views, but this time I think I'm going to draw it with Earth in the center, and then show everybody what's around us and where.
That'll be crazy. That'll be really cool, Sam. I can't wait to see it.
Oh, it's a simple drawing. All I have to do is draw a bunch of circles, and then put name tags to it, and then colored pencil. And I get to eat the crayons. I don't draw
Right?
with them.
God, which one's your favorite?
Remember the blueberry.
That's right. That's right. God, I have to
It's
try
like
it
wax,
soon.
man. What is this? And it's cheap Chinese wax. Yeah, look at that lead asteroid. I love that. This video this is from a font. That dark area is a Saturn right there. That's lead asteroid. Very big, and that was like a month or 2 ago. It's back.
I was just testing it. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll show
Gillian, wave your
Gillian's
hand when
video
you want to
next.
holler.
I know. I figure if she muted herself, in between speaking, maybe I don't.
That
I
would
don't
work
like
also.
to mute her.
That would
So
work
I'm going to
also.
unmute you, and then you
Um,
mute it on your end while you're
you
not
need to
talking.
look at
that?
your Best Buy or whatever you have in Scotland, Gillian, and see if you can get a side microphone.
I tell you, one of these would fix it for sure. Just a headset with a mic built into it. And
Yeah,
then
that would fix it. That would double away. That would take away
Yeah.
the echo. You have a sound loop happening,
Yeah.
and the sound is hitting you, and then it's going back to the microphone and it's chirping out.
But that's weird. It doesn't do it all the time, does it?
No.
Well, in radio, it happened all the time in radio, and that's if you have your volume up too loud on what you're listening to, not your mic volume, the volume that you're listening to, the up too loud, then it will double in. See, it'll double in and come back across your mic a second time, which is then carrying twice the carrier load, which is why it's chirping out. It's a radio echo, basically.
Yeah.
And it also might have to do with the fact that you're in Scotland.
Yeah. I mean,
I
you have
turned it
wonderful
down.
chirping
Did that
voice.
work?
Nah. It's still
Give
there.
us
a
your singing
little.
voice, Jillian.
It's maybe better. A little.
Yeah,
Not at
I'm
this
not hearing
time of night. It's like 1 a.m. So
Oh, okay.
Here, okay.
I'll wake up
Here's.
the neighbors and have them screaming at you.
Let me see. I have your reel, Jillian. We can watch that first because I had to save it separately. So let me get that.
yeah, you can show that picture that I
Uh-huh.
just took. That was really cool. I couldn't believe that one. That was interesting.
No, it's not it. I have that on your slideshow. So, but I'm saving your reel right now. I haven't seen it yet myself. So
Paradise is a conspiracy. Airplane put in the sky. Hulu. Truth is. Okay, don't have any clue what you mean by that. Kim B. Sorry, I was reading aloud. Okay.
oh, okay. There's no sound. Like I expected there to. Okay. Did I take the sound off of that? Because no. I don't know.
There used to be
Okay.
sound on it. That's
Usually
just one of
do.
them. There's the last one. There's a big long one. This is the little one.
Okay.
Saturday in the Park, Chicago. I love that song. Saturday by Chicago. Look it up.
All right. All right. Sweet. I'm not used to it being so quiet. Turn my music back up.
Planets everywhere. All we see are planets.
Better. It's like it's too
And
quiet.
it does, it blows me away because the sun. This is Atu and Atu's moon because the sun's behind us to the right. You can see the reflection off the window. I'll blow this up so I can see better.
All right. There's that,
I
and
see- I
it's
see.
still uploading on your video. Uploading right now.
See, everything that's been happening to me this week with videos and stuff.
Well,
has
we
been
were
like
talking. We were talking about the Schumann resonance. I mean, we have an electrical resonance, planetary-wide resonance that we've never seen the likes of before. So we also have to take into account people. There may come a day where bang, we don't have internet anymore, and or some sort of a Carrington event, and the sun directly is shining a coronal hole, and we are getting bombarded by stellar plasma, and it could be breaking through the Earth magnetosphere and entirely affecting our internet today. So we have to warn that there may come a day that all these luxuries that we count on could come to an end, including now if we are going into an economic depression, and the only way we can tell that is by 2 more quarters of economic reporting sometime early next year. our trade has been messed up, and it's going to break the whole system. Anytime you pull one of the wheels off a car, the car crashes. So we're in trouble. And this happened also in 1939. And I encourage you to look up the trade wars of 1930, like 1937, 38, 39. And the Dust Bowl era, again, I'm warning, the Dust Bowl era is already starting. Squeak, squeak, squeak.
I know. I don't know why it's taking her video that much longer.
I got it. There are hamsters watching us.
There's
It's just
definitely a hamster
going
conspiracy
very
going
slow.
on right now.
It's all right.
And
The hamsters don't like me this week.
I think he's running in circles, and his wheel needs some oil.
Definitely.
So be sure to send all your relief funds to P.O. Box 625, Lolo, Montana 59847, so we can get some squeaky oil on that wheel.
Yeah.
Or anti-squeaky oil.
Or just get me a microphone.
Yeah. Well, and then you have to get Gillian's mail, but we don't want to,
Would a microphone be the answer though?
Yeah, if she had one of those tag-on micro or a headset, that would go. That for her
like-
what you do is you go and you find out what works with that laptop.
Yeah.
And
A
if you
headset.
had headphones, it would mute the sound, and that would
I don't
break
know
the
if the
problem.
mic would be the answer though, because I feel like you got to keep the sound from going into the air. Otherwise, it's
I
going to
think
go.
it's the microphone in that laptop.
You just need a Bluetooth headset with a mic built in.
That would work. Those
Or
are about
just
$30,
headset.
right?
Doesn't have to be Bluetooth, but
I haven't got money for that.
I know
I
it's
know.
loading.
Jillian, I'll send you some euros.
I know. I had to get a new one last week because mine quit charging during the show. It just said it was powering off, and
Oh.
it never would charge after that.
Let me
Like,
look at
some-
my
no.
euros. Let's
Burn
see.
out that day. That was the end. It won't charge again.
That was it.
So they weren't bad. I got them for 22 on
Not bad.
Amazon. Not bad.
You don't have any trouble breaking euros, do you, Gillian? Okay, well, send me your address. I know I have your address somewhere, but send it to me in PM again, and I'll mail you some euros.
Oh, that'd be
Yeah.
awesome. I can go to
Good.
Yeah, the Pakistani guy that's got the phone shop will sort me out because he wanted to sort me out the other day, but he wanted to show me how to put all my photographs, all 36,000 photographs, into the tablet because my phone is really upset with me right now.
Yeah. That could be one of the reasons too, you might have so much memory taken up on your phone that it's not functioning properly.
It's at 99.4% of.
Well, you better start erasing some of that,
My
or
phone too.
you got to put it onto a thumb drive, and
He
then
said he would show me if I take the tablet with me to work tomorrow. Well, he can't tomorrow. It's Sunday. To take it, and he'll show me the patch cord thing. And if
Right.
he's got one, then he'll tell me what the price is of the stuff. But like I said, the only
Right.
money I've got is my food money,
Yep.
Theo's groom money, and
well, Gillian, we've just
Yeah.
upgraded Christoper, so I'm going to make sure that. And unfortunately, the mail is very slow. We'll
Yeah.
upgrade you and get you some euros so you can buy what you need.
well, thank you.
Can we get you something off Amazon and just have it sent to your house? Or
Could do, yeah.
yeah, I wonder if I didn't even
wonder
think
that.
about that.
Hey, Tony.
Well,
Thank you.
I do have the euros that I can't cash here.
Oh.
Yeah, that too.
That's the issue, is because
Because
my bank.
sometimes,
Go ahead.
sorry, Sam. No. I just had like an outburst. Go ahead.
Well, I've had over the years, I've had people mail me euros,
Oh, God.
and after the C virus, my local banks, and I have not found one yet that hasn't created an issue about me cashing euros. And before, my old bank just took them, and then they took the quote of the day, and then they've deposited that money in my account. And if there was any inaccuracies, they would correct it. That way I didn't actually get paid for them, but I deposited them. And now they want to charge me $12.50 to take a euro.
What?
Wow.
That's craziness.
Yeah, so they, I'm going to get.
Taxing on everything just now. They're just.
I know, it's like, charge me for this, charge me for that.
Can I breathe quickly? How much are you
Right.
going to
Charge
charge
me for not having money in my account.
Yeah, so I'm gonna hand them 50 euros, and I'm gonna get 40 some dollars, in return for it. It's like, no,
Oh, good. It made it. All right.
All right.
Gillian, what I was going to say, I had like Christopher's idea of, because sometimes I'm on Amazon and I'll see something that I'm like, oh, Gillian would like that. If I could just click a button and send it to her,
Oh,
if
by
I
the way,
can,
Rebecca, while you're on
Yeah.
Amazon, you can look up my Insta360
Oh, I will. Okay. I'll do that next.
Ace Pro. That you need to write
I'll
those
do
4
that.
words down.
I got it.
Insta360 Ace Pro.
Look
I
it up.
wrote it down. I will. I'll do
So,
that
you know,
next.
Instant 60 Ace Pro. What's that?
I know
camera?
that Christmas is a while away, and I'm going Santa, if you're in Miami Beach right now and listening. Anyway.
Okay, guys. We have it. Gillian's video is
Sweet.
ready to show.
And show Sam that gigantic ship I just saw. Can't believe it.
Well, it's towards the end. I added it to
Cool.
this series of pictures. Okay. All right. Here we go, guys.
Wicked.
Oh, that one's cool.
All my pictures.
I'll send you those.
Please, yeah. Look at the moon today.
Yeah.
The normal paw print.
Yeah. Oh.
That, of course, is Yuri. And Yuri in the base cloud looking from underneath it.
Beautiful.
Keep your eye out for the small asteroid. Probably higher up to the right. I wonder if I back off of my microphone. Now it's still happening. Okay. So I pull my face away from the microphone. It still didn't help. Okay, the angle of the light is behind us.
Yeah, to the left.
Okay, so that would be where Nibiru is back there, that blue. That is Yuri again in the asteroids.
Wow.
There's a slight tinge of blue to the sun, which is from Matim. And of course, underneath Yuri, these are asteroids going over. Some of them are normal clouds.
Same view from around the world.
Yep.
Incredible.
And there's Mr. Tompkins going to sit on his bench again, as he does every day at this time, to eat his biscuits.
Look at the tilt of that.
Accompanied by his faithful dog, Stanley.
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 Interesting little round below the bottom of the sun there.
And above it.
Hello, Skull Asteroid. Middle upper left.
Oh, look at it. Cool.
Boy. I can't do that. No more umming.
No more umming.
Look at that pointy thing.
Yeah, well, see the illumination. It's already getting beyond sundown, so you're seeing the bottom of one of the planets. It's probably Atu's moon. It's all about the lighting. Look at the horizon.
Wow.
We are swimming underneath, just barely underneath all these planets going around right over the top of us every day. It's insane. Red asteroids above the shed on the left. That's the bottom of the Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon. And the first thing I do in every picture I look at is I judge where the light is coming from so I know where I'm looking. And then you look at the dark areas, not the light. Where's it coming from? Where is the light hitting on this side of the cloud or that side of the cloud? Then I look for the color variation, the dark blue compared to the light blue. Then I look at the horizon. I look at what time of day it is, where the horizon is, how far set is the sun. What am I looking at? Then I look at the pathways and the variations in blue. And these are asteroids in the middle upper left. The rest of it is normal clouds. There again, you see them again. They're cutting in front of the sun. And we know that the Dan asteroid, and that's probably Lorraine cutting in front of the sun. And we'll be seeing more of it all week long. So it will be self-evident, or it will go by in the unforgotten realm. But we know what's up there. And we've seen enough of them long enough that we've, named the big ones. And we are getting a brand new show of a whole bunch of new small ones. So, and I don't want to go crazy and name a bunch of shit to confuse you guys. Yeah. So we try to stick to the old standards, and we'll say, okay, there's an additional 2 or 3 of them visible here, and
look at that guy.
Yeah, that's an interesting little tiny bit of sunlight.
This is the one you were talking about, Gillian?
Yeah.
We have been seeing evidence of a illuminated object beside the sun. It's smaller, and we think that our sun is the smaller one, and the big, larger illumination is the standard red star. We're not, we're 80% there, and I'm still seeing. And now, in different equatorial regions, like the people in the southern hemisphere see a second object. The higher north we are, we don't. And then if you go to the equator, there's a blip on the edge. So they're seeing it down in the southern hemisphere.
Started out a gas ball.
There's a straight line on the right-hand side that's cutting off the edge.
It's kind of wild that sun was this morning. That's this morning.
And it's probably got Saru cutting off the top of it. See that big base? Saru is creeping up very quickly. I expect to be very surprised very soon. And it always keeps. Every time I figure it out, I find out I don't have it. It changes, and I have to relearn everything. But I guess that's okay. It's always adventurous. Always adventurous.
Always.
And I'm gonna start sweating. Getting ready for the monthly March drawing, and oh God, here we go. And I'll spend a week pondering it.
Oh.
Yes, my eyes are nearly shutting.
Yeah, we have quite a few eclipses coming up. Do look those things up. We have, we're still in the middle of this planetary alignment thing that's going on, and the arch, I think you can still see it if you look in the western sky at night, will arch toward the southwest in this really weird arc, which also proves the spiral effect of the solar system far better than Einstein's model. For you people who want to actually go outside, because there's a lot of the folks that are going to have a warm couple of days, and you'll have nice weather till like Thursday and Friday if you're in the middle of America, and get ready for another big snowstorm for a lot of folks from Colorado to Oklahoma to etc. Missouri.
What about me?
I did not look up your weather this morning. I do apologize.
All right.
Everything I
didn't either.
Well, everything I try to find is 2 to 3 weeks old.
Really?
And I'm not getting. Wow. Yeah, the current links aren't available. And I was like, I used to watch these guys. Where'd they go? I used to watch them. Where'd they go? And I'm running it through my smart TV. I suppose I could do better on the computer, but I'm not finding the old standbys that I used to look up regularly. And there's a huge disinformation and disconnect. By the way, again, I'll remind everybody that the National Oceanic Aeronautical Administration has been defunded and depopulated, and so do not expect good weather. However, the people that are running it real well, again, is like Max Velocity and Ryan Hall, y'all, and then they've stepped away from. They're not part of that society, and they're independent and they're good. So you can look them up as well. I don't know if their work will be affected by the changes in the systems or what, or if we're going automated AI on everything, and let the robots run the government and let them collect all the checks for themselves. I don't know, bad thing, but
I probably should go to bed because I have work tomorrow.
Well, good night, Gillian.
That'll give your eardrums peace if it's going well.
There you go. Here we go. Get rid
Sorry,
of that.
people, if you're getting headaches.
All right.
Well, yeah.
We love you, Gillian.
We'll figure it
so
out.
you're
Try to get it
excused.
fixed.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer, isn't it? It kind
No,
of.
it's all right.
Well, we've had, I think part of it does have to do with the fact that it's across the pond and we have a huge delay. So we'll see. We'll work it out. I'll send you some euros. And
Thank you, Sam.
go to PM and type me your address right away, and I won't forget.
Send it to me too. Send me your address. I'll have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Well, good night, Jillian.
Good
Good night,
Night,
Gillian.
night.
You have a great day tomorrow.
See you
I
I
later.
thought you were going to see my Star Destroyer in that picture. It looks like a Star Destroyer to me.
I missed it.
It was the
Well-
last picture, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Mhm.
post it on my group, and Nibiru follows Anonymous, and we'll check it out. That way we can see it,
Yeah.
Bigger.
I mean, you didn't. That wasn't it part of the video.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed it. I think I may have. I
Oh
don't-
well, I'll hang on. It was right before the cats.
Oh, I see it now.
Hang on. This one.
Here.
That.
Yeah. Oh,
This
No,
one.
I don't see it here, but I see it around. I see it with behind the cat. Yeah, that black thing right there. Yeah, there I see it. But if you look at the cat, go back to the cat. It's right there. It's behind the cat right now.
Uh-huh.
Right there.
Yeah.
See the conning tower?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah, there.
Yeah. You can wave at him.
Yeah, that is a Star Destroyer.
No.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's there.
Crazy. Cool.
It follows the criteria: size, conning tower,
Look at that.
triangular shape,
Good cat. Good cat.
cloud pathway. Going, Mom, look! Mom, look!
Right?
Star
Mom,
Destroyer."
look, Mom.
Look,
Hey.
it's Mom and Dad in there, and they're
Yeah.
coming down.
I wonder if Darth Vader's
there it
flying
goes.
that one. Is that the one that Darth Vader goes on? Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have showed you that T-shirt with the Darth Vader faces on.
Yeah, I saw it. I all the moods of Darth Vader.
Yeah, I did show you, didn't I? Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that. Thank you. That was funny. And
Yeah, I know. I couldn't resist it. It was in
Nicole sent me a
the
whole bunch
charity.
of Darth Vader commercials this weekend.
It's just one
This week.
face, right?
Yeah,
No, it's got bunches of faces.
Yeah, I would think
And
so
it's just
because
one
I'm trying to
face.
think of all the moves of Darth Vader, and
yeah. The mask.
only one
does
face
that.
comes to mind, really.
Hey, by the way, I have a Darth Vader original mask that they made for kids with the voice activator.
That's cool.
But the voice activator no longer functions.
Oh wow,
So
it was like a
bummer.
voice activated thing. Cool.
Yeah, my brother put a face on for my 50th birthday before I came here. That was my last birthday in South Africa, so they made the Star Wars surprise party for me.
Sweet.
Yeah. I got a lightsaber cake made out of little
Oh,
cupcakes.
cool.
A blue
Yeah, I
lightsaber.
can make Death Star waffles.
Death Star waffles.
Yeah, I have a Death Star
Nice.
waffle maker.
Nice. Yeah, maple syrup on that thing.
Right? Oh, that actually
Yeah, it's a
sounds
big
really good right
circle. It
now.
has the eye in it, the eye, and then you make a waffle, and it's this big circle of the Death Star.
I'm partial
Cool.
to French toast.
Right, we're all coming up. We're coming up. We're ready for
Yeah,
wait.
Death Star waffle coffee. Yeah.
Yep.
Don't
All
forget,
right, you go.
Don't forget the eggs and the Jimmy Dean sausage and bacon.
Oh yeah,
And
the hash
schnitzel.
browns.
And yeah. Don't. Oh God, yeah, hash browns.
Yeah,
Gravy.
hash browns.
Hash browns.
Country
Yeah,
gravy.
they'll do that.
Now
They
I'm
call
getting
that.
really hungry.
They call that Scottish fry up. You're making me hungry now. That's
Scottish
illegal.
fry. Yeah.
They
Oh,
call it Scottish fry up. Yeah,
Yeah,
nice.
fry up.
a fry up. Yeah. Okay, guys and dolls.
Okay.
Night
Fun.
night.
Good night, Jillian.
Night, Jillian. See
Night
you
night.
next
Your
week.
ears will be going. Oh, thank God.
Oh, by
Yeah,
the way,
really.
before you go, I was talking to you all night long. Remember, we had a conversation, and I was typing, and I went to bed, and I continued typing on my pillow all night long the other night. By the way, and did you hear me? You know, I laughed. I was like having I have these occasional dreams where I'm still working.
Oh, don't get me started.
Well,
on
I
the
have been doing
dreams.
this for 15 years. Of course, it's going to
Felt
happen.
like I was in an auditorium with a teacher or something.
No, I
was-
kept misspelling everything, and my word spell check kept going off, and I was like, "Oh!" God. And it's probably psychological because my keyboard is screwing up, so it's probably going. Okay, you're going to keep mistyping and have to retype everything. Go buy a new keyboard. I don't know. Anyway, good night, Jillian.
Good night.
I'll see you.
Good night.
Yeah. Next week.
All right. Bye. Can we help you?
Bye.
Bye.
Hey? Yeah,
Okay.
help me.
Help you? Okay. All right. Here we go. Bye, Jillian. Just making
We'll see you
sure.
during the week.
I did not cut her off. I wouldn't want to, but anyway.
Yeah, well, you
Yeah,
almost have to, otherwise we'll just keep talking.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
Like the old
Yes.
Ma Bell used to pull the plug on you.
Yeah. Okay. Let me tell Jubilee. Jubilee. Okay, so she said her daughter was upset with the chirping. So
Oh.
Yeah,
She had to
I don't
leave.
blame
I
her.
know.
It hurt me bad. It's like,
So,
ow,
she
ow,
said-
ow. I think
Yeah.
I'm safe from it,
it's
you know?
safe. I know it's safe, Jubilee. It's safe. That's what.
Yeah, you can come out of the closet now.
Yeah.
I meant that in the nice way, not the other way.
Yeah.
I didn't catch myself till after I said, "Oh, wait a minute, there's a stigma that goes along with that
I
statement."
know.
Wait a minute, I forgot. I'm of the old world. I forget
There.
these things, you know?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, there's this orb that got a lot of attention the
Okay.
last
With
couple
several
of
different
days.
sightings.
There we go.
Yes. So, okay. So here it is. We're going to look at it, and I have another video that compares it with something else, but one thing at a time.
Okay.
Let's do.
And
This
I did review them today, so
Here we go.
okay, this is just at sunset, and it is coming in from the right to the left. That is not normal.
Sparkling all around it.
Now, if this is filmed anywhere near Florida,
What is
there was a rocket
What is
incident
that?
Yep.
this week also.
Yeah, that seems to be going
It's
really
just sucking
fast.
it out of the sky with
Is
like
that a shooting star or a meteor or something?
What's all
But-
this stuff around it?
Debris.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But I heard about
And there's
that
another one.
rocket. So they say, oh, I wasn't there, but
Okay, well, remember
anyway.
the base module also came in for a landing back in
Okay, just-
Florida again as well.
Okay.
They had one explosion. The upper module and what they refer to as the spacecraft rocket, which was the top part, which is what the
Right.
test was about.
Let me
That's
find
the
it again.
secondary, and that secondary lasted for about 22 seconds and then blew up. The
Wow.
primary booster went back down and landed and was caught in the catch arms again.
Wow.
That's a third successful attempt at that. So
Incredible.
one of these videos can either be the rocket explosion and the debris in the early stages, and then I
Yeah.
sent Rebecca 2 other photographs of the actual rocket in the late stages of debris. And then we can also take into account on one of these videos that it might be the primary rocket booster has to release oxygen
That's crazy.
Yeah.
prior to landing, which oxygen is part of the fuel that it uses. But
Right.
if it doesn't use it up in space, then when it gets back down into oxygen, it no longer needs it. Therefore, they
Okay.
eject it. That way, it's less explosive. And then they land it on the fuel that they have pressurized at the time. And then it goes into the catch arms. It's a series of
That's incredible that they
Right.
managed to pull that off. I mean,
Uh,
wow. What a
I
feat.
believe on the re-landing of the catch arms of the primary rocket, 3 of the rockets out of the 13 did not function, but it still safely landed. However, the upper module did explode, I believe, 22 seconds into the flight. After, that's post-separation.
Yeah.
And then a few of the rockets failed, and then it lost latitude, and then it went into separation. And they're not sure if it self-destructed on purpose or if it broke up. That's what I learned.
Wow. Wow.
All right. Okay. Well, here's this. Okay. I had to resave it. I don't know why. It's like the 3rd time I've saved this. It says I already have it. Okay. Let's go back and get it. I don't know. I knew that it looked familiar to me, and this is what I compared it to. And let's just see.
Ow.
I mean, those little like sparkly lights.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Yeah, that's true.
just
and
watch. Just watch
when you
it.
first
And
asked,
Look
I'm
at that.
like,
Whoa.
it's the same thing. I know
Yeah.
I've seen that before. It's
when you
support
first
craft.
asked that, and I saw that video, this is
Wow,
the
Rebecca.
first one I saw. I did agree with you up to a point, but I had to speculate and discuss it because it does. Now we do know that the Norway spiral orb or Empire orb does quickly move, but I've never seen it go that fast.
Okay.
And it does
just
look a
looks a
little
lot
more
like it.
square. Yeah, it does.
I
It
don't know.
really does. Yeah, it could. It could easily be.
Wow.
And then maybe because
Because
we
it
know
would be like them to
we
say,
know
when something like this does appear in the sky, they'll be like, "Oh, quick cover story! It was a rocket.
Right.
It blew up in the sky, and here it is, and everybody
Yeah.
saw it, and that's
I
what
have
it's
one that I
no big
didn't
deal,
send
just a
you.
rocket."
I have a-
That's what they would do. That's what they do.
I have a video I didn't send you today, and it's posted on Montana Skywatcher 1. And it is
So
a alien rotating craft that is very convincing. And then there's this one.
I
Now we
mean, these are
know
all in Florida. These are
now this
all
could be the
examples from
reentry.
Florida.
This could be the reentry of the bottom rocket. But I was also tempted to say, but being that it's going from right to left, nothing that we have is doing that per se, other than the green asteroid, which it also could be, or it is likely that this is the relanding because this is in Miami. So this could be the relanding of the primary rocket booster that is reusable.
Wow.
Now there is an object on the face of that rocket that does come off. It's a front binding ring that goes between the 2 stages. Now they eject that. So, we can look for that, and it comes off from the right side and the head's left in the ejection. Now, if that's in this footage, that's what we have. If not, then it could be other things too. But we don't have, we have a lot of sightings of it, which is what's cool. That we are talking about it, we're comparing it, we're seeing it.
Yeah.
We're taking into account that it comes from the right to the left, which is not the general direction of most of everything that we watch.
Okay.
And it's pretty darn small compared to everything else that we watch. I mean, my God, do you know how big the Tan asteroid is getting? I'm sure you do, Christopher. I'm sure you've seen it. It's surprisingly large and surprisingly illuminated.
Huge.
And so is Matim and, Peppy and Lorraine and all of the, oh God, they're just, the jury's going over, and this is going to be a 180-day cycle, and here we go. And we're going to see so much more that's going to be just awesome. And we'll see it and we'll go, I know exactly what that is because I've seen it, for the last 5 years, and here we share this information with people every day, every week, every month, every year. And yet for some reason, it doesn't sponge in. I don't get it. I just don't get it. But, I look at it every day. So,
right. And still, it's, confusing the heck out of you.
Well, yeah, it's very confusing, and I mean, sometimes I have to watch things 2 or 3 or 4 times, and then every once in a while I'll have a really big mega duh. But I didn't see that a year ago, and and a lot of this stuff, unless you're really looking for the Texas Cube, you don't look for it. You look for the other stuff,
Right.
and all of a sudden you go, oh my God, there's the Texas cube. My God,
Man, I was looking. I think when I, in the beginning, I was looking for it everywhere in the places that it just wouldn't be, and then I finally learned, well, it's supposed to be on the left side of the sun under Atu's moon. And once I finally put that together, and that's
Well,
when
the
I
big
just
deal
started
is
seeing
it's
it
in
over and over
between.
again, and it's undeniable.
It's in between Uri and Atu's
Right.
moon, and Atu,
Right.
not Atu's moon, but in between Uri and Atu. And it's always been there, always hiding in the middle. And we only see it during the cycle when Uri and Atu go over the top of us, and then we see in between them.
Right.
Which is what we've been
Kind of like the
staring
skull
at.
asteroid.
Right. Which is
Okay.
what we've been staring at since literally September of last year, because Atu has moved beyond Earth, and so it got out of the way, and now we're looking straight up. And I saw it today, straight up, a little bit over to the northeast, but it was above me. And there, low ball, you couldn't argue with the shape. It was brighter white than anything else there. And I went, duh, there's the skull, And then I, paid attention to Matema because that was immediately to the right of the skull asteroid. And I'm, oh, there's the stripes of Uri. Oh, there's Atu's moon. Okay, oh, there's the ion tail of the Saturn over my right shoulder. But, blah blah blah. And I'm standing out in my driveway watching all this today, and it's hilarious, and it's plain as day to me, because I've been watching it for 15 years. And I want to go over to my neighbors and tap on their door. Go, guys, you got to come. Oh, look right now. Here's Planet Matim. Look at the mountain ranges. The ice and the snow.
Whoops. I'm not sure, Nicole. Are you talking about the video we were just looking at, or I don't know what the question was for?
Debris in the same place. It was no, it's tumbling.
Yeah.
Debris tumble, pieces of metal will shine
Columbia,
off, shine on, shine off, shine on.
Reentry when it crashed, or didn't crash.
I did send for the record, I did send Rebecca 2 photographs of the actual debris of the actual rocket.
I have it. Yes.
If you could compare those.
Let's see.
I sent you 2 of them. There were like 6 of them, but I sent you 2.
I had a picture of it, but
well, maybe they meant to crash these, Nicole. But I know, yeah, this is the debris. This is after it started breaking up, and this is when it's less broken up. But this is closer to what was left of it, and that actually came down over the top of Cuba and
Bahamas.
That other country right next to Cuba. I'm trying to think of the name of that thing.
Turks and Caicos.
Haiti? Cuba and Haiti.
Yeah. Papua New Guinea.
A big area of the Caribbean there was shut down and for all air flight travel because it went straight up and left the orbit a few thousand miles up or 1,000 miles up or however far it went up, and then after secondary separation it flew around for a very short time. And then some of the rockets failed right before they were going to change the transition of the rockets, and there was a failure, and then it fell out of its ascent and went into a declination of orbit, and then the last I saw was where they were disconnected from. They didn't have any other information, so it could have self-destructed, or it actually broke up from re-entry into tumbling. Anyway. But the primary first stage did land, but even though they did have a minor rocket failure as well. So
right. It makes sense that they would have a self-destructive thing on there too, because
if
they can control it, that way they can control where it's going. Basically, you don't want it to crash over populated areas, I would imagine. So
but there's you can type in, you can go to YouTube and type in area of affected debris of exploding SpaceX rocket and the date, and you'll get a graphic of it. It's published. Wow. Always check stuff, guys. Go look things up. If you want to know something, go look it up. And
that's right.
And of course, always check your sources and don't believe the first 3 examples. And then do an in-depth research. And And you will find that with the stuff that we talk about, we talk about current things all the time, and we could spend 2 weeks talking about all the things that we saw happen all the way up to this date. And I don't know how we could even do a lecture tour other than just showing thousands and thousands of pictures.
Right.
And we have them, and I have to get my buddy over here and put some more on a thumb drive so I don't lose them. I do need to keep the last couple of years of pictures because we've got thousands of captures from around the world. And I mean, we don't have a lot of people talking, and a lot of people are still in the questioning stage, but we have a lot of people every day. We get 50, 60, 80, people sending us stuff from the numerous sister sites that we all belong to. And we're a great collective of great information.
Yes.
And Rebecca's always doing a very busy job, and Christopher's always making awesome
the hardest
videos.
job of all of us, I think.
I love it.
I think you love it too. I think it's awesome.
I love it. Yeah. Okay, Sam, I found your camera, but there's actually many models, not models, but varieties. Like one for snowboarding, one for hang gliding, one for, it's like.
Yeah, well, the Ace Pro is the good one. That way,
I know, but there's
it has to do with
Ace Pros.
Where it's the little screen that you can turn around.
You need the sand-proof one.
I know. I got a picture. I'll show you.
Yeah, definitely the sand, not the snowboarding one or the.
I know.
the freebase jumping one, but the sand-proof electric.
Sandproof.
Plastic encased, and number one used by YouTubers.
Yeah.
That's the most
cool.
That's the
basic one.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Cool. I like.
Okay, that's the
basic one. And then if you want to take it a step further, they go up to 400 and 500. But like I said, there's snowboarding camera, mic biking camera, or mountain biking. Has all these attachments, and
the mountain biker has a stabilization module.
Nice.
So
it looks super small,
and it takes slow motion somehow, non-bouncy pictures. How it does it, I don't know. And that's older technology. But this is pretty much it. But maybe I don't know which version this is. Let me blow it up. Maybe I can read the front of it.
Right, which version?
This is This is it's telling you it's in 4K, and actually filming in 4K is about the best from what I've seen. This is the Evo, I guess, or.
Really cool camera.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
And it is, and see, it's in a plastic case, and it's durable as hell, and I believe it's waterproof. And
nice.
I watch Colin Furs, and he's this British guy that's building an underground bunker in front of his house, or behind his house, in the garage.
Smart man.
Yeah, well, look him up. And he has used them through many, many videos, and he's a crazy inventor. He's a British guy, and he swears by them. And I've watched over years how he drops them, and they still work, including into cement, and then have to pick them up out of the cement, and
Right. Yeah, there's a few different ones.
Show us more. I want to see. I want to see the expensive one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's get the most powerful.
If you type in Insta360 Ace Pro.
I am. These are all like when you scroll through it, these are all Ace Pros.
It's the one that
is that the brand Ace Pro, or is that
Insta360?
Insta360 is the brand.
Okay.
And there's
the model is Ace Pro.
All right.
Yeah.
And you're looking at it on Amazon?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what their actual website,
right,
like the actual maker's website looks like. Check it out tonight.
It looks
that'd be the best place.
It's that's just the camera, because everything else that's bigger, package wise, includes more equipment.
Oh.
They have these bundles like an extra battery or something for your helmet that attaches to your helmet. There's all these.
Gotta have that stuff.
Wireless or wire laden microphone, which
I think That's what makes it
they have
more
these really
pricey.
cool now swivel robotic, like it's like a selfie stick, but it's
Like a gimbal?
a gimbal, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
they
those are
move on
nice.
their own, and they film and they keep they keep these object, the
Yes.
person in the center.
Yeah.
It does it robotically, and
Yeah.
I've
That's
seen
cool.
those too. Those are cool. That's a bunch of money.
They're about a couple hundred for a nice gimbal.
Well,
Nice.
that's a
So,
bunch of money to me, but anyway.
Yeah.
yeah, well, yeah, but you know you would get it if you could. I mean, you know what I'm saying. It's worth it.
Well,
It's
now
worth
that
it.
we,
It's like
You
but we are,
will
it's worth it.
have
If
this
you can.
camera.
I will,
I
even
know.
though we are
We're
having
gonna
a
get it.
recession.
That's
Uh,
not
Will
too bad.
have this camera.
Because it looks like just to get the camera in your hands, about $300, and then everything else is accessories. That's what makes
Right.
it
Of
more.
course, you have to have them. You know,
Right. In other words, you
Well,
have to
yeah.
have them, right?
Rodney.
you
He's
gotta
like,
have it.
And then you have
where
to
we
have
were shopping.
then you have to have a
Right.
crew to carry them while you're walking in front of the
Oh,
camera.
yeah.
And,
You know, there's probably special colored screws.
Look
you
at
know,
this
purple
picture.
screws you can put into it or something, or you know,
That's from Terra.
cool.
That's an
Wow.
asteroid. Look at that.
Yeah.
I wonder where Tara is today. She never misses a show usually. She's busy.
Well, hey Tara.
Anyway, yeah, she's out there. Okay.
Brought to you by
So
Exxon and
I found those
$5
pictures
pizza.
from Nicole. I found them, Nicole. I couldn't find them, but I found them. Okay, so these were
Hi,
pictures
Nicole.
from last week. We didn't get to show them because we talked so much last show.
Yeah.
But here they are. These are Nicole's selection, okay, from last week. Ta-da. All right. Italy. Yes.
Oh.
Look at the water.
Yep.
Oh, man. Look at the sun.
Yeah.
Help. No.
Right? It's just
Oh,
light.
boy.
Yeah, and this is that light issue I keep trying to point out to everybody,
Light.
and nobody notices you. You know, you're looking at you go out in the store, you're at Tractor Supply or Walmart or wherever, and everybody's walking around like it's normal, no problem, no problem. And if you look at the water, you can see why there's a light issue, because there's that big dark planet on the right hand side.
Right. It should be uniform on both sides.
Yep. And this is in
Cool.
Italia.
Beautiful.
I think I hear music in the background.
Yeah. It's
You
me.
can turn it up.
I can play something better if I want to.
Well, you know me, Mozart.
I don't know. I got it.
Mozart,
Yes.
Vivaldi, Bach.
I got it. I got that too. Here's that. Yeah, let's be
Oh
put our
yeah.
thinking music on, our thinking music.
Yep, that's what it is. Thinking I played when the kids were little. I played Mozart for them all the time.
You gotta have Mozart in your life. You can't.
There you go. Now I'm home. God, get out my
Yeah.
insurance fix and a cup of tea.
Right.
Look,
They're all great.
I am now. Nicole sent me the Dragonlance Chronicles in hardcover, so I am reading that again, and I'm a few chapters in. I haven't read it and got it, well over a decade. But I've read it many times, and it's one of the best Dungeons and Dragons fantasy books I've ever read.
Oh, okay, cool.
Not the best. I mean, God, there's so many. Including the Dark Elf series or the Shannara series or Tolkien, or I could go on and on and on. Or even the Han Solo books. I'm joking. I've read a bunch of Star Wars paperbacks too over the years. Spooky. I live in Star Wars. Take me away. We would, if we jumped in a spaceship and left the planet, we would miss everything about home like you wouldn't believe.
I bet.
Including our friends and our families, and people would grow older if we stayed alive, or I don't know. That's a sci-fi novel all in its own.
Yep.
And including the Lazarus syndrome. That's a very interesting topic in sci-fi series. And there were many books written about it. Kind of a brain twister. And you have to actually, stop and think about what's going on over the top of us. Is these races live thousands of years, where, we only live, 80 years, and what's generations to us is nearly one lifetime to them. God, I've been abandoned. Nobody's
There.
here with me anymore, man.
Taylor's going to bed. It's bedtime.
Okay, good night, Taylor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sharon. Let's see, Sydney, February. Okay, and where the light is coming. So this would be, it's possibly Nibiru.
Yeah, with those little fingers.
Yeah, that's possibly Nibiru.
Yeah.
Because the light is way to the left. And this is in February at the end of the month. And yeah, this is the base cloud of Nibiru. And again, in the southeast at 11 a.m. in the morning. That's what I said. If you get up early in the morning and you look due east, and then you look over your right shoulder behind you, you will see Nibiru, and that's right where it is. Not to her though. It's her southeast. It's the opposite. Weird. I always argue with New Zealand, but it's always the same base cloud, so it's easy. And I think I see the big three, and I believe, yes, right behind Sharon's name, that dark blue area is Nepesity, with the big three is just above the light pole. Yep, you got Nepesity in the shot as well.
Nice.
Are you ready? All right. All right.
Florida. I wish I had a time. This looks like sunset. Note the yellow in the background. That's the base cloud of Saru at sunset. And this is probably Attu's moon and Attu above them in Florida. By the patchy microclouding and dark blue.
I like that one. I like it. I like the yellow and the blue like that together. What'd you say it was?
I believe that this is Attu and Attu's moon with Saru in the background.
Yeah. Wow.
Because of the yellow illumination and the big core lighting that's different. But this is literally at sunset, and yet everything in the bottom is being illuminated.
Right. I saw the other evening I was out live and it got so yellow and, just to the lower right of the sun, like it should, very dark yellow. Neat.
Yuri.
Yep.
Tan asteroid. The dark area, the blue in the upper top is like Yuri. And the rest is being illuminated from the side edge. 9 a.m. in Belgium. And here it is actually sort of semi-sat back. Yeah. Not where it used to be. It's farther back. Yeah, all of this is transitioning. And they've got a few sea trails here.
Okay.
Now you can see a big asteroid there, like midway, just over. Look at that dark circle.
Yeah, wow. There's tons of them underneath Yuri.
I know. That's a biggie. Okay.
Lots and lots and lots of asteroids.
Wow.
Plethora. Times plethora.
Okay.
This is looking at that same area, but from underneath it. And you can see the eye. See the eye in the middle of the clouds, just off the horizon in the middle. And that's an asteroid poking out. That's probably the red asteroid. It may not be. But yeah, this is the asteroid bottom of Yuri.
Okay.
And the bubbly white illuminated area of the bottom of Yuri.
Incredible.
Yeah.
It matches time after time after time after time around the world. Okay, the light is coming from... Hey, we talked about Tractor Supply here.
Yeah.
Okay, the light is coming from... We're looking... It says West View at noon. Okay, well, this is Attu and Attu's moon. Absolutely, because it's beyond Earth. The sun is behind us. And you're seeing the facial illumination of Attu's moon in front of Attu. In the all too familiar pattern that we see over and over and over and over again with Attu and Attu's moon for years now. and it's gone beyond Earth and facially illuminated, like we've been telling everybody for 6 months, a year. Okay, Katie Joe, thank you.
Nice,
We are
Katie.
looking at the sunset is happening. I can tell you that's a planet overhead. I can't tell you which one. Okay, in New Jersey, February 27th. Sunset. Okay, to the left is Uri. But is this Nepenthe over the top of her? That's as close as I get. It is a little bit green. The upper area is a little green. So I'm thinking Nepenthe over with Uri over to the left. And it is February 27th, a few weeks ago. Nah.
Okay. Yeah, it does.
Nepenthe is doing some crazy stuff.
I mean, could it be? Well, no, it can't be. I think could be Saru, but probably not.
No, that would be the yellow area off behind Uri.
Yeah, okay. I've hardly seen Nepenthe above the sun.
I keep having to argue with my brain how Saru cannot go behind the sun right now. She has to be above the sun or in between the suns, and you can't be behind. And my eye keeps arguing with that. And I want to say this because I see that straight line and that straight line, and then I go, no, wait a minute, rethink this. And they are going over the top of us, so all of this is going to change, and it's going to get more confusing.
Oh, great!
I know. And when they go beyond, and they actually, like a year from now, it'll be a whole lot easier.
Oh gosh!
Because they're going to be going beyond us, and we'll be able to, identify the transition over time. But God forbid that we lose track of them from now to then.
Oh man!
Oh, we'd be lost. And again, now underneath Saru is very turbulent too. By the way.
Okay.
We have seen that in the past, in the early years, in 2012 and 13, when Saru did its semi-close pass. And then they went backwards. It was weird. And Saru created some weather, and we had some planetary shit happen and freak shit. But then in the early years, we didn't attribute all of the close passing planets out. Because there was a bunch of stuff that got by us, and all of a sudden we started realizing that this had gotten bigger and that had gotten bigger, and oh my God, this changed. And it took us a while to find our sea legs. Man, about 2.5, 3 years down the line, we had a really good handle on what was going on, and that's where we attributed the names, information before we handed it out, because we weren't going to. I don't know where it comes from. 2008 Pleiadian message and all the information. And through research, we did the names, and they've stuck ever since. And they're accurate from what we know.
Let's see.
Little piano concerto.
Sure. That's us.
I can barely hear it.
We can turn it up.
Chopin.
There. And that
now I'm God, would you have any great poop on?
We're so fancy.
Right?
I am seeing the underneath of a planet. I don't know which one. This could easily be
a few.
Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna say Atu's moon, Atu Uri.
Wow.
And Saru.
Oh. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. And you know what the cool thing is the entire sky is the yellow area at the bottom. And the rest of that is planet.
I know. I love
or actually 3 planets or 2 planets and a moon and a whole bunch of asteroids.
Yeah.
And that's what is really freaky, and we can't emphasize this enough, is that these damn things are so big, it's unbelievable. Okay, Christopher, point the camera to the north.
Okay, that's north.
Oh, wow. It's already got a shadow. Nice.
Yeah, see how dark that is?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
That is the Saturn.
Go back.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh.
That is the Saturn and the Saturn's yellow moon right there behind you.
Yeah. No clouds, but you can see it.
Yes.
That big dark
Oh,
blob
God,
that's
I
there.
gotta take a
I mean, you
screenshot
just
of
step
it.
right outside, and
Okay, stay there for a
it's
second.
wild.
I'm gonna go on
You kind of
YouTube.
see the red in it too.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
kind of a red central into the blue, purple, red thing going there.
Okay, stay right there. All right. Reds. Okay. Oh yes. Okay. Let me turn my phone this way.
It's good. It's a good screen capture.
Yes.
because
Oh
of
boy,
his
you're gonna
name,
love that. You're gonna love
And,
it.
and
Okay.
his sunglasses are on. So yeah.
I know. Man, that's iconic. Okay.
And now we have to include the Mozart. I mean, my God,
They go away. Yeah. Time for a new phone because I can't even get this. I can't even turn the phone off anymore. The button like fell off or something.
Oh no.
I know. So there's like there's like on iPhones for like people with disabilities. There's like a button you can have put on your home screen, and it'll turn the phone off and do all those functions for you.
Yeah, that's what I need. I need a computer to run my shit for me. Yeah.
Right.
All right, you're all gonna
Yeah.
love this.
Yeah, get some of those Meta sunglasses and change my life. I'm
man.
joking. I
Right.
don't think I would ever want to walk.
I
don't think
some
I'd want to
people are
walk
like,
around with a.
they figured out how to use like the Chat GPT thing as a personal assistant and all that. So
Right. I don't think I'd want an
Okay,
electronic device on my head.
right? Can you pay
know.
my bills?
Oh, there's 3 more pictures left.
I need a
but
financial advisor and all this stuff.
Thank you, Gabriel. It was 26th of February in Huntsville, Alabama. We are staring with the sun at our back to the right. So this is the bottom of Attu and Attu's moon.
Cool.
And then again, look at the dark blue area. And the cube, the Texas cube is above the 2 telephone poles on the right.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Okay, got that.
And the
Got
skull
it.
asteroid is the blob above the 2 trees on the left.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, Jesus is here. He's here. He's
Yay.
here. All
We can
right.
sit talk for a while.
I'm
going to
go ahead. Oh, say you're not going
Yeah.
anywhere. Where are you gonna go?
I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna go grab a Ricola, but I let him talk
okay,
for a while. I'm
okay.
gonna grab a Ricola.
Okay, I'm gonna drop this down. We're gonna bring Jesus
Oh,
on and say
man.
hi. But there's 2 pictures still left.
Well,
Okay, well, throw them up there.
Okay, let's go ahead and
Right.
finish this.
Wow, look at that.
In
Oh, yeah.
France, en français.
That's cool.
Beautiful.
That would be a Septem's yellow moon is Septem, and then cutting in from the left is the shadowing of the onset of Uri and its asteroids.
Wow.
And a small
That's
light
a good
beam
one.
from planet Matim to the left of the sun.
Perfect. All right.
See the ion tail on the right where it's speeding up and
Yes.
coming from the bottom and then working in an arc to the right hand upper corner?
Yeah, the ion tail is so awesome. How it's there all the time and seen from everywhere. Every picture we get from around the world is showing the same thing.
And I see the bottom of Uri behind your
Same.
head right now.
Oh, sure enough, it's back. Okay, hang on, Chris. I gotta get it real fast.
And this is in Pennsylvania, USA. I can almost talk. February
Oh,
28th,
cool.
2025.
Carolina's photo. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow.
Oh, stay right there a second. Yeah, there's like a delay on.
Over to the left, right, just a little bit to the left. Or your right.
Stay right there. Yeah, stay still
Yeah,
just
that's
for a
pretty cool.
second. Yeah, it's still showing a planet picture on my end. Like that's how much of a delay there is on devices.
Can you guys hear me?
I don't.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Yes!
It's fine.
I missed it. It's all right. Why?
Hey, you didn't
I
expect
don't
things
know.
to work, did you?
I mean, there's
Oh,
a
hey,
huge
look at this.
delay.
Oh,
How-
Carol Ann, look. Do you see the cube? Right above the light pole on the left.
Huh.
Directly above the light pole on the left is the Texas cube. And farther up to the left is where the skull is. Yeah, I see the cube
Yeah.
plain as day.
There you are.
Yeah. I see it.
Cool.
Only because I know where it is supposed to
Right,
be, and
right.
it's tilted. It's always at that angle too. It's like every time.
And
Like-
Atu's moon is the dark blue area.
11
With
o'clock position.
Uri is in this shot is
Nice one,
actually
Carol
crossing
Ann.
over to the right.
That's cool.
Yuri is going all the way over the top of the sun to the right in this shot, and she's rising up and moving right, folks. And this was February 28th. And
Yeah.
then you can see the
Right.
ion tail, lead asteroid, and Saturn's yellow moon on the right-hand side, but it's undercut behind the face of Uri,
Okay.
which has now changed now that we're like a week or 2 weeks later. Uri's onset farther to the north, and then his Saturn is onset farther to over the top of us. Even in just a week, 2 weeks, everything keeps changing. It's just amazing.
That was the last one. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Well, we
you,
better talk
Nicole.
to Jesus
Thank
then.
you. I know it's time for the Jesus, but I think I saw her ask about pulling more. I'm like, yeah, anytime you want to, Nicole. You know, so I like them. I like to see what
Yeah.
somebody else picks out for a change. Just like my mom said, you know, when somebody else cooks, it's like somebody else is cooking. You know, it's like it's nice for a change, right? Somebody else can find stuff, right? See what they found. Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, Jesus, let's get him on here. Let's see what's going on in Utah, everybody. All right. There he is. Welcome, Jesus.
Hi guys, how y'all doing?
Hey.
Good to see
Hey
you.
Chris,
What's up?
Hey, how's it going, man? I see you're walking about town.
I had to stand. I had to stand up for a few minutes.
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
I don't know. This past
walking-
couple months has been. I don't know. I have issues sometimes, and this seems like the last couple months have been more so than you know. It's been rough the past couple months. Let's just say that.
Oh.
Well, nothing. You know, good walk is always good for something. You know, so
Yeah. If I don't, then that's it. I'm stuck and I ain't moving.
yeah. I try to get as many steps as I can because I drive for a living, so I gotta get out of my car and walk around. I do the same every 2 hours, but lately it's like spring one day and then winter the next. It's the craziest thing. Hi Michelle, hi Experimental. Hey Nicole, hi, everybody.
And there will be another low coming through next week, probably Tuesday, Wednesday for you.
Yep.
Um,
So right here.
yeah,
So
onshore
we got a really good snowing a couple of days ago. Now there's like it warmed up so much. It's like there's no evidence of it at all. But we got maybe a good 6 inches. It was.
Oh, wow.
We have piles of snow. The rest of everything is melted off except for where they piled it.
Yeah. It's been weird. It's been pretty weird. Yeah.
We're going to get another cutoff low that's going to come through. It's going to kick in through the jet stream out of Canada. One more big blow, and then it's going to be a nasty one, and it's going to cut out into one of those another retrograde rotational 970 millibars or lower storms, which great winds and all that. And people are going to lose their roofs, and we're going to see some more tornadoes. There was some nasty tornadoes this week through the deep south that were underreported.
I could already
sandstorms and all that.
I could already tell it's going to be a busy cycle. I've been getting some pretty up close things. Really difficult to photograph, but I mean just in your face kind of thing. I posted one the other day. I wasn't going to post it, but I was like, yeah, what the hell?
Can't wait
But
to see your
it's
stuff.
just so close that it's hard to tell. I mean, if you didn't know any better, you wouldn't. You can't tell the difference between the regular sky and freaking planets.
Yeah, it is getting very. We're having Like literally today, I didn't see anything for the longest time, and then all of a sudden, boom, there it was.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
And I saw, I saw the Texas Cube today. I saw Atu. I saw Yuri. I saw Matim. I saw land masses of Matim. It's
I'm
getting bigger.
ready.
Sam.
I'm
Yeah.
ready. I got me a new camera. I can't wait
Nice.
to use. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Start looking on the left-hand side of the sun early morning.
I'm ready for this cycle. Let's
Yeah.
get it.
Well, we're already seeing the I mean, we're a week or 2 weeks away from the official 180-day cycle, and like I was saying earlier, we should call it the 220-day cycle now, because it's on both ends of last year it went all the way through December and all of that, and we were still watching it, and it's like, and then look what's going on in Australia, and my daughter was talking to me about something. This was Charlotte, and she goes, "Well, Dad, the planet's tipped." And I just went, I went, yeah. And she's, her basic understanding of psychology. Well, Dad, that the climate's changing because the planet's tipped. And it's like, I'm so proud of you, and
Well, it's a natural response to her because of you, Sam.
Yeah.
It's not, that generation from her forward is going to look at the world very differently because, I mean, for us, it's like we learned it later on in life, but for her, it's been there her whole entire life.
Right.
It's going to be
been crawling at my feet in front of the keyboard, right?
Yeah.
This was the playroom for a long time, because I would sit and I would answer people, and we'd do my work here, and we'd have the kid toys on the floor here, the balls and the marbles and and the princess and My Little Ponies and all of that. Oh God, we went through the My Little Pony phase. And
you gotta don't ever that.
Whatever you do, don't ever buy those My Little Pony castles. They don't work. I could strangle some Chinese executive.
Sam, I can't. When I was in New Mexico, I would do a lot of side work, like yard work and that kind of stuff. And I gotta tell you, I saw so many of those freaking things in pieces in backyards. I can't even begin to count.
Well, the idea, I'm choking in laughter here. The idea was that you've got to play with your little pony on the deck, in the castle, in the room, through the door, and you'd march that little pony up to it. You'd put it on the first floor, and you'd knock on the door, and the whole castle would fall apart. Then you'd spend 45 minutes trying to put the damn thing back together again. They would touch it, and it would break apart again. And none of the pieces fit. They didn't lock in place. They sort of did. And I mean, and this was one year. I mean, this was the big gift for both of them. They were like, it's 5 and 7 or something like that. And so they wanted that My Little Pony castle, and oh God, and they were like $110 each. And you drop $110 on a child's toy, you expect it to work. And Christmas morning, I'm ready to kill, and I put one of them together, and then I'm working on the second one, and the first kid comes up and puts the pony on there, and it falls apart. And so I had to stop, go back to the first one, and put it back together. Then I tried to get the second one together. Yeah. Oh, it was hard. I spent the whole day putting that castle back together over and over and over again. And it felt anyway. Why are we talking about My Little Pony? But,
well,
I do digress quite easily lately. I mean, we are at 5 hours and 6 minutes, and
I totally missed most of the show today. I thought I'd get off of work a little earlier, but it's just been so busy lately.
So what did you see this week? Did you get a glimpse of his Saturn's yellow moon today?
I sure did. It filled up my sky something crazy.
Nice.
So it's getting difficult to. I mean, it's still difficult to photograph these days. As I said before, I think people like Chris down on the lower elevations are getting a much better view than up here. As high as I am, or even you, Sam. I'm sure you're seeing things really up close up there in Montana. And what are you, like at 4,500 feet, Sam?
Yeah.
We lost Sam or what?
I don't know. Right?
I don't know.
Right.
I was gonna say crazy. It is.
Yeah, it's been good here too. Actually, I've been trying
I've
to find a
noticed.
video. I want
I've
Sam to see.
noticed you've gone live. I've noticed
Yeah.
you've been busy.
Every chance I get, anytime the sky looks, fun, I can't help but go up there and, show what it looks like. So it's fun. I like it.
It's going to be interesting. Cycle. I think it's going to be an interesting cycle. So
I do too. It's
get
already.
Let's get ready.
Sam said we can go ahead and call it anytime,
I think so.
New cycle. And he talked to me before the show about extending it to like a 200 or 220.
Well, it's definitely going on longer. It's starting earlier and it's ending much later than it used to.
So maybe the summer cycle, or I don't know.
Yeah, we should just call it the close past summer orbit cycle, where they're closest to us in the summer axis tip, because that's the difference. We're in this big egg-shaped oval. And our angle of our planet changes towards, and we're actually, believe it or not, we're closest to the sun during winter, but it has to do with.
I was trying to explain that to somebody recently, and it just completely went over their head. Some of this stuff you would think is common knowledge. A lot of it is not at all.
No, and the fact that the true North Pole right now is in Siberia. Yeah. Where in 1980 it was in the middle of Canada. And it was a huge movement, and it hasn't moved since 1840, and where it did a little, pirouette and then moved. So yeah, there's a lot of, basic science that we automatically all of us have learned over the years that we have forgotten that we learned. And we use it as common knowledge for understanding that. Unfortunately, most everyone out there wasn't along the ride for the first 15 years. And in the early years, we all kind of learned together in a lot of ways, how to read the sun, how to do this, and how to understand the cycles of the sun, and with the light angles, and what the base clouds of the planets, and the colors and the names, and where the asteroids were, and where the skull asteroid. On and on and on. I had a newbie, pardon the expression, come up, start talking to me, and she's actually very interested in learning, and I'm trying to coach her along step after step. And I have to go back all the way and remind myself of all these things when the planets were much tinier. So I think we need to occasionally focus on that too.
Cool.
All right, I'm checking out those lenses that Sharon was telling me about. Like, there's several polarizing lenses. Oh boy, that's all I need is something else in my little basket to buy.
I was looking at them too.
Yeah, right. They look cool. All right. I'm wondering what it does. What's it gonna do for me? What's in it for me? Yeah.
I think you could basically. I think they probably have a lens for every type. They got everything you can dream of.
They have clip over lenses now that you can get a close up on the moon.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they do probably have.
Yeah, and they're simple and they're inexpensive.
That's crazy.
And and where you're looking at rocks on the moon, not
right.
region.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they also have they also have apps too that you can get. There's some free ones, and there's some, there's a few you can probably buy, but for nighttime captures, there's a real cool one I'll post on the group tonight after the show. It's a free night camera you can use, and it will, dial back all the brightness off of the moon, and you will get a really, really cool picture of the moon. It's pretty neat.
Nice. Hey Sam, our friend, or I guess we can call him our friend, at Geomagnetic Earthwatch has been making some interesting comments about the reason why. And I'm not gonna go. I don't like going political, of course, but it's kind of hard not to these days. But the reason why somebody is interested in Greenland. Have you seen any of those videos he's posted lately?
No, I actually haven't seen any of his material in a while. For a long time.
I pay attention. I watch his videos so often. I like him. I don't like the religious
Well,
part.
first of all, Greenland is starting to melt, and the resources that are being exposed are unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's kind of what
Insane.
he's saying. Is that because of our tilt and how much more we're being tilted, and because of the magnetic excursion, as he calls it, Greenland might end up in a much more favorable place globally. And
I have been watching the ice cap melt that has been going on Greenland as well as Iceland, and paying attention to geological and the Great North Sea above the Great Arctic Way that they're getting ready to open shipping to, because they don't believe that in the nearby next 5-10 years that there will be any solid pack ice over the Arctic Circle in the Arctic Ocean. Because of now, all we have to do is call folks in Siberia and ask them how warm it is right where they are right now, and I bet you're going to learn something.
Well, yeah, that's what he's saying, is that our equatorial line might end up a little much higher on the globe.
And we still don't know what's going to happen.
Favoring Greenland much more. I mean, and you got to think, like Elon Musk. I mean, he's he's going out to space. He's not trying to go to Mars. I don't believe that one bit. I don't think that's what he's doing. I think he's probably trying to mine one of those asteroids or one of the moons or something.
That is the next predominant stage of where, because see, those are untapped resources that we can't possibly replace on this planet, including elements we don't have.
Nope.
And I think yet to be discovered.
Yeah, I really think whatever's going on up there, especially with these recent explosion or whatever happened with one of his rockets.
Somebody would commented they removed shielding just to see what would happen, and this is the second one in recent memory that blew up. And they're testing the upper rocket stage. Fine, Danny, if they can afford to do that. However, I don't think Cuba is happy about it.
It grounded a lot of airports.
A lot of people were disrupted by that, et cetera, et
people
cetera.
are not happy. But I think that's why he's cozied up to, politically cozied up to Trump. I really think this is all this crazy shit that's happening in politics. I think partially has got to do something with that. Like I can't imagine that not being a factor to some extent.
Well, we do not, in this day and age, we do not have the right to tell other countries, any country, including Ukraine, or the wars. And we don't talk about often. There's some serious wars going on in Central Africa right now that I wish would get a little bit more political or media coverage. There's a lot going on the planet right now. God, if I was in my living room, thinking for a moment that I didn't have a microphone listening to me and I had friends before me for coffee, I would be saying another speech entirely as to what's going on. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. And when these planets leave, there's no telling where Earth's equatorial lines will be. We may jog, we might roll a little bit. I don't believe in a full pole shift rollover. But we might be different than we are now. Although we do know that years ago, like in 2011, when all the planets started tipping, we all noticed that back when we used to have direct satellite link weather links to weather satellites in space, and all of a sudden the aperture and the outview changed. And we went, wait a minute, with the map that we're used to looking at for the last year and a half has suddenly changed, and no explanation. And then we started thinking, oh yeah, we've moved, and literally, and that's when I started investigating the axes of the other planets as well, because even their normal pictures, the rings of Saturn, for example, were completely tipped, and in the normal view, and then they adjusted it over time.
Well, and the poles too, Sam. I mean, they started lighting up.
Right, the illumination of the planet. All the normal planets suddenly had this aurora illumination at both the north and south poles, and that is the addition of that second star and the battery So, and this is like the Schumann resonance where right now it's off the scale, and that's why we're having the super mega aurora borealis both at the North and South Pole right now.
And way further down south than we're used to seeing it.
Right, and the fluting of the lights and the light towering, and when a planet goes by, there's that electrical acceleration of electrons, and when electrons get excited and they bounce around, they illuminate. And this is why we're seeing those light shaft towers going into space, because it's a larger body pulling electrons from a smaller body. It's an electrical connection in space that starts to glow.
That's fascinating.
Again, welcome to the electric universe.
Right? I love it.
So yeah, I thought maybe he had some basis in these. I mean, they're not claims, but he's just speculating. But I really thought it was interesting. I thought I would ask what you thought about them. But he gets interesting, and then he kind of kills it for me when he goes,
into religion.
I really wish he would just stick to science, because he does good science.
He does really good science, and I just couldn't. I'll refer and compare him to Velikovsky, because that was the problem with Velikovsky. He had great science, but in the middle of it, chapter 2 and then chapter 5 and chapter 10, you're being bathed with Jewish religious rapport, and
it's hard not to be biased. I mean, have you ever met a religious person that's not biased on some level?
Rebecca and I started out being highly religious people.
Right?
Yeah.
I was about to say that.
The thing is that you and Rebecca, how can I say, are open to learning. Thankfully, but unfortunately, when it comes to religion, not everybody is. So my brother's staying here now after he got out of the hospital recently.
Yay!
Right.
Good.
And I was talking with him the other day, and I showed him one of Petty's pictures that I just absolutely love. I believe it's Yuri, but it's just a blue.
Oh, I love that one.
You can just see I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. But it's cutting off the sun, and you can just see the curve. And I showed it to him, and he saw it. I mean, it's hard not to see it, but Jesus, I will never I will never get people's lack of interest. It's like, he saw it, and then he kind of just moved on. Like, okay, so next topic.
Yeah, that's how I feel about my dad too.
You understand the significance of what I just showed you? I just, it drives me insane. And it hasn't been brought up once. Like, personally, if somebody would have showed me something like that before I knew all this, I would have just been, tractor beam. I would have been sucked in immediately. Some people's lack of interest drives me nuts. How could you not be interested? I just showed you an enormous planet, and then he's also another one that's religious. Kind of goes into the religion thing. God said this, and there's going to be signs in the sky. I'm like, yes, but you understand the implications of this, and I don't know. I think a lot of people, Sam, it's not so much that they don't believe. It's more that they're just not interested, and I don't know which one's worse, honestly.
Yeah.
At least ignorance is one thing, but I mean, we know, but aren't interested. I just think you're nuts. You're crazy. How are you not interested in this?
I can't imagine at all knowing that a planet is going by, that we can actually see land masses and pretty much wave at the occupants and have it not be interesting, and especially going all the way back to 2012, when it crept up from underneath us, and I'm looking at it, watching land masses day after day, and going, you don't see that? And everybody thought it was crazy. Okay, I'm looking for that one picture I think you're talking about. I'm going to send it to Rebecca.
Okay.
There's one here, but that's that was the Yuri one, not the Asatum one. So I have to go back a little farther.
Show this real quick too. Also, while you're working on that, from Anissa Arabians, she was asking what our elevations were. So I looked them up.
Okay.
Our elevation levels.
Well, that's a very general one because Utah's 2,000 feet, but where I'm at,
Yeah, higher.
I'm way up, and I'm like at 4,700 feet.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And I
Got
think
it.
Sam, I think you're like more like 4,500, right?
I'm at somewhere like 42.
42. Yeah.
Mine doesn't compare with anybody's. Doesn't look like. It's like,
Uh,
wow.
No, that's why you and
That's interesting.
that's why you and Christopher are getting a better view, is because you guys are down.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think
as I tell Gillian said one time, everybody gets their turn. It doesn't matter where you're at.
That's true.
Everybody
It
gets
does come around.
Some get it more often, yes, of course, but everybody gets their turn.
There's
Definitely.
there's Christopher's
Okay,
shadow.
I'm sending
of
you a picture,
Ice
Rebecca,
Adam.
I believe.
Got it.
Cool.
Fresh off the
Yeah.
press.
Okay, so I was watching last week's show, and the thumbs down thing is really freaky. What the hell? So
I know.
I don't know,
I know.
man. I
It
still am
hasn't
not
done it
watching
today.
that.
what the hell happened? That was crazy.
I don't know.
That was
What did I miss?
Like, I don't know. Jackie started looking up online, like what it meant, and I guess it's happened to some other people too. I guess when people are going live on YouTube, or I guess it's mainly YouTube, it has to be coming from somebody that's watching the podcast. I'm not saying like people that are in the comments, but
No,
that's what it said. It said somebody has to be watching it to actually be able to.
But a thumbs
that,
down,
and then-
it just seems it doesn't seem too random. It seems
Right. Yeah.
It
And then
seems
it happened
like there's
twice.
It seems like there's some intention there, you know.
Right. It
And
happened
then,
once.
and then it put the bubble almost.
And then it happened again,
Hey,
like
well,
what, 10 minutes later, and
yeah, and
yeah,
then
we
the
knew about
bubble
it at
was
that
right
point, so it was
right
weird.
exactly where you would think it would be right next to your mouth, almost like right there.
Right.
I'm like,
I'll show
I'm
everybody.
like,
Just
if somebody's
right
having
here.
fun with Chris or us,
know.
yeah, that was kind of creepy, man.
It
Okay.
was weird.
Did you say what caused it? Did I miss that part? Like, you know how it happened, Jesus?
Well, I just saw what it was. I just saw it. But yeah, God knows what or who or.
I'm
what.
still lost, so.
But it's probably got to be somebody
Dang
that's
it.
good at hacking stuff and that kind of shit. But
Well,
I
you know,
mean-
negative is
Also
not
heard that it could possibly be a new feature that they're doing or something like that for live.
really,
But why would you want to do that? Like, it doesn't make sense to me because, especially for people that are doing content creation, like, I don't want just a, random emoji popping up, especially in our case. Like, what if we're showing something important
Oh, that.
and then
Okay,
a
now
thumb
I
just
remember what
pops
you're
up
talking
and it's like, okay,
well, especially the thumbs down. Like again.
oh, that's not cool.
Yeah, give
There
us
it
a
is.
thumbs up.
There you
Like
go.
if you're gonna crash the party, at least give us a thumbs up, man.
Right. Oh, no. Oh, it was a thumbs down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and we saw
Oh.
this, and none of us had any. Yeah, I love this.
I love that one.
How?
Yeah, I freaked out. I was freaked out.
Yeah.
I went straight to bed that night. I did not pass go.
Hey, remember your
I mean-
phone, Christopher?
Look
Your
at that
phone was
bubble.
passing
Look at
in
the
and out right
bubble.
at
The
beginning of
bubbles.
Yeah, it was weird.
It
Like,
just
that's-
connects directly to your mouth, exactly where you would think where you would put a
Yeah.
bubble, right? That is intentional. That was not an accident. That
Yeah.
is
How?
100% intentional.
How?
I don't know.
Well, somebody clipped into his camera feed and put an emoji over the top of it, and that's computer generated. That's not an easy task that any one of us know how to do.
Yeah, I've never seen them. I mean,
You
look
have
at
to
it
know what
too.
you're
That's something
doing.
I've never seen before.
You have to really
Well,
know what you're doing.
I suggest to everybody at this stage that we take this as a compliment that we're being watched by a higher
Right.
hacker that has chosen
Wow,
to
yes.
say hello,
There's some.
and
Yeah.
we will keep our eye out.
It
in
was
the
egg.
future.
But
Yeah.
Well, what I think is
I'm just playing.
it sends a message of I'm watching you. That's
Right,
kind of,
right. That's
Yeah.
exactly what I was saying.
and I don't like what you're saying.
Yeah, but we respect you, and we my you're so huge, and thank you for letting
Yeah.
us know you're out there, and woo,
Yeah.
aha,
Yeah. Thank you
aha.
for the thumbs down. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
You know.
I would say it's kind of a compliment. I mean, if we were as crazy as some people say we are, I don't think. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't bother with crazy people.
Hey,
So.
Jesus, I got to correct you there. I'm sorry. That's batshit crazy.
Right. Yeah. Get it right.
Come on, get it right. You know.
Right.
Yeah. Marcus is here. Hi,
Hey,
Well,
Marcus.
Marcus.
you and that there
Glad you
Rebecca
made
lady, you guys are demons.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
not that.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
again.
Yep. I'm
Yeah.
telling you.
Demons, and you're our handler, Sam. Remember?
Yeah. And we're having a special this week on Green Kool-Aid. Yeah.
Green
So,
Kool-Aid.
for $29.95,
That sounds
I will
good right
send
now.
you a specialized cup of green Kool-Aid. You couldn't get through toothpaste through the mail these days. Anyway.
I like the red.
Yeah.
one instead.
Oh, okay. We can do tropical
okay.
punch.
Mm.
He's always correcting me for the right direction.
Cool.
Right.
Yeah.
That green Kool-Aid
Yeah,
reminded me of the.
I didn't like your oatmeal cookies, and I don't like your green.
Right, we had to go to chocolate chip. I agree.
No
We went to
oatmeal?
chocolate chip.
and red was it cherry or something? Just not green, man. Just not green.
Right. Okay. I agree. I tropical punch, black cherry is real good.
Black cherry's good.
Yeah.
There you go. Now we're talking.
Yeah, you can't go
nothing
wrong
like
with
a
black
good cup
cherry.
of Kool-Aid on a hot day with ice. Okay, back to the planets. Yeah, it's going to be we have been seeing evidence of, and we always separate this. It's weird because the planets are also people, and then spacecraft, and then the external other factions that are here, the intergalactic visitors, which again we talked about last show. Is like they've been here off and on, more often. Yeah, look at that. Is this the one you were talking about? Jesus?
No, it's not. It's not, but it's very similar to this.
I have about 12 of them just like this, but yeah, that people is the planet Uri and a couple of asteroids in front of it. And this is one of my favorite pictures. And you can absolutely tell that that's a freaking planet standing there. And if you can't, I feel sorry for you.
Well, you get it's typical. All you see is blue and clouds, and I think that's where people get lost, Sam, is that they see blue and they just assume it's our sky. It's something I've had to explain to a lot of people, but not everybody seems to be on board with it. But
yeah, you have to look at the horizon line and the real sky color, and
also see that the blue on the left is closer than the blue on the right, not to mention darker.
Right. And we are seeing the back side of the dark. I mean, to our left is where it's nightfall on that planet, and on the other toward the right is where it's daylight on that planet. However, this is a gas giant, so there's nobody there to see it.
Right.
Cool.
These are, we've watched these things for over a decade, guys. We know what they are, and it's not like they're here today and tomorrow they're over here, and a month ago they were over here. No, these are always in the same spot with minor changes over an 8-month to a year to 2-year period. And we've documented all of the changes on monthly site drawings. We've been highly accurate all along, and we are not making this stuff up, and it's quite damn real. And and we all talk ourselves out of it about 87 times a month, and then we come back and we walk up.
Anytime that I'm having a slow sky thing, the longer I go with clear skies, I start to doubt it. And then, especially if I start watching mainstream TV, that's when you really start to doubt stuff, because the more you participate in mainstream, it's so before you know it, you're brainwashed. Even us, that we know better. If you don't reel yourself back in before you know it, you're in that mainstream matrix, I guess is the way I could explain
it blows me away. Years from now, people are going to look back on the TV commercials or this photograph in front of us right there with the family waving, and they're going to go, "How did we not notice the light? How did we not notice the sun was wrong?"
Well, see, that's what I was telling my brother, like, and how I was trying to tell him, like, how do you not notice, like, the sun is, because he asked me, what is it about the sky that has you so obsessed? I'm like, dude, like, have you not noticed how the sun is cut off? Sometimes it looks boxy, sometimes it looks square, sometimes it looks just weird, like how it's being cut off. I showed him examples, and he was definitely on board, just very uninterested. Which, again, I don't know which one is crazy.
I run into people, and I think they get to the edge of their education, and then they stop themselves. They shut down. I think they go, well, I'm not going to think about it. And, it's like, you're making my head hurt. And, that's awesome. Yeah, the cut in and that flaring. Yeah, I did a drawing like that.
I love that picture right there. That's one of Petty's.
Yeah, that is awesome.
I sent it to you, Rebecca.
Oh, okay. Okay.
We can put it up, but it is by far my favorite picture from Petty. I just find it.
And we have dozens and dozens and dozens of Yuri shots.
So absolutely undeniable.
Yeah. And there is no way that we can dump that on any person who is not interested in the topic in any way.
Yeah. Well, the reason why we learned, Sam,
in a half hour handing them
is because we just loved it. Christoper as well. Look how quickly he's learned. But I could tell Chris's face lights up when this stuff is is happening, and I think that's a normal response.
And he gets the emotional.
If you're interested in the topic, that's just the best way to learn. I think schools have it wrong. They really need to focus more on
Montessori,
on that side of kids. Also the other stuff too, but I really.
Sorry, Jesus.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't have it. That picture you're talking about from Petty from you. I don't have anything like that from you. Isn't that weird?
Interesting.
There. Got it now. Mm-hmm.
Got it? Okay.
Thank you. Oh, wow. Have I not seen that before? Have I not?
Well, of course you have, because we've been seeing all of these same views from around the world, and everybody keeps confusing their shots, and there's somebody who's literally exactly the same shot.
Yeah, I was hearing Chris say that the other day, and that's so true, because there's been so many times where I see somebody's picture, I'm like, that really looks like mine. I wonder if that's mine. But things are so repetitive, guys, that it's really not hard to get a picture that's identical to somebody else's.
It glues it in your brain.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the lead asteroid's been phenomenal lately, showing off its little self right next to Saturn's yellow moon. And God, it's absolutely amazing. And yet I see it. There it is. And nobody else is even looking at that thing. It's like, doesn't that big, huge ass thing that goes from over there to all the way over there mean anything? Oh, yeah, it's a cloud. But what about the flame like? Yeah, that is flame like.
Oh, Sam,
and then that's the end of it.
Alphon's recent posts have just been bananas. Absolutely bonkers.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus, that yellow moon shot.
Yes.
God, that was insane. It's almost like you could feel the texture of it.
Yeah,
God, that was so cool.
And it's going to get big, just like Atu's moon did in the next month or two. It's going to get insane. It's going to get way bigger, because I think the yellow moon is quite large. Because I believe that his Saturn is actually bigger, way bigger than Nepesity. So, maybe bigger than Earth.
I'm gonna have to agree with you there, Sam. I at least recently, it's just so big that it's making Nepesity really, it's trumping.
Yeah, in the out view of Nepesity stands like, a basketball in front of a house compared. And
Well, and you're right with the pesticide, Sam. Like it's really it's really easy to confuse it with one of the bigger ones, but it gets so close
right,
that it
right,
looks
right.
like it's one of the bigger ones. But
Even JD was talking about some of his captures that he's out. He's in. I think he's in Nebraska, right? Or is he in Kansas? JD.
He's in Kansas.
Kansas. I apologize, JD. I saw some of his stuff that he sends other people's stuff, and he's one of the few people I let get away with that. But he sent in some stuff, and it looks literally like more close passings of necessity. And I was thinking we'd be beyond that, but yet we're still seeing evidence of it. Oh my God! Yeah, that is just
that is hands down my favorite petty shot. But look how the reason why I love this shot is because this explains why people are missing it. Look at how easily you could miss this. Like us, of course not, because we've trained our eyes already, and to us it just pops right out. But if you didn't know any better, you wouldn't see this. You would not see this at all. You would just walk right past and not even notice.
But now look at the grass. What's wrong with the grass?
Exactly. It's so dark.
It's so dark.
Yeah.
And look how high the sun is.
People, also, Sam, is that people think that something like this is going to totally cause the sky to go night, and maybe in some instances, but I mean, there's still light coming around us, so
right.
It's not going to throw us into complete darkness either.
Right. Correct. Because we're thread attached to our star no matter what, and they just merely pass past it, and they move. And this is that shadowing that I was talking about that shows up on the next radar. When you see,
I get told so many times, Sam, that's another one. Is that wouldn't they put us in darkness? Wouldn't they block the sun?
Oh, that's the 3 days of darkness syndrome from Revelations.
Yeah, well, I don't like talking about darkness because that's where they go. They go towards the.
If Nibiru captured us and we were parked on the dark side, we'd be there, but that's not going to happen because we're separate of them and they're separate of us, and we don't steal their planets, they don't steal us. But it's always a brief passing. We've been cast into shadow many times.
Absolutely.
By these planets.
I've seen, in fact, I have a video of it. One of my first. God, right when I was still kind of learning this stuff, of something passed in front of the sun, and you could actually see it blink, right? And initially, I thought it was just my camera, but when I slowed the video down, I looked on it. It's like it went night.
We went through I don't know how many lead asteroids crossing the star.
So fast. It was so fast, just like 3 flashes, and then it was done, right?
Now on the 14th, we're going to have a lunar eclipse, and they're calling it a blood eclipse. I don't recall if this was to be scheduled or pre-scheduled, but let's all watch it to make sure or is it something red causing this blood moon? Because I always thought the blood moon was around harvest time and not spring. So I'm kind of going,
So another one of our rare eclipses.
Yeah, that we're going to have 3 or 4 of them in the next couple of months. And all of a sudden they're handing us a brand new list of them that they told us we weren't going to have again until 2030.
I think this is like the 3rd or 4th eclipse where they say we're not going to see this for God knows how long.
Yeah, and then another one happens. Now that one last year, the one I did do the deep religious dive into that. That's because there were so many religious people around the world that were actually on the internet freaking out about it. Because I saw the attention it got, I started checking into, trying to understand their point of view. And there is a lot to the math. And I did go into the deep, Jewish religious math. And, the fatting of the brown cows and all of that. And according to what's been happening and transpiring since, I'm inclined to believe it even more.
Wow.
The opening of the 6th seal. And look at these storms and look at the dust storms. We're going back to the Dust Bowl era, and of course, North Africa is turning green rather than having dust storms, but we are. This appears Russian, unless the R's are backwards because of the video.
Can you imagine if people really knew what was causing these things, Sam? I think people would freak the hell out.
I think they would too, and I think that's a great deal to do with why people are not being commonly told that this is occurring. I really, and I don't mean to be rude or crude about this, but I don't think there's a segment of the population that is prepared to handle this.
I've said it before, Sam. I don't condone the secrecy because I don't think anybody has a right to take that from us. But in when you're thinking government, they're there to govern, make sure everybody, that's their function. They don't give a crap. I hope people know that.
But there is, and this is what I experienced sadly, when I absolutely refused service because the government was calling me, and then they threw in the interest of national defense in my face.
They've been playing that game for a long time. Now we're
once you learn that
speaking of this dumbass Chris, I think he said that when it comes to Greenland, we need it for national security. I'm like, you're playing that game too, man.
Careful, your home may burn down. I'd keep that in the mailbox or on the front porch under the mat or something.
I don't know where it came from.
God help you.
I know, right?
May the saints preserve us. Indeed, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, I'll knock on wood for you and do the EASU Domine. Anyway. Yes. Donna East Requiem.
Yeah, it's
amen.
We're living in different times, man.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes, we are pilgrims in a foreign land, and I did quote Bernie Sanders earlier today, but by God, we are. We have stepped into the cow banu, and oh my God, I hope you got a big boot. Right. And we cannot fold. We cannot give up. We cannot let this happen. We can't just let our country be taken.
Sam, had this happened like say 50 years ago, people wouldn't have taken it as well as they have so far. Like, and honestly, no other country. I'm not trying to incite anything against the government. I have no, as you say, Sam, I have no issues with. I love this country. I've nothing against that, but I do feel that if this would be happening in any other country, there would be protests. There would be a whole.
There are right now. There's a lot of.
There would be a whole shitstorm. We've had a few protests here in Salt Lake over.
Really, what's going on here too?
Huge protests.
Yeah, we've had protests here too.
One for immigration, one for and I do like that about Salt Lake is that they are very much involved. They do involve in the cause, and they'll take over the freaking street, man. And it's a very united place, and I love that. It's what I love about living in Salt Lake City.
We're about to find out that everything is broken. Our
community goes. It's just a great.
I've been calling Social Security office for weeks, trying to square away. My daughter's mother passed away, and we're trying to get their benefits for the passing of the parent arranged, and it's a nightmare. And it's completely screwed up. And then I went through a thing where because the state didn't do what they were supposed to do with the federal, so federal cut me, and we lost all our insurance, and I had to go in the office again for the third or fourth time in the last 6 months, and and it just never ends. And so the system, and we know that NOAA has been disembarked. Now they're going to try and break the Department of Education. They're breaking up the IRS right in the middle of tax season. You don't lay off 5,000-10,000 employees in the beginning of tax season. Are you nuts? On and on and on and on. It's this barrage of this. You know, if we go back to Rome, the only way to defeat an empire that is of strength, you cannot defeat it from the outside. You have to defeat it from within.
Right.
And in my political opinion, and this is only my opinion,
What's happening?
I think we're looking at a Manchurian candidate.
Wow.
I agree. I agree.
Hi, Carol-Ann.
If you watch the news in other countries, I was seeing this one
laughing at us.
I don't know what.
Nice.
Well, yeah, that too, of
And
course.
we deserve it.
There was
We deserve
one-
every second of it.
There was one that I saw recently. I haven't watched it, but I saved it so I can watch it later. But it was, I'm not sure where it is from. It looked Asian, I think maybe. But the caption was, "Is Trump a KGB agent?" And
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not too far fetched at all.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure, without the slightest doubt. You could not. There is not one stitch of evidence to the contrary, and there is tons of evidence. I mean, you can go all the way back to Assad and how this Assad regime created its nightmare with the people on the Turkish border and all of that insanity that went unnoticed in front of the media.
Yeah.
And those thousands and millions of people, millions. Whoops! I got to watch those numbers for YouTube. The great number of folks that were living in the desert on the border between Syria and Turkey, and all of that, and how that occurred was during a certain former president's former term. No, there's way too much evidence, and he's completely blatantly open about it. So people, in my opinion, this is again my political opinion, we have to have something's got to stop this. We can't let it happen. Anyway.
Right.
I don't know, Sam. It's what I was just saying is that I don't know.
It's a campaign siege of false propaganda that is leading angry people forward, and sensible people can't believe it's happening, and they're too kind and too good to stop it, and we can't be anymore. We have to stop. We have to stop the lies. We have to stop the. I'm not going to say stop.
Sam, previous to this, prior to all this craziness, I used to wonder how, and I hope this doesn't get us flagged, but I always wondered how Hitler was able to do what he did, right? Because
now my parents were there.
Because not one person alone could do what he did. The only reason why he did what he did
he was brought forward by the political party right after he got out of prison the first time.
People helped him. That's the only reason why.
Right. There was a fascist political party that forwarded him, and he had street creds of being in prison and writing the book Mein Kampf, and he wrote that during his term in prison. Now the German government threw him in the prison in the first place for unlawful behavior, and then you have to look into what they call the brown shirts, and then you have to also what happened was you had a level of what they call the progressive movement, and it was also functioning in the United States and Canada as well. And there was retribution of the Jewish population around the world, especially Canada, especially the United States. But that has been erased out of history. Look up the Jewish issue through the progressive movement in 1935 in the American government, including they had that big swastika, I can't say the word swastika, laden group in the New York auditorium, which is what Trump copied on purpose, because he had a copy of Mein Kampf next to his bed, and that was testified by his wife. And not only that, his parents are from Germany. Trump's dad is actually, I believe, a German national, and that came to the United States. I'm not totally sure. It could have been his grandfather. I'm not sure which, but they are of German descent.
Which is
and
funny,
et cetera, et cetera. And Elon Musk is a South African Nazi.
Which is funny because Trump is against the anchor babies, right? And he's a freaking anchor baby himself. Like, he's the son of an immigrant.
And so am I. Yeah, I am too. I'm a first generation immigrant.
We're in America. You know what it is? See, we're in America. None of us are supposed to be here. You know,
Right.
except for the natives, and maybe I'm not going to include myself because my people have been in the Americas for.
Yeah, they owned, most of the Southwest all the way up to Oregon,
Right.
or maybe all the way up into Canada. I don't know. I mean, it's a point of view.
I've always,
Yeah,
I've never liked to get involved in politics, but lately I feel like I have no choice.
Yeah, well, I don't want to flush the toilet. I mean, you cannot fix anything with a wrecking ball. You cannot rip the guts
Hell
out
no.
of the country and imagine that it's going to run 6 months from now. I mean, look at the jobs report. Holy shit, look at the economy. Look at Wall Street.
Yeah.
Look at economic. All the economists on this planet are screaming, do not do a trade war. That's the stupidest thing you ever did. And what's happened? And then, and I'm going to give applause to Claudia Sheinbaum, the leader of Mexico. Awesome. Great speech.
I love her.
Thank you.
For the first time in my life, I'm proud of my Mexican.
I love the woman. I love that lady. And the Canadian Prime Minister and all the Canadian top people that have been speaking out on many news programs, and they officially took all the American booze off the shelves by proclamation in Canada. And they now the Canadian, some of the Canadian tariffs have been halted, but in Canada they just went wham. Okay, we're doing it. Period. Whether you hem and haw. And congratulations to them, and I agree with them. And I want people in Canada to know that a majority of people do not agree with our government.
Did you hear how they mocked him while they were signing the order? It was hilarious. This is a good order, a very good order, and then he signs the tariff, whatever thing. But it's funny how they mock
Well,
him.
did anybody notice that during the inauguration that a certain inauguree did not place his hand on the Bible?
I did not notice that.
First president in history. I think it would have erupted in flames. Christopher, you need to put a little splash of cold water in your face, sir. You look tired.
Yeah, no, I'm just upset. I
okay.
I can't.
Yeah, the
It's
level
crazy.
of insanity that's going on is beyond reality.
Anissa, I agree with you. The problem is that instead of cutting the problem, so the problem with the spending isn't the minimal social services, but the problem is these tax breaks to the rich.
Yep, and corporations.
That's what all this money. That's why they're looking for all this money to cover the $2 trillion in tax cuts that they're giving the rich. Okay, they're not looking for this money to send it to you. And I hope you're not expecting money because they're not going to give you.
Yeah, that's wild.
Well, not only that, in the first administration, they piled on $8 trillion.
Yeah.
The most money ever spent in the entire history, in the entire 200 and some odd years history of the United States of America. In one presidency, they piled on $8 trillion. Now they're going to do it again and then make us pay for it.
Yep. While they take away what little we get.
And they gave themselves a raise.
Yeah.
Right. They were going to make us pay for it and make us feel good about doing it too.
While cutting, we're cutting everything for us people who are actually paying for it. Like, how do you not?
Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. Now we're going to start seeing closures of senior citizens' home, community medical centers, book centers, pregnancy evaluation centers for young women, and all that. Like Planned Parenthood and all that will go out without funding. I can go on and on and on because believe me, I've studied all of this.
They're not doing it.
They're going to abolish the Department of Education and hand it back to the states and make the state pay for the school. And 40% of the school funding comes from the United States government. So all schools are going to see a 40% reduction in money and then they're going to have to instantly create an entire infrastructure, and then somehow manage to pay for that.
Yeah.
And I could go on and on and on in the FBI and the State Department and the Justice Department and et cetera, et cetera. And don't forget the Ways and Means and the checks and balances people. Those were the first ones to be fired. The people that are going to stop all of this illegal, and by the way, all these firings are illegal. And they're playing the courts on that one to scare people. Anyway, we need to change topic.
Rodney, since we're talking about it, what is the truth? Since
I studied all of this, so everything I've said is factual.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but Rodney says this is not true. So I want to see.
Yeah, they have not found any fraud. They walked that back twice already, and because their figures were fact checked, and then they were walked back and removed from the website of publishment. I did see that as well. They did not find any fraud yet.
If they did, somebody would be arrested just for a spectacle. But they haven't arrested or put charges.
Drawn and ordered in public.
Maybe wasteful, but to say
no, they have not found any factual fraud. And there's stories about people on Social Security being from 103 to 130 years old, and that's not true either. I mean, there is a lot of shit flying around, and a lot of that is Russian disinfo as well. I mean, we are in Putin's playbook beyond your wildest measure. I mean, we might as well be RT. Spooky where we've gone in a very short time. And we talked about Rupert Murdoch and CNN and Fox and all these others being only owned by a few people, and the news is even being manipulated, and that's why I talk about the bullshit meter. Well, Sam, are you smoking something? No, Wendy, I am not. I watch the political media every day, and
somebody said that I really agreed with.
I checked stock market today. I checked, the weather today and all of that. Go ahead. Excuse me. I apologize.
No. So somebody said recently, Sam. Here's the thing. Like everybody thinks that because, say, I don't like Trump, I like the other side. But let me make something clear. I think both sides are full of shit. Right. Both sides are corrupted. Both sides are. But here's the difference. I think we could have survived Kamala.
We would have done fantastic with her. Wendy Williams, you're handing me what about isms, and what about the corruption? You can't distract from the reality of the facts. You can say there's corruption. There's corruption in China. There's corruption in Italy. There's corruption in France, in Germany, Malaysia, South Africa. The point with it is you have a leader that comes in and you do it slowly and you clean things up with a mop. You don't walk in with a wrecking ball and wipe out the house. And, there is going to be waste in government, but you can't run a massive government without a little bit of mistake and leeway and liberality. And not only that, we didn't slather on $7 or $8 billion and hand it to the people, or Social Security, or Medicaid, or SNAP food stamps, or property taxes, or roads and building bridges, and all of that, which we did get through Biden, that Trump shut down.
Sure, Rodney. I'll check it
So
out.
all of those jobs are now gone. So, Wendy, I don't think you're watching the correct news.
Yeah, I'm open to.
No offense intended, but it's my opinion.
But I want to say that I think all politics is corrupt. I just think one would have been. I think right now at this point, it's the lesser evil.
What we need to do is we need to limit monetary campaign funding, and we need to take away the platform of the electoral college, and we need to use some of these TV stations that are government funded, and we have a political channel, and all candidates are given equal time, and that way they wouldn't have to spend billions of dollars running around the United States with buying all these banners and wasting all this money and possible bribery issues, but have everybody on the same platform. on television for the whole world to watch, equal time for equal candidates. And then you take away all this money and corruption. You take the money out of sitting in a congressional job or a House job and let a guy come in and for 5 or 10 years want to do the right job and not get swayed by the money. Because all absolute power corrupts absolutely, period. The more money you give them, and they just gave themselves a huge raise, and now they've yanked and given, Social Security recipients, the people that paid the taxes all their lives that are now retired, they paid in to form this country and all the tax base. And they got a 7% cost of living increase this last year. But guess what? Inflation was at 9% when it came out. So they lost 2% day one. And meanwhile, these elderly senior citizens are living on $15,000 to $18,000 a year.
Yeah, well,
this is how we reward them.
What little scraps they were giving the people, they're taking away now just to have
Right.
it. To,
Yeah, they cut a lot of people's benefits this month, and you're going to see people freak out. Maybe because and they're firing everybody, and these people don't know where their next paycheck is coming from and how they can do whatever they were doing a week ago. And there wasn't any severance package, nothing. They're being left like it's like kicking dog shit off the lawn.
Inflation was because of COVID, because there was so much money being just handed out.
And we have the best economy recovery on the planet through Biden.
I agree, Nicole. I agree. I wish we could take the money out of the equation because that's really the biggest.
Well, I am chuckling. Marjorie Taylor Greene, since the onset of the election, went out and bought a whole bunch of Tesla stock, and Tesla stock is crashing. So we got to, her money's going bye bye. So she's losing money as we speak. Guys, I'm not going to go there, but I am highly politically savvy, and I watch it all day, every day. And this is part of my job to be on top of things, what's going on in the world, including on what's going on in China, what's going on in Korea, what's going on in Russia and Ukraine and France and Germany and Holland and England and Scotland and Wales. And, I have friends all over the world, and we do talk about their politics. Even Mark and I talk about his local politics. So, I do my homework. No offense intended. Oh God, Wendy, please. Joe Biden was one of the most well-liked, highly respected politicians in a very long era, along with many others. However, they are all overly paid, and they all hang out for far too long. But if they're doing a good job, and if you go back through his record and you can see all the things he was involved with when he was a much younger man, he's not there was no corruption found anywhere with the Hunter Biden's laptop and all of that crazy thing. And nothing was done on that. And it was all a big hoax that stirred everything away from the fact that that Trump was trying to pressure and blackmail Zelensky in the first administration. It was a big dodge, and still is. And I looked all of this shit up. I'm not talking out my nose. Anyway, I'd like to change subjects. I really would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
No.
Y'all broke the rules.
Well, Biden is not corrupt, and he's not a racist. He's the most decent man.
Guys,
I don't usually do that.
Stop it.
Bad.
Bad.
Yeah, I know that. I know all of these
Shame.
I agree, Rebecca.
I know. It's terrible. Oh, I hate it. Oh God. Yeah.
And this is why we avoid, doing politics.
That's right.
Although I am highly versed in
I
even in
can't
the
even see how
Constitution,
anybody can pick a side. It's just like how you all sit there. That's exactly what they want people to do.
I
Is
don't
my
have to pick
side's
a side.
better than your side, and my side's better than your side. It's like that could go on infinitely, and it's like
I'm a
they're
registered
both
voter and all of that, and so
horrible.
I'm entitled to my
Like,
opinion, and I
just
do
look at
my
the
I do my
clouds.
homework.
Yeah, but
Or you have any good videos?
the homework
that you can
is
move?
information presented to you. You don't know these sources of all the.
See, this is my problem, Rebecca. Yes.
Marcus, I have dual
It's like you
citizenship.
can go research it, but who provided that information?
Yeah,
Where did that
I
come from?
completely
What's
agree.
their kickback on it?
You know,
Who's
I've
supporting
been
them?
I've
It's
been
like
trying to sit back and listen to both
no.
sides, but
And I do that.
it's so convoluted, Rebecca, that it's you're right. Like it's just hard to
It's
just
a bunch of children pointing fingers.
better just to like, not get absorbed into it. Really, either way, because they're going to do what they want to do, whether you're watching them or not.
Oh God, this is Wendy. I've got to answer this one. I'm sorry, I can't leave this alone. Did you have sympathy, Sam, for all the people that lost jobs because they didn't jab for Biden? Oh my God, what a blender mix of wow. They have sympathy for all the people that lost their job because they didn't jab for Biden. What the hell does the jab have to do with Biden? And are people losing their jobs because they didn't or did, or isn't that mixing carnations and roses there?
I think healthcare workers did at some point.
Well, my official opinion of that is I actually did the research on the jab scientifically, and I did actually read the medical report from the European version of the jab, and I read the science, and I wasn't pleased with it. We'll leave it at that. But no, I don't think any of that has any. I don't think that has any merit in reality. Whether you're not or you got the shot for COVID or not has nothing to do with. Shouldn't have anything to do with what's going on with the government. Shouldn't have anything to do with Biden. He didn't tell you to do it. The Center for Disease Control and many high-ranking worldwide doctors suggested it. They rushed a prototype vaccine. They broke some serious worldwide rules doing it. But that's another entire. We could do a show on that alone.
I'm kind of more interested right now. I'm more interested in Cooper Dingle's comment that he doesn't believe in aliens. I really, do you really think it's us out here?
Okay, I'm not sure I believe in
I haven't
aliens
heard
at all.
somebody
Okay,
say
Cooper.
that it's so long. That they
Yeah, that's an interesting topic. Thank you, Cooper. I have personally, face to face, met 3 races and more than one occasion. And I absolutely promise you there are things out there that you are not even in your wildest dreams. And there are millions of races. There's not just, 8 guys in some little flying saucer that look like grays or greens, like our cartoons and stuff. And we've been fed a serious, strong disinformation campaign since the mid 70s. It ran all the way literally till about 2010. And then they transitioned and started bringing it back as a humorous topic. Yes, they are, if we are who we are, and we are an altered genetic race, and we were altered by those people you would refer to as aliens. And I know that for an off-world fact. So you're either going to take my word for it, and I do implore you to search, but believe me, you don't necessarily want to scream at them, take me with you, because that's not fun either. And that's a whole different world as well. And you actually go through a suffering period. Then once you do actually meet an extraterrestrial, you go through all kinds of emotional chaos back and forth. I mean, even, we're watching the planets and we all go through that emotional chaos. For people who want to see aliens, I don't recommend it. You should be open and happy the fact that they do exist, and we have to allow them to exist because they have the same rights as you do. And then there's other problems that go along with that, but I generically can absolutely tell you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, there are aliens. And the technology on our planet in stone absolutely proves that in cartouche after cartouche carved all over the planet.
I agree. Our history, our unexplainable history, proves that there was so much more than we think we know.
Yeah, Sabrina, we are a mixed created race. We are placed here to provide the commodities for a higher race, and then there's even higher race that's also here right now, and other races that are here right now, all watching all of this happen. Now there's a lot more going on than just our measly little government squabbles over control of who owns what border, or who killed Hatfields and the McCoys, or even which political nature to follow. We're going to have to actually figure out for ourselves that we're one race, and then there's a lot more going on. And I think they're going to try and slide that one by until there won't be enough of us left to argue about it. And I've seen some stuff recently that's coming to average media consumption, to average Joe Facebook or TikTok or YouTuber. There's information that's trickling in that is not necessarily good. It's important to know, but it's not comfortable. We're stepping in, like I said earlier, we're pilgrims in a strange land now. So we're walking into Mirkwood Forest, so to speak.
Sabrina, can you tell us more? That's interesting that your mom had a kind of insider knowledge. What else has she told you?
Yeah, they have, literally like Men in Black up to a point. They do have extraterrestrials working for them. There was a faction of rogue Grays, and I got to be careful with this. There was a faction of a certain group of people, and I already said, but that didn't want to wait for this period of time now happening, and they bailed, maybe like a decade ago, or actually more than that now. And I was aware and was given information that matches that. And there's been a lot of programs that were paid for over time and are in the hidden dockets and underground military bases and things like that. And I shouldn't even talk about that, but there's a lot going on. And aliens are quite real.
Yeah, I was seeing a video, Sam, titled Invisible, how did you put it? Invisible Highway. But it was a guy who was, I just started following him. I don't remember what his name is, but he makes videos, he takes night videos of the sky. And God, I swear, it's like they're flying in it's like you're watching a highway, right? But it's clearly not. It's not cars. It's obviously craft of some kind. But
airplanes fly in a preset flight pattern.
But this was not planes, Sam. This
okay, and there is a flight corridor for extraterrestrials.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You talked about that in one of the old videos with
Radio Wasteland.
Well, no, prior to that, you said that there was a certain part of our local space that was
over the Rockies.
That was basically a highway for craft.
Right. It's the no flight corridor over the Rocky Mountains, dead center over the top of most of the Rockies.
But when I was seeing this video, I was like, I'm bet you that's what Sam is talking about, because you're seeing some go this way and then some go this way, some come this way, but they're all very uniform, very they're just it's not random at all. It's like watching a highway from a.
Yeah, there are flight corridors.
It was it was so
And
interesting. I saw that. The first
if
thing I
you
saw
sit at
was
night in the summer in Montana and you look to the east into Idaho, or excuse me, to the west, earth to brain. If you look into the west into Idaho, from over here, I'm in western Montana, and you look one direction, you will for sure at some point in time see a ship go straight up at least 2 to 3 times in one evening, where it's just absolutely ET undeniable because no plane does that, no flashing lights, et cetera, close-ups. There's this glowing literally like a rocket thing going straight up, and you know it's a big craft. And I've seen that in the last 20 years. I've seen that easy 20 times. You know, once a year, I'm sitting out there in my yard, and there goes another one. It's over Idaho, and that's right over the top of the Rockies here and stuff. You know, and so I've seen enough. And out here in the forest, we had a Star Destroyer come over the top of us, about 150 yards, maybe 1,000 feet. I don't know. It was way off the deck and it was absolutely silent. And the animals were running out of the forest at night.
Wow.
And animals do not run in the forest at night unless something scares the shit out of them. And then all of us at the campsite, we looked up and we saw that big, huge ass, Star Wars triangle ship with the square bottom where the things come out of the middle of it, and just like in the movies. And it hovered over the top. It was absolutely dead silent. And 4 of us saw it, and that's where we had our the rest of that story.
Wow.
There's this is where the largest number of abductions is along these flight corridors, and we've had treaties with the other races that they're allowed to actually pick up so many people per year with our government since the 40s. Yeah, I know you don't want to hear that, and I might get in trouble for telling, but that's literally the case. We're so many per year, and both sides have broken the treaty twice, 3 times. I don't know all the details. I was long ago involved in this way back in the 80s, and my project was declassified, so I can mention that, but I don't go into too many details on that. But I'm telling you, they're freaking real, and there's so much more activity than we even know about. And I've had people talk about, like robots, autonomous AI robots, and they have them, sitting on shelves waiting to be deployed if anybody ever really seriously attacks. And now that the AI is coming to where autonomous is autonomous, and woo. So, God knows where we're going. And I'm reminded of those, thousands and thousands of green plastic coffins that the government bought, way back in 2010. And have they decayed and rotted and gone bad, or have they still got them? And and we go back, and the number one Pleiadian message, I'm going to say this publicly again, was never get on a bus to go to a camp.
Yeah.
And this was 25 years before those were even invented.
Wow.
Yeah, well, we got information from the future because Pleiadians are from the future, and they came back, and this is how we know we did what we are doing now, what we did already.
Right. So don't answer your door when they come knocking, basically.
Well, they don't need doors. Some of the races, some of the extraterrestrial races do not need doors.
Right.
Oh, I meant
He's talking about the government.
Oh yeah, right. You have the right not to open until they kick it in.
Go to a camp, like run the other way. I
okay,
guess.
yeah, okay, that's what you meant. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, never get on a bus, never go to a camp.
Right.
I'm not going to say code words that'll flag us, but
right.
I was told that years before they even existed. So,
wow.
And I figure I do not mention that enough, because that's one of the main things I remember was the major message was never go to one of those 4-letter word camps.
Yeah.
Anyhow, yeah, there are. Here's another anecdotal metaphor story. My father told me after World War II, after being in a slave labor camp for many years, and then letting him go, he said, "You have no idea the atrocities that one man can do to another." He says, "You have no concept of how evil people can be." And I've never forgotten that.
Yeah. I would.
And we're going to find that out.
That's crazy.
Again. No, we stepped into hell. I mean, we have, when all of a sudden this becomes normalized or tolerable, they're firing people who feed their families throughout the United States. People that work dedicated jobs for year after year after year.
Yeah.
Less pay in some cases because they wanted to do the right thing, or they thought they had a good insurance, or they could put their kids through college. You don't do that. I don't care. You know, you don't cut the arm off to trim a fingernail.
Yeah.
And you know, you don't throw all these buildings up for sale, and all kinds of crazy shit is going on beyond. It's like nothing makes sense.
Right.
This is not governing. This is destroying for fear's sake. Yeah, corruption.
Right.
Okay, whatever. My ass. You know, there's offices of accounting. There's legions of them, and that's the first people they fired. And these people check for corruption. So they're corrupt, right? So those and the judges and everybody else is wrong. So the system is wrong. No, that's not what's going on. The system is not wrong. It's the person that's destroying the system, with making all the false statements saying this is bad and we're being invaded and fentanyl is killing 4 million people. Well, it hasn't killed that many people in 20 years. And they're exaggerating all this information to scare people into panicking and hating each other and all this other shit. And I'm going to quit now. You got me stuck on that topic.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not reading the comment section anymore. I'm done. I'm going to quit answering people because I'm in a foul. I mean, God, they screwed with my benefits this month and my insurance. Oh God, what a fun thing. Anyway.
Right. It's awful dealing with them. I can't imagine right now.
I can't. Well, there's nobody in the office now answering the phone.
Right. That's crazy. So you don't have a choice. You got to go down there.
I can't. You got to have an appointment to go down there.
Yep. And then they don't tell you anything.
The card yells at you.
Do not tell you what you're entitled to.
Well,
how to go about applying for it.
You walk in the office. The security guard greets you, looks you over for weapons, asks you if you have any weapons. Then you have to sign in on it. Yeah, and you have to sign in on a kiosk, and then they'll assign you an appointment. So then you leave and take that appointment a month, 2 months, 3 months. Right. If you're going to file if they said now there's a report, if you're going to file for a new claim for disability, anyone who was to do that, it takes 230 days.
Oh yeah, that's
and that's fast.
Forget about it. That's a nice number.
That's probably fake. It takes probably 300 or 400 or 500 days.
It's crazy. And then when you get in there, it's just awful. They don't tell you anything about what you should be applying for. Right. And so luckily they do have a kiosk to write down the date, because if you go in there and then they tell you, well, you have to come in 2 or 3 months for your appointment,
they go back
if
to
you don't go in there on the proper date they tell you to, and they don't have that documented, then out goes your claim completely. It's terrible. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's broken. It used to be you'd go in the office, you could actually speak to a human, but you don't even get to do that. And you're standing in some sort of almost like prison atmosphere where you sit on a desk in front of 18 cameras, and then they open a locked door and they slide open a cage and talk to you through a window.
Yeah. It's intimidating as hell too, because
anyway. So I'm still dealing with that months later and weeks later, and yahoo! Hi, welcome to the broken system. Anyway, have you got any more sky pictures for us?
I do. Yeah.
Cool.
There's more.
I'm no longer reading the comments. I've got the screen.
Yeah, see, that's such a downer. It's such a downer when we get on that topic.
Well,
It's,
Wendy's a wonderful person, and she does great
Like-
work, and I knew about her political values ahead of time, and
Yeah.
you're entitled to your opinion.
Yeah.
And I did do my homework. Thank you.
I got it. Yeah,
I know.
I know.
I'm sorry, I can't quit. I go right back to it.
I got that. Where's my thumbs down button? Yeah.
Yeah, you can mute me anytime now, Rebecca.
Right. Oh dear.
Never mind, I'm not gonna do it.
Hey, Audrey's back. Good morning, Audrey. She's back. Refreshed. Glad to see you again, Audrey.
Yeah, I bought eggs this week.
You bought what?
I bought eggs.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Was it?
Yeah, I got a
they
picture.
were-
I got a picture of the price tag at my, grocery store. $18.
Yeah. They were selling 30
That's
eggs in a
crazy.
box, and they didn't have any dozens. It's like, what is going on here? So I had to get. I got some free range brown eggs for like $8.
What's a brown egg?
They're brown or
They're
tan.
just brown.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It tastes better. They actually taste a lot
It's a
better.
certain kind of chicken that lays a brownish or a manila colored or a tan color, and they're always different. An egg, it's brown, and when I was a kid, we didn't want to eat those. Oh, that's a brown egg. No, it's a normal egg.
I thought you meant that. I'm so stupid.
The
I didn't
eggshell
realize
is
you were
brown.
I thought you meant the inside of the egg was brown.
No,
Why did
no.
I think that for a
No.
second?
I'm not talking about 300-year-old Chinese eggs.
Okay, but those are the healthier ones. Those brown ones.
Yeah. They're a lot better once you get used to that. You don't
They're
want
brown.
the white eggs again. Really.
My mom always had chickens, so I used to eat that stuff all the time. What was I gonna say? So I went to the store recently. I went to the gas station. Not the best place to buy eggs. Be forewarned. I bought eggs because it was late night, so I didn't want to go to the grocery store. Right? We have a 24-hour grocery store that I usually go to, but I just wasn't in the mood. It's like 5 miles away from me. I'm like, I'm just gonna go to the gas station. I bought that, and I bought, what did I get? I don't know, Coke, or I don't know what it was. The eggs came out to be $13 freaking dollars.
Yeah.
$13. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, I looked up at him. I'm like, I'm sorry. Did you charge me twice or what? He's like,
no.
I sure didn't.
That's
Be
right
the
now,
best
dude.
eggs you ever had, right?
Best eggs I ever had. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they're a dollar something.
I still have the dozen, like half the dozen eggs. I bought them like a week ago. It's like every egg I eat, I'm like, it's like gold. I'm like, I could buy steak for these prices,
Yeah.
Jesus
It's
Christ,
crazy.
it's insanity. What's going on?
Well, I bought a rib roast, and it was
Nice.
very small, and it was $13.
Oh yeah.
And I looked at the normal ones that I used to buy, and they're $20 and $30 now for a pot roast.
Yep.
Yikes.
Yeah, and chicken went up, and pork is still really cheap.
Even chicken, which is chicken and pork, is like the cheapest.
Always cheap, right? Yeah, right.
And even those, I'm like, what the hell's going on? Like, this used to be the cheapest thing, and it still is. But
Okay, get ready for coffee.
I'm gonna hate
Oh
that.
no, not the coffee, man.
Yeah, the
40%
coffee.
increase.
Yeah, I hear that.
It's going to go way up because there's already an argument with Colombia.
Yep.
Oh, not the coffee.
Yeah, the coffee. And so we got to be nice to Africa and South America and not cause a trade war.
Take whatever away from me, just not my coffee, man.
Right.
No kidding. Well, not only that, the coffee's gone down in quality since the onset of climate change. And this is why all of the South Americans are walking up to Guatemala and Mexico, because they're trying to move. Because they're not growing in the normal crops that they're used to growing. They have to recrop. They have to find a new, and we're losing bananas too. Bananas are fading
Oh, the
out.
banana situation's
Yeah,
bad.
bananas are fading out, and crops around the world are changing. And because the climate, we're no longer where we, as long as you throw that in, you say that we are no longer sitting geographically on the planet where we were 10 years ago.
Just wait and see what happens to avocados.
Oh, yeah, no shit. Yeah, well, we pissed off our neighbors to the south, and watch what happens to avocados and limes and a couple of other, and a good portion of lettuce and a lot of our melons and
Not
on and
all
on
the
and on.
vegetables that I eat come from Mexico.
Right.
Tomatoes, onions, avocados, jalapenos, all the Mexican stuff.
Our migrant workers have
And
stalled in. There's a 70% decline in people crossing for migrant jobs. All of a sudden, boom.
well, it's been declining for some time, Sam. I mean,
Yep.
Mexico's economy has gone much better than it used to be.
Right.
These last two administrations that they've had have done so much better.
Claudia Sheinbaum is a very good, nice new. Well, the last president was bad, but she's quality.
Yeah, and even Manuel Lopez Obrador, the one before her,
Yeah, he wasn't bad.
he
tried.
He tried. He did a lot of things in his time.
I think he brought it up.
Sheinbaum is going to do even more.
Right. I think he brought it up to spec so she could run it the way she's running it.
Yeah, and even he said, if you think I'm a certain way, just wait for her. You know?
Well, they were in the progress of having the cartels take over, and it was give or take, or it was now or never, and I think they've done a good move.
Yeah. But I think people don't understand is that the way they're doing things. See, violence has been such a big part of the. What was it? The one that declared war on the cartels. It was a bloodbath for a lot of the citizens that had nothing to do with it. So now they're doing things in a way where it doesn't produce so much violence.
It was regional authorities, and now it's an overall nationalist authority that has taken control over it rather than
the only reason that the cartels were able to do what they did, Sam, is because there was a lot of politicians that
being bribed in the regions, in the immediate region.
They're going state by state and cleaning that shit up, but it's going to take a long time to clean up something that is so ingrained.
It's very lucrative business, and they're still
there. But
I
feel that they are
the coyote market and all of that. Yeah,
I feel Claudia's doing great when it comes to that.
And she has the will of the people behind her as well.
Well, did you see how they got elected? I think the Mexican what happened in Mexico during Morena, because they only had 2 or 3 different parties, right? They had the PRI, they had the PAN, and then they had the PRD, right?
I believe there's a bunch of election interference as well.
Oh, absolutely. Well, the biggest problem, Sam, was the media. The media was the biggest problem in Mexico, was that the media was only reporting what they were paid to report. And honestly, a lot of what happened in Mexico is what's happening here in America now. And if people were to be paying attention to it, they would probably demand change.
Did you follow what the German elections that just took place?
I have not.
Well, a certain friend, the highest donor of a certain campaign, decided to meddle in German politics as well, and was not received very well. I would encourage you to go look at what the last German election was all about. And of course, there's more of that going on in the South American countries. And oh God, people! I mean, we have to literally stop electing stupid people and populist candidates, and actually hire people that are younger than this old age of greedy SOBs that are still trying to get the hell off the bottom of our shoe.
Well, really, Andrea.
Definitely, I like that.
Majority words.
Stop the corruption. Stop putting old politicians in charge that are not in tune with today.
Marcus, we'll stop.
Yeah, we need to.
I think we'll
Yeah, Marcus.
I'm
Wow.
sorry.
Tell
We,
Marcus.
we,
Just
we,
possessed or
uh,
something. It's like
we,
they know
we,
better.
we gave in to
We have
our
rules.
intrusive thoughts. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
really don't do that. I don't do that. I never do
I
that.
know.
We
There's
stepped
no
over
winning.
to the dark
You'll
side.
never win. You'll never win. You'll never win. You'll
No,
never.
I'm gonna
ever.
go. I'm gonna go check
You're
on
never.
my laundry real quick. Hopefully,
It's a
this
losing battle.
this momentum will die out. And
I do laundry on
Downer.
Monday.
Rebecca, do you have anything you can play just to
I
kind
have.
of
Inside.
break this? Break?
I know.
Ouch.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
You're gonna get
No.
hate mail, Christopher.
I know. Where did it come from? Like, why is it in my mailbox? Does that mean that I don't check my mail often? Because it's the voting flyer. Yeah. Oh, I like that sweater.
Yes. It's cool.
I looked good in the 80s.
Yeah. All time.
Miami Vice.
I know,
thing going-
it's so
look at
cool.
This Matrix thing going on. That's cool.
I like a Tron theme, I think is what it is. I really wish we had a new Tron. I love that. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I liked Tron a lot when it came out way all those decades ago, back in the olden days, as my kids say.
This was all of
I love this.
Discover the
February.
shocking truth about our binary twin solar system. Did you know that 7 planets are currently crossing between Earth and the Sun? Samuel Hofman's groundbreaking 1978 discovery revealed our solar system's binary star secret. Follow the journey of these planets, first spotted in 2009, and witness 15 years of photographic evidence compiled by Montana Sky Watcher and Nibiru followers. Anonymous. Join the quest for truth and explore the unparalleled evidence that's changing our understanding of our solar system.
That's Tony's.
that is incredible. Wow.
They're here, they're here, they're here. They are here.
I like this, Chris, like a recap of the month.
Yeah.
You know, I was impressed with all the things that you'd saved, you know, through
Yeah,
the
it's all
month.
of
It was
the
so much.
anything that you put on your featured,
Yeah.
feature post for the group. I just go and
Save it.
save it, and
Smart.
then it's pretty easy.
And it's a good log that we will in
This is-
time use as a back reference.
Right.
Hey,
I think it's
DK.
important to show everybody's work, and over the month, I think it's kind of like a nice thing you do for people.
It's from Christopher. This is Christopher's video. They like the music. Cool. Me too. Mhm.
Oh, the number of years. Well, I love that middle older one.
Yeah.
That was when I was so freaked out that the lead asteroid was going to crash into Earth. And then we started documenting the repelling storms. And that was like, God, 2018. It was, and I was really freaked out about 2013. But by 2018, I was calm. The big ones aren't going to get us. It's the little shit that is. But we had the Charlie Binsk event, and they blew out all of those windows for like 9 square miles and all of this, or however big it was. And we can have more of that. And we are expecting more meteor showers. And that suddenly that magic list grew from what used to be 4 or 5 meteor showers to what, 8, 10. And they're always telling us we're into our next meteor shower. And we know better. We know that, the only thing that NASA's talking about out of the group is the Skull asteroid, and the rest of it, asteroid galore. So.
I remember, like, when we were teenagers, we would go and watch the meteor shower for the season, and now there's 10 of them? Well, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I've never heard of these extra meteor showers.
Yeah,
when
and
did
just
they appear on the scene? Because we used to, every autumn, we would drive out into,
and also
an area called Red Rock. It's the only place where you can drive 45 minutes from Vegas and get some dark skies. And
we got some pictures in this week where it literally looks like the sun, and it is not the sun. I got a couple I sent to Rebecca today. It's literally Matim being side face illuminated, and it's so bright it looks like the sun, because the sun has already gone down, and we're going to see more of that. And don't automatically assume that what you're looking at in some of your photographs is the sun. Make sure you know where the real sun is, and the light illumination anomalies that are going to be above you even higher because of the angle of light at sunset. Here's an example of it. There are the layers we've documented that this is occurring, and the planets are much bigger than your brain can grab onto, and it's insane. But once you see them, there's no coming back.
Yeah.
And we noticed that Sarah was coming well over a year ago now. God, the months are just flying by.
Oh man, this week went by ridiculously fast.
Yeah, it felt like 2 days.
Yeah.
I thought we did the show 2 days ago.
I thought yesterday was Thursday, honestly.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I love this. There's the Skull asteroid in front of Attu's moon and Attu. I saw that today. It's just, there's that shape, and it's tipped over to the left now, and it's like, yep, saw that. I saw that today by eye. Like, wow, absolutely insane, and yet there it is. Lead asteroid is Saturn's yellow moon, ion tail, long box cube, and it's always over and over. And you can't every day. There it is again. And clouds don't do that. Planets do. And that's the thing. Everybody, the new people think, well, yeah, you got one picture of clouds. No, we've got thousands of pictures of base clouds, atmosphere-laden planets, because they have the same. This is, of course, Attu's moon. And you can even see the ring. You can see Attu's ring on that shot.
Okay.
And it's visible occasionally at certain light angles. And Attu's ring goes all the way around. It's in the northern hemisphere. Yeah, that's the spiral asteroid, like in February. And we have pictures of it this week. Look how low off the deck it is.
Yeah.
And it's leaving that big ass cloud across the sky, and then it turns. I love that. That looks exactly like the same picture that we captured in 2015 at the arrival of the Texas Cube, an intergalactic parking garage.
It's like, dude, the way you've drawn it, it's just insane.
The same, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I drew that in between those two shots, of course, the 2015 and the 2025. It's amazing, 1 decade in between.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, we get sightings of it every week for years now. And we knew that they came out of hiding in 2019 because they parked where they have been there for ever since. And they don't have to invade. They just have to show that they've got more ships than we do. And, you know, we'll give them up what they're asking for. And Yepers.
The opera house in that photo is so cool.
Yeah, and how does that guy draw these things?
I don't know, man.
You know? I think he's doing laundry.
Oh.
When you realize your roommate stole your fabric softener.
Oh. Oh, that is racist. We were like, we thought that was your roommate for a second.
No.
Hey, dude, get out of Jesus' room. Get away from his laundry.
Yeah, what the hell?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is the recap video of what Rebecca posted, and Christopher put the video together. And gosh, whose picture is that?
Right?
I love that drawing.
Dude, I know.
I'm very pleased that you do. Yeah, I had it in my head, so I was sitting at the table. I was bored, and so I sat down and drew it.
We'll get bored more often.
Yeah, well, you know, I do that.
Right.
Hey, I did buy new pens. I bought new pens this week, so.
I know, right?
Well, yeah, I was hearing on my way home that you were going to make a different drawing, Sam.
Yeah, I'm going to do a placement drawing showing you where all the planets are from looking down and having Earth in the center of it, rather than before. What I was doing was I was putting Earth at the bottom and then showing you the approaching orbit model. But now we are in the middle of the orbit model.
Yeah,
and so I figured I would draw that from above.
It would be really helpful, actually.
And that affects out view, and I could even add north, south, east, west, or just sun direction.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I'll be looking out for that one.
Yeah.
No
yeah,
pressure.
I just have to find a bunch of small enough circles I can trace on, you know.
Reduction spices.
Yeah, spice caps, exactly right. Spice jar, and get out the oregano, man.
Garlic is by
Yeah,
far
gotta be careful with the soy sauce lid. You know that soy sauce lid left a nasty stain. Oh, we can call that a satum. Okay. I hope and pray everybody is starting to pick up this information. We're in our 105th show of multiple hours and pleasurable gossip and entertainment.
I can say it's 600 hours now? Almost?
Yeah.
Oh, this one is awesome.
The side of Uri and some asteroids.
Oh, God, look at that.
Gee, how's that guy draw those things? You know, how does he know that's going to do that? Oh my God, I'm so excited! Matim's coming towards us.
That's cool.
And you know, the thing is that Yuri's rising up, so we're seeing Matim, and it's like, wow, there it is. And it's getting bigger and bigger, and bigger, and like, oh shit! I wonder what that's going to be like when Matim comes over to the top of us, along with Saru, because they're going to go by and to the right. So far, I mean, they could change. They could have another right, left, right, you know, before they leave. I don't know. And it's possible. Yeah, look at that. The bottom of necessity.
That green is just so unique.
Yeah, and it's always the same green.
Right.
I got to chuckle. You know how long ago I drew those planets? I mean, my God, when was it? Like 2013, 2014, I drew those.
Wow. Cool.
And the only one I screwed up on, believe it or not, is Nibiru. I did it upside down. And maybe back then, Nibiru looked that way in my mind. I don't know. Because I didn't copy them off of anything. I just copied them from what I'd seen.
Okay. So turn it turn it upside down then.
That asteroid shot from who was it? A fawn maybe. Rebecca did an overlay recently of the asteroid from one of your drawings, and I swear it was the exact, identical overlay.
Yeah, it's freaky. It's like I put tracing paper over the top of it and copied it. And you couldn't do that on your big screen because you'd kill your TV. But I chuckle at that all the time. It's like, God, because I do it ahead of time, and then then the picture comes out a couple of days later. And that's why I date my drawings, because it is literally like I traced it, except I drew it 5 days before, or 4 days, or 2 days before the capture was even taken. And that's producing that this is quite real.
Yes, it's like a metallic blue color.
Yeah, it's a bright blue. It's very small. We've seen mountain ranges with snow on them.
Yeah.
And that right there is that white area on the upper picture right there. That's where Matim is that in that white little cloudy area. And it's actually bigger now and farther away to the right. And it's getting bigger. And that's what's cool. And so I saw it today and it was so big, and it's like, wow, look at that. Oh my God, I see land masses. And I was just, doing like a 7-year-old stomp in the driveway. I was happy because the ice cream truck was coming,
Right.
Yes, Egg.
The ice cream man.
Matim is blue.
Matim is here. Hi, Matim. How are you?
I love how Gillian says Matim.
Matim. Yeah. The A's and the I's. Different vowel pronunciations for the Scottish and the Welsh and the Irish and.
Well, that she didn't have that when she was in South Africa. At least not as much as she does now.
Yeah, she's picked up a far deeper Scottish accent than she used to.
Yes, definitely has gotten really comfortable with it for sure.
Very cool.
My parents had a Dutch accent, and many people thought they were Germans, but that was part of the post-World War II prejudice. But anyway, and I probably can pull off a pretty good German accent, and get away with it. I was raised with that, I'm speaking Dutch around the table, and we were always wondering what the hell they were saying. And I did ask about that. I wish they had taught us Dutch and German and Italian and Spanish. My parents all spoke 7 or 8 languages each.
Wow.
Yeah, I come from educated parents.
Yeah.
And we're Europeans.
Right. Everybody most European people do speak quite a few languages.
Right, they have to, because the border. It's like going to North Dakota and not being able to talk to them.
But still, eight languages is
a
lot.
8 languages. Yeah, my mom would go to vacation in Italy, and she'd go to Greece, and I think she spoke Greek, a little bit of Greek, and she spoke German and Dutch and English and Spanish and Italian and you name it. And my mom, toward the end of her life, she finally got to do her world traveling that she wanted to do, almost.
Cool.
Not as many times as she. I love that. I love that last picture. Yeah. Oh my God, it was such a beautiful. And Yuri. Yeah, my father was not a world traveler. He stayed here in Montana. Once he got here, he sort of stayed. Yeah, that year.
Okay.
And him and his garden. Look at that. You cannot argue with the tan asteroid.
No.
And here we've documented all of this cross-reference information for year after year, and it happens over and over and over. There it is again. They go, oh, this is now bigger. There it is again. Oh, it's not even bigger. That's again the tan asteroid. And these are the asteroids under Uri going over the top of us now. And that's the onset of the 180-day cycle. And here we go on and right there. This is the same thing. Those are the asteroids under Uri. They're going away from us.
But I just see clouds, Sam.
Just clouds. Yeah, I know. But they do the same thing year after year after year, so they can't be just clouds.
Somebody told me.
Wow.
somebody said in one of my posts, you guys are just looking for round clouds. I'm like, first of
Why?
all, round clouds don't exist. First
Right.
of all, you know. So
What about? Then you should
so
say, what about
right
the
off
square
the
ones?
bat, you're wrong,
We look for
buddy.
square ones too.
You know, round clouds with the stripes that are repetitive from 5 years
Look
until
at
10 years
that.
later. Yeah.
Oh,
That's just Saturn's yellow moon. Oh, and I got to tell you, this is starting to become my more favorite planet now. Again,
Yeah.
you know, we always, which is your favorite? I've always said Atu because Atu and Atu's moon has been unbelievable all these years. And the close pass of Atu's moon was insane. That's the side of his Saturn right there.
beautiful.
You know, the purple of Atu is
Awesome.
just
Loved it.
Right.
awesome.
Loved
Love
it.
it. Just it's like no other. It's like nothing you could experience. That
And
way.
I couldn't wait to turn
And
on the computer every day just to see more purple. It was just awesome. And you know, like your new
And if you didn't
got, you know,
And if you missed it in 2018, 2019, I kind of.
I think we need to do a planetary, individual planetary show, and where we talk about it. You know, hey, we're going to talk about Atu, and this is when we first saw her, and then she got bigger, and then
That'd
and
be
then try to
great.
get all of those files together and do an actual show of that, and then move on to another planet, and then
That'd be
Saru,
great.
of course, is the one that we have. Saru and Matim are the ones that we have the least photographs of. Unfortunately, because in the early years, I did lose a whole repetitive shitload of pictures. God, if we had the 2013, 14, 15 shots alone, and I had tears rolling down my face when we lost all of those.
Oh man, sorry.
You know,
And,
Kenny,
well, you know,
we might get another Atu. Maybe I was kind of hoping we'd get another Atu passing.
well, it's going to be facially
before they head
illuminated.
out.
This
I
this
would
time
love
though,
to.
it's going to be facially illuminated, and you will see close up of Atu's moon that is far better than anything we've ever seen. We're going to see momentous illumination, because then we're going to have Atu's moon on one side, and we'll have Uri's momentous illumination on the other side, with the skull asteroid in between and all the other crap underneath. And all of that smaller stuff that we barely even noticed now is going to get very large. And only because viewers like you
Cool.
can we
I
achieve
like
this.
that. That's cool.
Welcome to the Matrix, Christopher.
Right.
Yes, thank you, Chris.
And the Electric
Yeah.
Universe.
I love it. I
Thank
love
you,
that.
everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say
I
how
mean,
much I like what you're doing. I think you found your own style there, Chris, and I'm
Cool.
loving it, man. I'm loving that you
Cool.
found
Me too.
your own creativity. You know.
Yeah, I
Because
told him to
it's
send that
like a
Nibiru video.
process, like a process where you just kind of find your own
Definitely.
your style, and I think
Create
you
our job.
definitely found it, man.
Because all the stuff that we work on, all of it looks different. You can tell
Yeah.
mine from Jesus's.
Oh,
and,
definitely.
You know, so that's what
Right?
makes it nice.
Yeah, you know right away when you look at a video. That's Jesus's
And we know
video.
Petty, and then we know Alexander in
Yes.
Germany, and we know Robert Marshall Smith in New Zealand, and
Alexander's-
Afan. You see, we recognize Afan's stuff right away, and
Tony,
Oh,
we've got
yes.
Tony's. I mean,
So crazy.
Tony.
Tony's landscape is just jaw dropping, and I feel extremely jealous every time I see.
yeah, we're moving
Yeah.
there, man. We're moving there. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Well,
exciting.
the quiet is. See,
It's
I've
not
realized the
there.
reason why I work at night is because I can't handle all the noise here. I'm not used to it. Where I was living in New Mexico, it was such a small town.
Oh yeah.
Tucumcari, I mean, that's a small town. I mean, it's 1,200 people. We had 2 lights. One of them was broken half the
Oh,
time.
awesome.
So it's never quiet. And here's why I work at night, because in the day it's just too much. It is just too much for me. But when I look at Tony's videos, I'm like, God, I would be so peaceful to live there. It's just so beautiful, and it's just so quiet, and just
There is forest region to the west of me here where I don't think white man has ever walked.
Wow.
Interesting.
And that's just over a couple of hills from here in a matter of 20 miles. And there's days that I wish, I had better boots and the younger legs. And I'd go up and over into the Kootenai and on the other side into Idaho. Because I truly believe there's forest up there that hardly any white man has ever walked. And that's here in the lower 48, which is really cool. And I talked to...
you mean ruined and developed?
Yeah, well, I mean, in a forest, and not even walk down the, game trail. And there are legends that's where one of the tribes disappeared into. And by the way, that area in the Stanley, Idaho area is active again in the volcanic or earthquake arena is stepped up. Now remember, we had a 6-pointer over here a couple of years ago, and it's been aftershocking ever since. And I looked this week, and the Pacific Northwest is way active compared to the world right now, and that is shocking. And Los Angeles all the way up to Oregon, it's been highly active all last week. And I looked at the week-long scale, and it was just unbelievable. And so, underwater one off the coast of Oregon, the one off the coast of Vancouver, off the coast of Alaska, et cetera, et cetera. There's lots of stuff. And of course, we talked about Kilauea again. It's still pumping out a whole bunch of stuff. There's a new burping one in Alaska also, and more volcanic ash in the air. So it's really active what's going on. And, the Santorini thing has seemed to have quieted a little bit. But then we're coming up on the full moon again, so. And high tide.
DJ, I completely agree. I would love to have Deadeye Customs on here. He does great work, and he's on board with Sam's model. So
I think we've talked in the past, yeah.
I'm not sure what his name is, but if anybody knows him personally or Facebook, whatever, tell him we'd love to have him on. I love his work. He's as obsessed as we are. He has so much content. It's difficult to go through all of it, but he has a lot of great stuff.
I'm trying to think of who else has been talking a lot on their videos, and I'm glad they're doing it. And they're going, "Hi, it's me. I'm here," and they're actually, they're on our information, but they've also created their own space as well. It's great as long as you're factual, but if you're spouting the destroyer or the red planet Nibiru with the wings and all of that, then of course don't do it. But yeah. I really hope and pray that we're going to finally, the bucket's finally going to tip down the stair, and we're finally, the snowball down the mountain, and we'll finally go viral because we're at our 105th show, and we've been talking tonight for 7 hours and 4 minutes, trying to get you to wake up, Alice.
Yeah, I need a second cup of coffee.
I lost Chris. All right, Kaylee made a comment about her asteroid pick, and I'm like, what asteroid? I mean, I should have known. I don't know what it was, but I found one on her profile that was awesome, and I'm working on it now. I'll show it to you in a minute.
Rebecca, that one that you posted recently, that you put on TikTok. Who took that picture? Is that a Fonz? You had it on TikTok a couple of days ago. It was literally, it was just like Sam's drawing of the
perfect
the asteroid. It's like, I think it's.
Phone has one like that. Let me show you real quick.
You had it just a few days ago on TikTok, and I was like, "Holy crap, that is!"
Wow. I wonder if that's what if I'm thinking of the same one, because there is one that he has. Let me see if I.
Now I'm all worried about this.
It was very recent. It was very recent.
I know, Stan. Don't stress out. Don't stress out.
I gotta make sure that I do it right, and it always comes out right. But I mean, I still worry about it because I gotta beat last month, and I gotta be even better magic joke. It is a little bit daunting to sit there and think, oh, I got to do my homework. But I know it'll come
Well,
to me
well,
just
Sam,
right.
you know what happens to me is that when I make a video and I'm like, God, this came out just like I wanted, right? And then I'm like, well, how am I gonna get something that tops this? But there's always something comes up. Something
Right.
always tops
It
the
always changes, and it's getting better every day.
yeah. There's always something new to that. Even if it ain't better, it's awesome in other ways. It's what I love about all this.
Ooh, the ice cream man, the ice cream man. Yeah, I mean
Never ending. It's never
that was
ending.
me today.
Just when you think you've seen it all,
Yep.
something new comes up, and you're like, "Holy shit!" You know.
I
It
have
keeps
never.
things so fun. It keeps things so interesting.
I remember watching Matim go by God 2014, 15, something like that. And I saw what I thought was, land masses because it was so clear and so bright and so illuminated. And now that, we're seeing this and it is getting bigger, and I saw it today. And like I said earlier, it was literally like being a 7-year-old kid dancing in the street, like Barney. Ooh, God, you remember the Barney craze. Anyway.
I get as excited as the first day, Sam. Like that is one thing that's has never dissipated or gotten any less. And I'll tell you, that's saying something because I tend to lose interest rather quickly in most things. It's like I'll be super focused on one thing, and then before I know it, I'm like bored and kind of want to move on to the next. Not with this stuff is always
it doesn't let you go.
It doesn't let you go. Yeah.
Well, you'd not be thinking about it. Hey, I gotta stop and buy a new pair of socks, and God, I gotta get gas for the car, and then you walk out the door and you go, oh shit, there it is. It completely distracts you because there you see that darn planet jumps out at you and goes, hi, how are you? Oh, God, every time. And I sat there early today, looking early, and there was nothing but clouds, and there were minor little ones. And then I went to the post office, and then I came back and it was like, oh crap, there it is. And I went back in the house, dropped off the gallon of milk in the mail, and came back out, stood in the driveway today. It was just amazing. And then they come in and they change so quickly now. It's weird how fast it's all changing. You can look down and look at your neighbors drive by, and then look back up, and it's like, wow, what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things change so quickly.
And I saw the Texas Cube today.
Really?
Yeah.
I was trying to explain to somebody that things move really quickly. Well, I get often told, well, planets don't just disappear. I'm like, dude, they literally do disappear, depending on the light that is, that is shining on them or not. But everything moves, or the whole, give me the coordinates, dude. By the time I give you the coordinates, that thing will be gone.
It won't be there. It won't be the same. I ran into that God in the earlier 2012. People going, yeah, give me the coordinates out in space so I can point my telescope. And I'm going, you don't need a telescope. You just go to your, go look in the south. There it's right there. Nibiru's on the right and Saru's on the left, and you can't miss it. And they didn't listen. And then, I knew about Uri, but we didn't know much about Atu. We didn't know anything about Isatim or Nepesity, hardly all, but they were on a list. We had the names and we had the descriptions of them, but, they were these dots out in space for the longest time. And I mean, literally what we first saw was the star and the lead asteroid, and everything else had to sort of grow on us to identify over time. Yeah, I love this. This is one of the best lead asteroids. And not only that, this is the only one where the lead asteroid is going the opposite direction, which is so weird.
See
go ahead.
I can get used to that, Sam. Occasionally that happens to me where it seems like they're going in retrograde, and I'm like, I just get so confused by it. I really wish
They orbit in a circle. Okay. They've been coming at us, so we've always seen them going the same direction. Now they've gone behind us or over at the top of us, and so you're seeing them round the other way.
I need to wrap my mind around that.
Take that picture.
I've been trying to wrap my mind around that for some time. I think your new drawing,
Yeah.
again, no pressure, might help with that.
Yeah, I will do it. 2 seconds. The cat is scratching at the door.
Fawn has been killing it lately. He's been posting some crazy shit, man.
Right.
I
mean, that's what I said earlier to him. I was like, I know when I see one of his videos, it's going to be
Yeah.
good. Like, no pressure, but it's automatic. It's going to be awesome.
When they go over the top of us, we watch them rounding. Before they were in front of us, so we only saw them going one direction. And then they would, they would change into that 3 drawing where I have where they're pointing one way, then in the middle, and then the other way. And so, but now we're going underneath them. And so you're watching it spin, rotate under and orbit that planet.
So they're corkscrewing towards us at first, right? They go
Well, the planet moves over the top of us, and they orbit
right,
underneath the bottom of the planet in a circle. And as the planet moves, our view of them changes as they come over the top of us. We are now seeing from underneath them. And whereas before they were coming from left to right, but we're now watching them going from behind us to forward, turning from right to left.
Okay, see,
we're underneath them.
I think now I got a visual of that. Okay,
and that's why they're going. That's why the lead asteroid is going the opposite direction for the first time ever. Is because Atu is over the top of us.
That is so weird and confusing.
It blew me away.
I really wish I could get leave go out in space far enough to you could see the whole process.
That would be awesome.
Jeez, I would die a happy man if I could do that.
But remember, without the light angles, they're absolutely pitch black in space.
Yeah.
Only when you're in between the star and the planet, so you'd have to go toward the sun.
Towards the sun, yeah.
And then look back, and you could see them.
That's crazy. Well, stereo A and B must have a hell of a view.
They caught some of them in the early years, and some of those pictures.
Yeah, I remember. Well, we had them moving just in front of the camera many times.
Right. 2010, 2015, 2017, 2019. Over the years, we have had captures of Nibiru and the other planets in stereo A and B, and they're usually barely redacted by the government, although some of it has slipped through. And remember, everything goes up, nothing comes down. They cut the crap out of everything that they ever send to the public, including the doctored ISS-B footage. Oh my God, I had chuckle over that still to this day. I have never watched ISS cameras since.
I scroll past anything NASA, anything.
Yeah, I don't.
Any of that, I just scroll right past it because
you lost my credit.
I get kind of irritated because I know they're lying to me. So I just kind of move on. I just kind of just scroll because.
But they'll still, claim that they're watching a super.
All of it.
They're watching
they're lying. How can you trust anything they say? Period. If you know they're lying about one thing, how can you trust anything else they say from that point forward?
That's why I'm like you, Rebecca. I lost interest in all TV because of it.
Yeah.
And because I know its actual purpose. They don't call it programs for nothing. So I like. I'll watch something funny, a comedy or something on Hulu. That's. I watch probably the same 3 shows that I've ran over and over. I don't know why I just keep doing that, but.
Yeah.
I watch a good comedy. I can't watch movies. I just can't. I cannot go to the theater and watch a movie. I just can't do that.
I've been playing Mozart and reading a new book.
Oh, well, that's productive. Anything good?
It's an old book, but it's a new book to me because but I've read the book before. Anyway,
I've been trying to read. Carol sent me the entire the Mahabharata. I've been Mahabharata. There you go. I've been trying to read that, but it's not an easy read. So
you can go into Earth to Brain, Siddhartha and Buddhism, and cover the top of that, and then it will be easier to dive into.
Well, I wish I could get it like on tape,
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah,
so I can just play it in my car while I'm.
yeah, I would. I'd love that.
Maybe Audible. I'm gonna have to look for it on Audible. I know Audible has has those, but yeah, I would love to be able to hear that on that.
Well, what you do is you get AI to read it to you. Hey AI, would you please read me the entire versions of War and Peace?
Yes.
Be there for 6 months. I'm kidding. I don't know how long it would take for AI to read War and Peace, but it's a very thick book, and it's an old.
It's not an easy read. I
don't think I ever made it through. I
Yes, I completely agree.
That was it.
Sorry, son.
I've read quite a few of the classics, from To Kill a Mockingbird and all that crap where we had to read in school.
I remember that. I remember those. But I agree, Nicole. It's easier for me if I'm reading and hearing it at the same time. I just absorb.
Oh God, that'd be awesome.
I absorb the knowledge. I absorb the information a lot easier.
It's a better journey too.
It's almost like I'm dyslexic. It's like when I'm reading, I'm not retaining any of that. But if I'm reading and listening, it's just everything becomes so clear.
Okay. I have a video, or I still have a clip for Jesus for some of his
I've been waiting for
videos. I still have that. But let me show you this real quick. This is what I found on Kaylee's, something she posted last week or a couple of days ago or recently.
That is
but look at that. I mean that the angle is just perfect.
And it's got the darker stripe on it. If you look at the picture on top and the left, the dark stripe is in the face of it.
Thank you, Nicole. I will be listening to this for the next week.
There's sorry, Jesus. There just happens to be an asteroid right where the green asteroid is supposed to be, and I'm like, I probably is. But
yeah,
anyway.
Probably is. You're right.
I mean, why else would it be right there? It has to be.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll blow it up. I'll have a look.
I know.
Yep. You're right. You are correct, and it's got dots.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it fits right there. Isn't that cool? So I don't know if that was it, Kaylee, but I found that one. I'm like, yeah, that's a good one.
Yep.
I don't know if she's here or not.
In Oklahoma.
I'll share it. Right. Okay, so let me go ahead and Nicole sent me a short video, and so I'm saving that, getting that ready to show y'all. Okay. Yeah. Just a 360 view of what she saw, I guess. It's pretty cool. It's one of those days when all the planets are just there and like right in your face. It's like awesome. Hey, Kaylee. I know. Isn't that cool? I know. Can you believe it? It's actually perfect.
That's in Oklahoma?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
So I was like, where was I that day?
I love Salt Lake, but that is the one thing that kind of annoys me is our mountains kind of really block a lot of view. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So in New Mexico, I had big open skies like this, and it makes for some pretty cool.
No mountains in the way.
Yeah, no mountains in the way. I love my mountains, but they can get in the way sometimes.
Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and get Jesus's clips up. A little compilation. But the first one is the one I was telling you about, Sam, where it was the fingers of Nibiru. As you know,
awesome.
Jesus mentioned it too. He spotted it as well. So I was like, yeah. I agree.
I was hoping I was hoping that would be in there because I wanted Sam to. I'm pretty sure I'm right, but I just want Sam to.
Okay. Yeah, I've been waiting all week to see your work, and you weren't here, because you were working, which is okay. And so, yeah, I love seeing your video.
Bear with me.
Thank you.
Story of my life, Sam.
Strange.
It's the ice cream man. It's the ice cream man.
I gotta resave it. I don't know. It's happened multiple times today where I've already saved it, but anyway, I think I heard Chris. He's back. Welcome back, Chris.
I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, we're getting.
Yeah, I
We're
decided
getting ready
to go
to
get some
show.
coffee, and then you guys are gonna stop.
Yeah. Oh no, we're getting ready to show Jesus's video.
Oh, cool.
So,
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Let's see.
Oh, I like it.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love it. I love that.
All right.
dang, Jesus.
Yeah, we seemingly all stop at the same food store.
I love it.
Yeah, I like the ones where you're on the plane.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, look at those fingers.
There
Oh.
it is.
Hey, I want you guys to just notice that little dot in the right there, right in the middle, little left. That's our moon.
Yeah. Wow.
You could just see just a tiny little dot there. That's our moon, guys.
What time
Okay.
is
Right
it?
in that middle finger. Right in that middle finger. See that little light right there? That's
Is
our
this
moon.
right before dawn?
See right there. Yeah, this was
Okay.
right at sunset. Right after sunset.
Oh.
Sam.
After
Well, I
sunset.
was up at 7,000 feet. I was up at the resort, so I was way up there.
Nice. Wow.
Wow,
Yeah,
that
our
almost.
sun. I mean, our moon looks like a tiny
Is that the long box
asteroid.
cube by any chance?
I wonder if it is.
Oh. Let me pause it.
Yeah, I was thinking, Sam. You know that Septem's yellow moon, that line that goes across.
Yeah,
Is that what this
Okay.
is, or am I wrong?
I think the
Faceplate?
line that's going across is probably.
Cool.
Oh my God! Let me blow this up. I mean, spooky what I'm seeing, but
Yeah.
Katie Jo said she's
okay, the
seeing
lines
same
going
thing.
across could easily be the long box cube, and then the dark area there could
Katie.
oddly be Saturn's yellow moon.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was, because it has like the flames kind of around it, kind of like
Yeah, it's
kind of like the wings. You know,
look at the flaring of the light, and that's the site of Uri and the asteroids, and
Ah.
that's Pepe and Lorraine and the Tan
Pepe.
asteroids.
Peppy.
Yeah, Pepe, Lorraine, Tan
I'm
asteroids.
partial to I Saturn and I Saturn Yellow Moon. I think it's incredible.
That's the side of Uri, or the bottom of Uri, right? And then over here
Right.
is the Saturn's yellow moon, and they're all blending into
That's
each
got to
other.
be the long box cube.
That's of course Atu's moon.
Wow.
downward pointed effect.
Look how dark that is, because that's the backside of a planet, and look where the light is. Look at the angles of light. Learn to look. And
Look at the
Look.
crescent illumination is coming from the side.
Wow.
The sun
Yeah.
is on the right side.
right where the sun side is, the clouds form up on the edge, and that's
Wow.
the edge of the planet. That's an awesome shot.
Yeah.
Atu's moon. Plain as day, and purple as the day is long.
Right?
And just
Wow.
I'm sure there's a drawing out here that matches exactly that.
We had to put an order in specials for that purple, so it took weeks to get. So she appreciate it.
Thank you, Nicole.
God, and you're being bombarded with purple here. This is beautiful.
Yeah.
God,
Incredible.
tell me that's not a planet standing there.
I'm hoping that we get at least something. If we could just get half of 2018 with that too, I'll be happy.
Yeah. Oh man.
Right.
When they get now remember, when they get close to Earth, they turn blue. But when they're
Okay.
farther away, they show their facial coloring.
Yeah.
And we did learn that in 2016, 17, and 18.
What do you guys hear from the mainstream community saying about all these colors in the sky? Like, how do they discount it?
They don't even discuss it.
They don't even
Yeah,
discuss
they
it.
act like it's not happening.
So they
Act
don't
like
say.
it's not happening.
You haven't heard them say anything. Not a. Wow, that's just,
Well, now
that's
most
just sad.
people. Now it depends on their age group, also, Christopher. Do
Sure.
you know that? Okay, for instance, your average 30-year-old right now. In the last 10 years, he was 20, so he was busy with either getting out of high school, getting a job, or going to college, and busy, and then just out of teenage years.
Right.
So anybody within the last, and we see, oh God, look at that. I mean,
Incredible.
yeah, if you can't, that's a freaking planet right there, and probably Nepenthe green. Yep. They don't know what the old sky used to look like,
Sure.
and people my age can't forget, and because
Thank you,
this
Danny.
was never our sky.
Right.
Look at how close that is. I will
Yeah.
never get past how close that passing was. It's like the entire. It's like it got dark, and then it passed, and then it got light again. It was the craziest day ever.
Yeah, I kind of remember here a few months ago when we did have those really freaky dark days, and I kept asking everybody, well, don't you know? Oh, it's just weather passing,
Yeah,
no,
somebody
it's
told me
planet.
that about this one of these videos that just passed. That's just a storm cloud coming in. I'm like, okay, I mean, that's what
Yeah.
you're thinking. Right?
Wow.
All right, yeah, sure.
But it's the same storm cloud picture that we took in 2010 and 15 and 18.
Look at it. You look at it. Like, how do you dismiss that? How can you dismiss that?
No.
I had somebody
Multiple
tell me I
planets in
don't,
that shot.
I don't see nothing.
That's the Saturn yellow moon on the right-hand side. That's the Saturn yellow moon. That is asteroids going under Atu's moon.
Because Atu's the only one where you see them that incline downward moment.
No, this is what I was talking about earlier. Before in the older periods, they would go from the left down to the right, and then they started going vertically centered, going straight down, and then on rarer occasion, they came in from the right and we headed toward the middle left, and that's what the lead asteroid is doing now.
Okay.
Where the other ones are also going to do that. Now the spiral asteroid is going way farther over to the right now than drawn, and it's also rounding away from us off the horizon.
Well, that night, I think it was last show I saw you guys of. There was a video that he showed Rebecca. A night shot and it looked like an asteroid, but it was an asteroid, but you could see it lit up like it was just crazy. I think you said, Sam, that it was the spiral asteroid. I'm like, that's crazy.
Many of the asteroids are nighttime illuminating right now. Again, also we're having this high intensified aurora borealis. Now these objects in between the planets are going to also get that stellar plasma material and will glow. So, I mean, right now we're having a solar flare storm right now, a plasma storm right now. So, any watching at night you'll see aurora, including around the asteroids and the planets, because they are there. You just have to take into account the patterns that we watch on a regular basis, and if you recognize the pattern, it's a freaking planet, and it will match. Except at where it would be at night, not during the day, because everything keeps moving.
Yeah.
And then we circulate back as the Earth rotates around again. This is, of course, the side of his Saturn because it's on the right-hand side.
And you'll always see that crescent illumination where the sun is, and then it gets dark as you go away from the
Shadowing
sun.
around the corner.
If it was empty sky, guys, it wouldn't be lit up that way. In fact, it wouldn't be lit up at all. It would just be blue.
It would be blue. Yep.
You're not going to see half a crescent lit and then the rest dark to the right unless there's something shining on something.
Big object in between us and the sun blocking the light. We're looking at the dark backside of the dark side of the planets. When you look at the dark side of the moon, it's dark unless you get it illuminated or
Well, that's what I was telling somebody. Like, you see, when you look at the moon in the day, right? Look how the side that's illuminated, you can see, but the other side is literally invisible. If you didn't know any better, you would think it was just half a moon, but there's no light there. Okay, so there's a perfect example of how things work, guys.
Crescent
The way
illumination, half
the dark
illumination,
side,
full illumination.
the way the dark half of the moon and the day looks, that's basically how the planets look in the day, unless they get, with the occasional illumination. But you're not going to see them. It's the same thing as the other half of the moon that's not illuminated. You're not going to see it. It's just not illuminated. It's just dark. Space is very, very dark, guys. Very, very dark. I
have
know
your
in Star
video.
Wars they show us the space has
For
black.
you.
Black and dark is not the same thing, guys. It's not. It's
I liked what you said in your video, Jesus.
Yeah.
You talked about it on a. Let me get it real quick. How you explained it. I love it. Okay, helped me understand better.
I was outside. I was talking to my brother inside while my car was running. Right, I was warming it up, and then I looked at him like, wow, this would be perfect time to record this because it's a perfect example, right?
It is. Yeah. All right. Here we go.
All right, guys.
So there's a crack in that fence. There's just a little crack. That's where that light is coming in. And I had to turn off my phone light there because it kept turning on, but I had to turn it off so I can see
The
dark.
sunlight is out in space, and there's light here on Earth. Why is space dark? And I just wanted to link this video real quick so I can show you an example of how light works. So behind the fence, there's my car with the headlights on, right? You can see the light coming out, right? There's a light. The lights are on in my car, right? Do you see light over here? Do you see it?
It's dark. It's dark.
Okay. Now,
even though there's light
there's my hand,
passing right there.
No light. Light. And there's light right there. But all this is dark. All right? You cannot see light unless you cannot see light. Light can literally pass in front of you as it is right here.
Now, if you had smoke,
But if it doesn't have something to
it would refract off
something
of
to
it.
hit, it doesn't
Exactly.
have a surface.
If you had dust or if you shook
you
your
won't see
vacuum
it.
cleaner
At
out,
least our eyes won't see it. It won't catch it.
And
And I thought this because we've done this so long that sometimes we think this is common knowledge, but you'd be surprised how it's not. It's not I've been seeing a lot of people mention, mostly from the flat Earth community.
oh boy,
How the light, how there's the sun out there, but why is space not lit up? I'm like, dude, like you need to do some homework. If you're gonna dive into some stuff, at least learn up on it. At least do some.
I have an explanation for that. Space is so large, and God only has 60-watt bulbs.
oh,
That's a good example too. Yeah.
yeah.
But it's just, I just find that interesting. Like even though it's a normal concept, but looking at it that way, where the light is literally passing in front of you, but it's still dark.
What people don't even realize is a general rule of science. Science, they stopped teaching science after some period of time. I don't know when it happened. I left school before 1980. I left school in the 70s. And what we assume everybody knows, they don't.
Sure.
And it's the simplest, unfortunately, of things, of the basics that we were all taught in school and on television.
It would be shocking for us to go and learn what these kids aren't being taught at this point.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I think we're in,
On all subject levels.
Around the world. Hey, guys, Europe, parts of Europe announced Nibiru, and
Wow.
I think it went in one ear and out the other.
Wow, when was that?
Oh, in 2012, 2010, 2011. And
I use it's just a little, it's kind of like a little GoPro that I use. I just hold it in my hand. and I've used it so long that I know exactly how to point it. While I'm driving, I don't recommend anybody recording while they drive, but I do what Rebecca does. I just stick my hand out the window, and I know how to angle it, so to where I don't have to be distracted. I can just drive.
And we need more video, by the way. And I still haven't sent you that Brian in rural France video yet, and he's got like 107 blogs. And
Wow.
the reason I would send it to you is just to show you some guy that drives around a lot and talks, and he's kind of humorous. So I hope you like it. And anyway, I will get that to you, Jesus.
I will definitely look out for that.
Brian in rural France.
It's fucking fancy. It's like a $15 camera on Amazon. But I've been buying that same camera for about 7 years now, because this is what I've noticed with cameras.
My question is how many did you have to go through?
I went through a lot till I found the one that I liked.
Okay.
My ex-wife gave me some for my birthday, for Christmas, but it was just too fish-eyed, and I didn't like that. But I found a perfect one, and the reason why I love this camera is because, first of all, it's old, right? It's like 10 years old. It's like an old camera, and it's not connected to Wi-Fi or any of that, right? Because like Sam, I always assume somebody's watching and listening at all times.
Yeah.
But what I've noticed about most cameras and camera phones and everything is that they record pretty much in 2D, especially the sky. There's no depth to it. So you just see flat everything. You see it in 2D. But this camera, what it does that I love is that it gives depth to things, and it does it more in a 3D way. So it makes the planets pop out more. It makes the asteroids pop out more, and it's awesome. Like I love this camera, but I can't. I've tried to find a new one that has that same thing. Nothing that I've looked for has that.
You need to buy an Insta 360 Go, Ace Pro. We were talking about that, I think, before you got here. Those cameras, and they are top of the line. And yeah, I'm kind of, I'm hesitant to even think I can afford one, because what if I buy one, then I still can't use it because I still can't post. So, it's like, okay, I could fix my car for that, that kind of thing. So I haven't dared brave the rapids on buying a camera, and I do want to, but connecting and, God save the Queen. Can we get a better internet in Montana, please? Because it sure ain't my computer.
We really need you on. I think we really need you and want you on camera. Thank you, Rebecca.
Yeah.
I think we really need you on camera. I think even I do. I really would like to see you face to face. It'd be, when I first came to Montana Skywatchers, you used to do the Skype with Jamie and then whoever wanted.
Yeah. It used to all work.
Gillian told me, have you ever been on with them? And I'm like, no, I'm still kind of, I was still in that shy phase. And then before we knew it, it didn't work anymore. So
I was on Skype regularly for God,
you
almost
guys would go live every 2
years.
People would just join you guys, and I was still new then, so I really didn't intend.
And then today my Skype decided not to work any longer, and then I went and tried to do it up again, and it didn't work, and it didn't work, and no matter what I tried, it wouldn't work, and it wouldn't work, and that's what happened in my my Disintegral and all of the gaming, the gaming network didn't work, and then my link to YouTube didn't work. And I couldn't sign into YouTube, couldn't open my emails, couldn't do this, couldn't do that. And you want to scream, everybody else out there on the planet can do it. Why can't I?
Did it happen to you on TikTok recently, Sam?
Yeah, I was a member. I got signed up. We got us hooked up. I was on TikTok. I was talking. I was doing a live show with Rebecca. And literally within 2 days, Rebecca, was it? Like 2 days later, I couldn't. I was still
Yeah, no,
signed
it
in.
was the next day because, yeah, you joined me on live. It was so great. I mean, to have Sam in the comments answering
Right?
people, I mean, they were just eating it up. So I said, the next day, I said, let's do it again. Let's do it again. And I
Right.
went up to the field, went live, and all I could say, I kept saying, I don't see you, Sam. And anyway,
Meanwhile,
got on
I'm
another
typing away.
phone.
It's telling me that I'm
Yeah.
part of I'm on the link. I'm seeing my own comments,
He
but
was
nobody else is.
invisible. Completely invisible. We disconnected the live, restarted it again. Same thing. I came home, disconnected the live, got on my computer, tried it
Oh, yeah,
again.
I went in 12, 15
And
times back and forth, in and out, and
we
in and out.
did.
And
We
it
did
said
everything.
every
could think
time
of.
it said I was linked in and I was on and I was in the group and everything. It told me everything was fine.
I made him a moderator. I sent him multiple invites.
Never got
but
one of them.
Could not see it. Sam, we just need to make you a new email address and a new TikTok and try it again. That's
Maybe
it.
maybe if you put a different name.
Maybe, but
maybe like Montana Skywatcher instead
we
of
could do
Sam.
that.
I have to pay my next door neighbor to run an account off of his Wi-Fi. I tell you, now if I rented a business and I had a different phone and a different Wi-Fi,
We're gonna try it again.
then I could get away with it, But I mean, at my home, I think I'm IP flagged.
We'll hype it up, make a big deal about it. Like Sam Hofman be on the live today at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. There are parts of me that I don't want to make waves because what if they take away what I have now?
Experimental.
But
You go
we're
back to the James time? Really? I didn't know that.
I mean, we're already on every Saturday, Sam, for 10 hours or something.
Well,
We're at 581 hours now.
Everywhere
Almost
every time I
52.
start telling where
Yeah.
Nibiru is or where this is or what's going on in spooky government things, I get blurbled out and they cut my feed and they throw me off and then they let me back on and then I tell them to go get another donut and some more coffee and we haven't had too many events recently though. I got to knock on wood, although strange things are still happening.
I received my third invite to be on this guy's show. To be a guest on somebody else's podcast.
On somebody else's barbecue?
Yes. I would tell you where to go watch him, but he has a private channel. You have to pay to watch his videos.
Well, that's silly.
I know his.
Is it a lot?
Well,
is it a lot?
I was going to say it may
Right.
be beneficial because I know when he left YouTube, he had. Let me just tell you real quick. I don't want to tell you wrong, but it's a lot. It's he has a bigger audience than we do.
You can send me a link. I might just, if it's not too much, I might just pay just to see it because I know that you had two interviews that I never saw that I really wanted to see.
Right? Yeah. Well, I thought, that's a compliment. I mean, he emailed me. Okay. On this account, he had 148,000 on his old YouTube channel. I'll send it to you, Jesus.
Please
so
do.
that's a good size, and then he broke away from YouTube and started charging a monthly subscription on a website.
I don't imagine a lot.
What is his channel about? Is it a Sky thing or?
He's Catholic, so it's Catholic belief. But we don't talk about religion. I mean, I talk about aliens and all of that. He knows. He fully knows what I'm talking about. And so it's not. We don't. But I'm telling you, his subscribers, and he's. I would say a lot of conspiracy stuff. Yeah, I'll send you a link right now. Okay. You can look at it.
I ran into that on Fight for Your Freedom Radio, and
we're not talking about religion ever.
I couldn't keep her on topic. We'd even set up a pre-show discussion topic line, and then she would 5 seconds in or 5 minutes in would be completely off the page that we spent an hour, writing down and planning for. And so, yeah, if you want to do those interviews, great, more power to you. I'm still chuckling about this particular Dan guy on YouTube that is roasted both you and me, Rebecca, with his science show, and I'm still, and he's done two shows
that guy
about
had
me.
like 1 million subscribers, and
Yeah, he did two shows
let,
about
let,
me,
let,
one about
let,
Rebecca.
let him talk. There's more people that know who you and Rebecca are because of that.
Yeah, we have the craziest theory that ever was, and then he was actually trying to make fun of us, but it went over like a lead tin can, and I'm still chuckling about that because, that's the mainstream, and he's so blatantly did he try to I mean, he used my drawings. Did he try to contact me? I don't know. So I'm still smiling about that. I didn't take it personally at all. I mean, we've been through so many thousands of trolls and pardon the expression, but wave after wave after wave of newbies over this coming up.
Sam, this whole thing, Montana Skywatchers, Nibiru Files Anonymous, what it's taught me is to not take anything personal.
Right.
We
had to learn that.
I think it's a good life lesson to not take things personal, because most times they're not. Although sometimes with you, some of your haters, it really feels personal.
Oh yeah, when people hate me, they really, really hate me.
Yeah. It comes from somewhere besides just disagreeing with you.
Well, now you should see what happens when people are in the room with me. I can scare people to death. Well, not to death, not to unalive, but I cut corners on stuff that I'm observant of that may make people uncomfortable. Some of the social graces, the Sheldon Cooper moments and that sort of thing. I view things a little differently than most people. And of course, and if you're sitting there fidgeting in front of me, I'm studying your shoelaces. I mean, or little nuances about this, or if your eyes are asymmetrical, or whether or not your heritage hairline is from the Baltic regions or Egypt, or all of that. I go through all of that anthropological stuff just out of boredom. And I'm not saying I'm bored with people, but it's just in general. I look at everything through science, and that's just how my brain is wired, I guess. But I can. I had some folks that most of you guys know.
I had to block one because she got really crazy on me because you reached for her in her dreams or something.
Yeah, were you talking about Tanya?
But which is weird because prior to that she was pretty normal.
Yeah, the things that they said about me was hilarious. I mean,
wow.
wow.
She just went nuts. She just freaking lost it.
I think I scared her.
Yeah, she just went nuts. I don't know. She's saying, how could he be an ascended master if he does this? I'm like, God, ascended master, please stop.
Yeah, nowhere have I ever claimed to be an ascended master.
Yeah, I'm like, where are you? You need to stop watching whatever you're watching. Okay, Sam's just, he has.
Guy.
You have your things that creep me out, Sam. I'm not gonna lie, you know that. But you're human, and I know I joke about it sometimes that I'm waiting for the day that you tell me you're not from Earth, but I don't view you in that. I see you as a friend. I don't see you as anything. As I see you as a friend.
Svengali, I'm going to attack you with my far-seeing skills and talk you out of your antique grandmother's jewelry, and your fortune. Yeah, right. And I guess they were her and her boyfriend. They actually moved up here to be part of something that was bigger than it is, because of their own fears that they magnified it up. And I mean, they did everything in a hurry and made some serious mistakes, etc. And they created a cascade event where they did a lot of finger pointing, and then they got close to me. in the room, and they were asking me to do things for them using this information and knowledge and parsing skills and all that. Then I watched them start itching and scratching, and I enveloped them in my magnetosphere, and they just started going cuckoo. And then after that, they both started coming up with some really direly weird, crazy, pardon the expression, QAnon conspiracies from left, right, center, and talking about I was a shrill, and I worked for the government still, and I lied, and I got their cell phones, and I did this to them, and I was attacking them in their sleep, and oh my God,
that's crazy to me.
Major campaign.
So prior to all this, they had moved up to Mount, really?
Yeah, they moved up here, and then got mad at me because it didn't turn out the way that they had foreseen it, and now, a lot of people they'll move up here and they think, oh, we'll get together, we'll start doing this, but then they buy their house, and then they realize just how private they are, and they don't want to invite a whole bunch of strangers to come live and put up tents on their land and pee all over on their azaleas or whatever, or drunk cousin Eddie, or and then people all of a sudden realize, like, well, maybe group thing isn't such a good idea. I'll keep what I got, and I'll just see where it's going to go. And that's all these people that have moved up here to Montana because they know it's up here in the mountains where it's safe and all of this. And we still have water, and which is going to be a big issue this year. And so they changed their mind, and then these other folks, they started blaming me for some of their issues, and we still discuss them from time to time. We hear from them time to time. I've never taken it crazily. It didn't irritate me. It's sort of, I'm not going to say I laughed at them, but it was kind of sad where they went.
Well, this is the thing with this topic, Sam, is that I've noticed. Okay, so, and you said it before, how people get addicted to that. That mystery, that
fear factor,
that fear, and this is the thing with me, is that this topic attracts a lot of crazy people. I don't know. I'm all for a good conspiracy, but honestly, I don't see what other conspiracy could even compare to what's happening. Not that it's a conspiracy, but
you take into account the quiet people, the all of our friends that are around by the thousands, by the hundreds of thousands. Those are the people that are smart. They don't make the waves. They don't come leaping in and say, "Hey, dude, I'm going to be in Missoula, Montana 2 weeks from today. See you then." And show up at your doorstep. And we've had quite a few of those over the last 15 years. We've had people that say, "I'm traveling through Missoula, blah blah blah." It's happened many times. And so the ones that are usually the most boisterous are usually, they have a level of genius, but they also have a level of insanity. And there's all kinds of people out there. There's good people. There's quiet people. There's people that don't dare comment at all because they don't want to be, down on the record for being involved in what these batshit crazy people have got to be up to. And
so some people,
you're up to something, man.
Some people take this very, very far, and I don't think it's helpful. I think what it does is it pushes a lot of potential learners, people who are curious and want to learn this stuff. I think it pushes them away. Like, I can't tell you how often I get these comments on my posts, and I'm like, I want to delete them, and sometimes I do when I can, because it's just off the wall crazy.
We are not conventional recognized science. According to everything we say, and we're saying that science isn't right, and they're saying we don't have a leg to stand on, and yet we've got 15 years worth of evidence plus 45 years of knowledge and non-disclosure agreements. And I mean, half these people I dealt with, I don't think are even alive today. I ponder that occasionally.
Well, there's been a lot of people that come and go over the years. A lot of people come and go. and it's really rare when I come across somebody and I'm like, I don't think you're gonna be here very long because I feel like this is just their next stop on their conspiracy journey,
Yeah.
right? And then they lose interest and then just move on to the next thing. Before they even learn it, before they even learn this stuff, really learn it, they kind of just move on. And I don't know what. Honestly, it kind of bugs me because I feel it's very detrimental to what we're doing. Because I feel very strongly about this, and I feel it's super important to get this information out. And when I see that, I can't tell you how much it bugs me because it's not helpful. This is not helpful at all.
And it's mind-boggling too that the acceptance ratio is so slim. I mean, to us, it's so evident. It's like, how can you not see that? And we try to talk to people, we try to talk to people. Christopher, that's an awesome look. Has he got boots on or slippers?
Do what?
Do you have boots on or
I don't
slippers?
know if I'm gonna be able to make it, but yeah, it's you gotta cook somehow. We'll see what happens. We've got pasta and pasta sauce. What happened?
You need me to come over and cook for you, dude.
Oh yeah, it's bad. I mean, if there's no instructions on this, then it's supposed to be pasta, but it may come out as like something else. Like I mess up toast, so.
Okay. Anyway, where were we?
Bread. I mean, I know toast and bread go together.
Okay.
I'm just joking.
Yeah. I know. Bear with me. Apparently,
I was in the middle of chewing, so I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't ignoring you on purpose. Yeah, no. Yeah, I cook everything from scratch. So, been doing it for many years.
Yeah, I mean, I can boil water.
Yeah, I my stove almost can too.
They're
See
gone.
these,
okay. I just now figured out it wasn't on my end. So, yeah.
Oh,
Thank
what were you saying, Jesus?
I was like, why can't I find them on my?
It was on mine. It was on mine.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
the only way that I can comment is if I stream it on my channel. Usually, I share your channel because that's kind of where we have all our traffic. But in order for me to comment, I have to stream it onto YouTube. That's the only way to let me comment. So, yeah, I don't know what.
I don't know either. I've never seen that name before.
Yeah, me neither. But
right. Okie dokie.
anyways,
Well,
I'm gonna go check on my laundry, guys. I'll be back.
okay, Jesus. Okay.
Let's see. That's okay. I just started reading your pleasant comments. How interesting. Did you know that we had grade school this week?
Yeah. So I can't delete. I wanted to.
Well, not a worry.
If I could, but I can't.
Well, don't feed trolls, and we can just let them type all they want.
I'm not worried, but they're gone.
And the other four-letter word do you know?
It's like I do have a short. It's like a couple of minute long clip from Nicole.
Cool.
So let me get that and let's look at it together because it's pretty. Okay, here it is.
$4 p.m. Colorado. Right-hand side of the sun.
Yay.
Ion to tail, and asteroids going almost vertical on the other side. rounded mite there. I believe that's Matim.
But that's
puffy little round ball there with the dots.
Let's go back because that's to the right of the sun, right?
Left.
Let's
Matim
go
is
back.
on the left. And now, if that puppy thing was on the right, then it might.
I do see the lead object though.
Right, lead asteroid.
You
right
see
there.
that? It's just to the right of the sun. It's like hugging the sun. But those,
And on the left
yeah,
of the sun
those
is where
lines.
Matim is.
I love that. Okay, yeah. Let's go back.
Right. Somewhere right in there is Matim, and then the Tan asteroid and the side of Uri.
So she's swinging over to the right now. So that's like
Yeah, that's the
I
lead
said,
asteroid, and that's the ion tail right there in the middle. Dark blue, it's the yellow moon, and
now we're over Matim.
space
area.
cloud. Our tiny,
Except the
oh my God, look
moon.
how small the
Wow.
moon is compared to these planets.
And it's already there at 4 o'clock. Is that the moon? Are you sure?
Oh yeah, it goes through different phases. It changes over time.
Okay. 4 p.m.
It doesn't always rise only at night. It goes through a monthly time schedule rather than a nightly. But look how tiny that is compared to these huge ass planets. And every time I see that, it just my
We're
jaw
so little. I know it. I have a feeling like compared to so many other beings that we're just like microscopic or something.
Oh, and we live very short lives, and
We're like little bugs.
and
All
they
right.
live thousands
Thank you,
of years.
Nicole. I love that. Man, I would have just been there and seen it.
Gosh, it's just it's brain boggling that, and yet, we can't make this up because the clouds are always the same, and the patterns of the planets they get bigger. And we watched and we documented it year after year after year. It's really happening.
Happy birthday, experimental.
Hey, happy birthday.
She's going to bed because it's her party day.
Yeah, I
Yay.
saw the moon was at a high north arc last night. I saw the moon.
I want a piece of cake.
Happy birthday, experimental.
Yeah, yummy cake.
Nice.
Well, get
Sounds
some
good.
rest so you can live it up. All right.
All right.
Yeah, that's cool. I still never found the video I want to show you. I keep looking and I got sidetracked.
Well, we just went past 8 hours.
Yeah, it
I
went
caught
by
myself
fast
yawning,
today.
and I looked at the
Yeah.
clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to. I don't know. I'll
Okay,
have to
so
look.
what
Alright,
other
it's fine. Let's do
batshit
some weird
crazy
stuff
stuff
on
you want
us,
to talk
isn't it?
about? I'm joking, of course.
Right.
Right. Time is being weird. It's 9 o'clock here. I can't believe it's 9 o'clock. I
This
thought
went by
yesterday
fast.
Yeah, I
to
thought
me.
today was Thursday. I woke, I knew the podcast was today, but I woke up this morning thinking it was like
Yay.
Thursday, and it was just weird. It's been a weird. Hey,
Carolyn,
Caroline.
she's been like pounding it out on our TikTok channel. She's
There you go.
tapping our heart buttons.
Always
So
heard it.
it helps, because
Yeah.
it does bring more viewers in to see what's going on. So thank you, Carolyn. She's, our support team, even on other platforms.
I think it's like every
Finger
1,000 likes you
exercises.
get, it gets pushed out.
Yeah, right. Well,
further and
cool.
further.
That's perfect.
Well, there has to be some sort of way for this to step across that threshold
Yes.
to known rather than obscure.
Right.
As Rod Serling would put it, picture, beyond sight and sound. Oh God, people! But we can talk about the cubes again. Oh my God! And I'm sitting here staring straight up this morning, 10:30ish, and there's the Texas cube, and I wave, at the people up there on that ship, the intergalactic craft with its God only knows how many races that are on that deck, something from Star Trek or or Star Wars, God only knows. People should not be judging if they're good or evil, because remember, good and evil is an invention. And this is factional agenda of that particular race or Federation faction or whatever faction they are. And people should not fear what is really happening, and they should get on board and find out the information. Go outside, look up. If you find that, learn where it is, either one of the cubes, and then start paying attention to the possibility that, like Gillian just captured another Star Destroyer. She's always doing that. She's got an eye for them. And her cat showed us one this year, or today, where I got this year. I am getting tired. I'm putting the wrong words in.
Yeah.
All right, somebody else talk.
I came over this video. I think it was on TikTok, and I don't think I've seen this guy before. He's an older gentleman. Like he's talking about grounding and everything, and then all of a sudden he starts talking about how the sun is acting different, and that there's planets that are affecting our solar system. Huh?
Was he from Australia?
I don't know. I think he might be from Canada.
Okay, I watched it. A guy talked about something very similar. And
I posted it to my Facebook group, so you guys can go there. And
I'll
watch
jump
it.
through and see if it's the same guy. Go ahead, continue. I apologize for interrupting.
He says that there's other planets that are affecting the solar system. He was like, I don't think he was being vague or anything. It was weird, right? And pretty interesting. I thought, well, okay.
Huh.
Yeah.
Where did you share that at? On
my Facebook group.
I think I saw that.
He starts talking about grounding first, and then he's like, he's talking about the Schumann resonance, and then how that's off, and then he starts talking about how the sun is doing abnormal things, and he's just giving short, brief sentences, and then he says other planets are affecting the solar system, and
yeah, I saw that.
And nobody in the comments are saying anything about it.
It's like it went completely over everybody's head.
Yeah,
I know it.
It was weird.
Yeah, because I went straight to the comments too. I went straight to the comments. I love reading the comments, especially with stuff like this, because you can kind of get a vibe of what's happening with people's mind. Nothing.
Right.
Crickets.
Of course, in our groups, they know what's going on, but like on TikTok, there's
no one. No, I
500, 1,000 comments, and there is no mention of what this man just said. It's really odd.
Yeah.
Like I would have been like, "What do you mean other planets?" Or "What do you mean the sun is acting weird?" You didn't say anything about it. Nobody asked, so the man didn't tell. I guess.
Yeah.
Pretty weird.
Was it this post
and then
from
here's
Penny
Sam.
Rose?
He's got all the answers for this, and it's wild.
Christopher, was it a post from Penny Prozik?
No, I'll send it to Rebecca. Let me see if I can find
The
it.
guy's got a blue thing on his head and a scarf, and
I don't think so. Hold on, let's see. Maybe. I don't think he was wearing a scarf. Let me see real quick.
to our friends and followers, the 40-day resurrection and national selection rebirth, or natural. It is on your site, Christopher.
Is it?
No, Penny Prosick.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Prosick.
Let's see here.
But I could keep scrolling. I watched a good portion of that video that I pointed out.
Cool.
Oh, an older guy. Okay, an older guy.
Yeah.
Okay, I had not seen this one. I will.
Maybe he's not as old as I think he is. I don't know.
Why he is.
Yeah, here, I'll send it to you, Rebecca.
I have a copy of it in front of me here. I'll click on it and take. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting.
I will
other
place
planets,
it.
and I was just like, okay.
I will place it a
got
copy of it
he
on
knows
my
some- I mean,
page
what
as
is he?
well.
He
If you
knows
watch
something.
later.
All right.
Let's see if I can save it. And if I can, I'll share it. Let's see if it'll let me save it.
I posted it on my page and I put a heading to watch later.
Yeah, anyway.
I got flagged. My personal
got
page
flagged
got
again?
tagged on two different pictures. One was a sunset picture in California, and it was Facebook going apeshit on me over what they assumed that I said about the picture, but I didn't say anything about the picture.
You never do.
And it had to do with the Hollywood sign being on fire, and they thought it was photoshopped. And that wasn't why I was posting the picture. I posted it because I thought it was pretty. So I got in trouble for that one. And then remember that glowing, burning base cloud that we talked about last week, which we thought was AI generated?
Yeah.
I got flagged by Facebook for posting that.
Why? Were they saying it was fake?
Yeah.
Oh, bullshit.
So I got 2 warnings on my personal page again. So I'm gonna have to, behave myself for a while.
Right. God forbid you post anything.
Yeah. God forbid I comment on any picture either.
You're gonna have to make a new name, Sam.
Are you a 2-striker, Sam?
Right.
Yeah. I could get going after me again. Jiminy Christmas.
Right. You need to claim like a new name, like Donald Nixon or something. I don't know, the famous brother of the late president. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, get a big, and I never wanted to do that. I didn't want to, have to hide.
I know.
In a false persona and go with Professor Nibiru or whatever. We thought about that.
I think, Sam, there's safety in being public.
Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think I have a less chance of vanishing at this point in time.
I do think that
when I'm gone for a day or two, people do call. That's a nice feeling, actually.
Sure.
And because
it's really obvious, like when you're gone, Sam, it just feels like crickets. You're always active in some way or another, and when you're gone, it's really easy to notice. And given the nature of what we do here.
Yeah, and I got to bomb everybody with 80s rock. I mean, come on.
Now, what would a Facebook be without that part?
Yeah. I went to even Katie Joe's East Coast Looking Up, and I dropped a couple of songs on some of her, and it wasn't really answering them, but it's like, here, take this song, here, have some Kansas,
I'm still looking, Chris. I have it.
Yeah, anybody that's in the know right now, just go to the group and you guys can watch it at your leisure,
Yeah, you can go to my page. I have a copy of it on my page.
It's real short.
And then because it won't let me save it. I don't know if it's because your group is private.
Probably. I just sent it I just shared it.
I found the actual guy on TikTok. Yeah. He's got 1 million followers.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got a big channel.
That's what I did. I went and I went and looked that guy up after. Because he sounded so confident and it looked like he knew something. I just had to go look him up.
Let me
I think I started listening because of the grounding he was talking about, and he was talking about other things like
I think
crystals
our group
and minerals and stuff like that.
And here I was just saying the human resonance is off the scale, and he's quoting. I'm not quoting him, but we totally agree.
Right.
Yeah, I think that one is pretty much mainstream accepted that the Schumann resonance is really kicking our butt.
That means we are more electrical than we used to be. And we've seen examples of evidence of atmospheric ground electricity being taken in Michigan and Wisconsin and all of that via space. And this is also what that the aurora borealis and the glowing pole on the north and the glowing pole on the south is all going on. And why our internet isn't working and why computers aren't working and this doesn't work and that doesn't work. And this goops up and that goops up. And
the internet goes nuts sometimes where it just is completely just not working well. Even
there's also that new phenomenon that everybody's talking about that's going around the United States. Did you know that on the East Coast today there was a mass power outage all over the East Coast intermittently? There's flashing lights everywhere. It's being reported that weird, like parking lots where the nighttime parking street lights are flashing unusually. And there's been reports of it all where through all the, in many countries. It's happening all over the planet. And that too is part of the Schumann resonance. We're having
Here's-
an unusual
Sure.
signs in the sky event happening, and this is those light pillars and towers, and now it's flashing and rolling and connecting and disconnecting, and all kinds of earth electricity is going
There you
on. I will be right back. I've got
Okay, Sam.
something over.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the
So,
guy. There you
That's
go.
the channel.
Yeah,
So
I went directly
I'm looking.
to his face, to his TikTok, and looked
He's
him
got a
up
bunch of
because
good videos.
it was
A million followers.
he knew what he was saying. Clearly, he didn't say that accidentally or meant anything else.
Right.
He knew exactly.
You noticed how vague it was, right?
He knew
It didn't
exactly.
seem
what
like
he
he was being vague, but
No, he
yeah.
he knew what he was saying. He didn't. I think he did it just passively, but
Right.
intentionally. Definitely intentional.
Yeah, that's how I felt. Totally. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm still looking. If I can save it, I will and share it. But he's got so many to pick through, you know.
Yeah, I sent you
Yeah.
an original copy of the video I posted because I chopped it up. and
Right.
It maybe
Oh,
that'll
I
help.
see. I see. Okay.
Maybe you can save that, or I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah, I sent a link to you also, Rebecca,
Yeah.
on your PM on Facebook.
you did.
Yeah. And I tried the link on your page. I sent it there, and then I clicked on it, and I got to Christopher's version of
Oh.
it, so it works.
I don't know if you're still here, experimental, but happy birthday. Hope you have a great day and a lot of cake and a lot of family. And I hope you have a good.
Yeah, and Sussy's mentioning the auroras also, and I don't think I've ever recalled seeing red auroras in my lifetime. I think the color, I'm up here in Montana, and we see them pretty regularly. I don't think I've ever seen the color spectrum, and I do see the planets and the asteroids enveloped in all of this, which other people may not even realize what they're looking at, because these bodies are close, and if they're glowing at night, then we're seeing them. Because we're not the only one glowing. All the other planets in our solar system are glowing also, with hexagonal northern poles and weird glowing southern poles and all kinds of stuff. That big extra battery called a star, our second larger star, is here, and it's leaving, by my estimation.
Wow.
And my concern, worry is, where is it leaving to, and how close is it going to pass us as it leaves? And I think we've seen evidence of that last year alone with, what, 5, 6, I'm not going to quote thousands of people's unaliveness from the heat, and worldwide climate change is all over the place. And, Revelations, after all, did talk about when the deserts are flooding and when certain rivers dry up all over the planet. Now, that was 2 years ago, and people forgot. I bet everybody forgot that already, that the Mississippi and last year and this year, the Amazon, they're in fall now. The Amazon is suffering a drought again this year. And as they move into winter.
The Nile, yeah.
I don't know if they're going to, I should actually look into the monsoonal season in South America. It deserves more study. I totally think I need to look into it more. Because the seasons are different down in South Africa. I have friends that we talk to regularly in Australia, and of course they're having Albert, the hurricane or cyclone as they call them, and then there's a whole bunch of earthquakes this week in New Zealand, and looks like the pasta turned out.
Yeah. I'm not in the ER. I'm not in the emergency room.
I think I
You know?
got it. I think that's it.
Making me
I
hungry.
mean, look what I'm using to stir the pasta with. This is
There
ridiculous.
you go.
You're making me hungry, Chris.
Put
Sorry.
some butter in it so that they move, and
Yeah.
so Greg gather the spices.
What are you making there? Some chicken Alfredo?
Just some pasta and some pasta sauce.
I wonder what
I think I
constitutes
won't burn
pasta
it. Oh
sauce.
wait, I might be burning it right now.
Is this red sauce or white sauce, or is it,
Right, it's red sauce.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I like
I-
Alfredo though. I would much rather have Alfredo, but we have red sauce, so that's what we're having. Jackie wasn't feeling too good, so
Yeah, I have
My
not
mom's here
eaten
too,
spaghetti
make
sauce
dinner.
out of a jar in many, many years.
oh, it's bad.
We have
I make
not
it
had
gallons at
any,
a time. You know?
we have not had any kitty cameos today. What's going on then?
Oh, you missed those.
Oh,
They
we
were on.
did. Yeah, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I thought I might have.
I know, but
Well, you could
oh,
you could
well,
replay the
let me show you the
Mittens
beginning.
and friend video.
Yeah, Mittens and Theo video.
Yeah, well, I mean, they become such a part of our, our
This is great.
show.
The
Look at this.
mascots.
It's
I watched
funny,
the cat.
Oh wow!
Team
Look at her.
I love her confidence.
right? It's like, what's going on here?
Man, is she
Hey,
pretty?
I get rotisserie
Where are those
chicken, man.
planets?
There they are. Is that that too?
Who are those
Yep.
asteroids?
Okay.
Yeah. Look
I
at
love
her.
her little mittens there.
I know. She does have two little mittens.
Look at those eyes, how cute. She's so cute.
Yeah. Her
so
and Theo.
Oh, they're so they
And look, I mean, they're not. Oh yeah, they're friends,
they're friends.
and they're not much
accepted.
difference in size. She'll be a year old
Right.
in April next month,
Wow.
and he's about 5 months old.
Oh, so they're
So,
about-
She's
yeah.
little. She's very little.
Look at her. She was so malnourished and stuff when you first
Yeah, I
got her.
know.
So healthy
She
now.
sure was. She was.
And look at her
Yeah,
clothes,
she's
they're
not.
shining. That's nice.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna get better ratings for these cats. You know,
Right.
I know. I know. They'll help
watch our
us.
ratings surge. You know, I'm like, oh my god, you got to be kidding me.
Look at him. That was Theo's first trip outside.
Okay, I know what we do, guys.
So
We all get a cat, and you remember the guy that used to be playing the cat
Yeah,
that
no,
played the
Michelle.
piano, and we put cat avatars up, and then we described the passing planets as cat avatars.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
we can do just that little kitty filter or something.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, well, no, they have to be real cats.
Yep.
You know,
I
we
found
were
that
talking
video.
about getting a pet here at the house.
Yes.
I was gonna say I've
Go,
been
Carolyn.
everybody's talking about getting a dog, but I think a cat. You know, they're just a little more independent. So.
Well, a dog will ruin your yard or piss off your HOA.
Yep.
And the cat is going to stink up your house with a cat box. Rebecca and I were like, right before the show, I had to change the cat box. I figured why there was a fresh one laid there right next to the heater.
That's
And then the
rough.
heat was on and it was like blowing it all through the house. It was like, oh my God, I got it. You know, I had to go change the cat box. It was emergency. Right before the show, I changed the cat box.
You know, it's the reason why I haven't. We haven't really. You know.
Yeah, buy a goldfish.
Desire to have a pet because we know it's not all fun and games. Like
Yeah, buy a goldfish, and that way when they pass away, you just flush them.
But that's boring though, man. They just swim. I don't. I want something with a personality.
Well, there's always hamsters. I'm kidding.
You know, I was considering a guinea pig. You know.
They're a little smelly, and then you have to change them regularly. And then
Well, guinea pigs, they poop like nobody's business. So.
the cage mix has become the cedar chips have become very expensive.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know, that's why I like my. You know, you get a tank, get a whole bunch of beautiful gravel, and then you buy a SpongeBob and Patrick icon, and then you pour a bunch of water in it, and then they never die.
Oh.
You got to make sure you get the Squidward house in the background.
The Squidward house.
Yeah. And then they never die on you, and then you can visit them every day with their bubbles down at Bikini Bottom.
You want to see that video?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Yeah,
mean,
I have it. Mhm.
We're all just, been sitting here for 8 hours, 25 minutes, and we're all delirious by
Right.
now, I'm sure.
Another one of the long shows. I
You
know
never
we're
know, we may
almost
make history
at
tonight.
Another ship to the old salt mine.
553 hours now.
Ooh,
Total
that's
podcast
crazy.
hours. 553 podcast hours.
I don't know. Are we pros by now?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yes. That's so cool.
Okay, now what we do is we get AI to watch all of our shows.
Uh-huh.
Can
Yeah.
you think you
We're
can con
seeing that
AI
the
into-
human resonance
Okay,
is
would
off
you
the...
please summarize?
Sorry.
Watch all of them. So they might learn something we don't want them to learn. That's kind of scary. Yeah. And who will they be telling? Go ahead.
Right. Okay.
scale. Normally there
Back
are
it up.
people who are saying that the human resonance is off the scale. Normally it's 7.83 cycles per second, which is the heartbeat of the earth, which is why we should walk barefoot. It grounds us. And then we are in sync with the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of the earth.
Me?
The sun has been doing strange things, and there are other planets that are affecting our solar system. That's why the earthquakes and volcanoes and floods and tornadoes and fires, all of
He's
those
exactly
are going
right.
to be with us for quite a while yet. That's the planetary shift. And all of those create new energies, which drives the human resonance bonkers. Some have measured it at 11 and 16 and higher cycles per second.
20.
See? So that must have an effect on people, some more so than others. Some don't feel anything at all.
He is exactly correct.
I mean,
Hey, was that guy me in a different body? I mean, that's
I know
exactly what I've been saying.
that's
for-
like I'm like they must be neighbors. Sam must be telling him something. You know,
yeah,
what's
this is
going on?
word for word, barefoot. That's what I'm telling
Yeah.
people. Joe.
You sure he wasn't like your bar buddy back in the day, Sam, or
Right?
something?
Well, I think he's a little older than me. Let's
Yeah,
hope,
a
but
little older. And then he
yeah.
said something about they're going to be with us for quite a while longer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
these
So,
planets are going to be here.
he's talking
ties
about
in.
the effects, the weather. I think he's talking about all of it. I think that's,
Well,
I think that was pretty-
climate change is happening from the sun and the extraplanetary axis tip and the close passing planets. But even
I'm
when
gonna message him.
even when they're not
Yeah.
passing close anymore,
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
then they're still going to be affecting us. Because I mean, we had that tidal wave in 2004
Mhm.
that killed a very
Oh,
large
God.
percentage of people on the planet. I'm not going to give the number out. I know the
Awful.
number, but you
Yep.
give out
That was
numbers.
bad.
Let's
Oh,
just
bad
say it's
thing.
six figures and something like that.
Yeah, six figures, and they were unalived. And it's
Unbelievable.
horrible that we have to talk like that in the free age.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a lot of crazy shit out there. People are talking and nobody bothers them.
Right.
And I mean,
Yeah,
when I
well,
say
yeah.
crazy shit. I mean, crazy shit.
Yeah, I've seen some of it, and you just stand there with your jaw open, and you go, "What did I just watch?"
Right.
Yeah, even my children are being shocked by YouTube commercials, and they're going, "Oh my God, I wish I could unsee that now. My eyes,
Right.
my eyes."
I think that's why I like TikTok a little better because you really don't have to watch commercials that often, or I don't know.
No. And
Clearly, there's
it's kind of more censored. You're not going to run across things that are really gory, or
Right.
they have standards on that because there's a platform called Scoops.
Yeah.
And anyway, I got an account on there. You never know. You're going to see somebody get hit by a car, and it's you don't want to see that stuff. And it's just
No.
so I quit looking at it because every time there was something awful happening.
did you know that
I
there's
don't
a
wanna
mass
see it.
populace that likes to watch people pop zits?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't.
Dig
I
out
can't- I
earwax.
can't see
That's
that.
another one.
Ugh.
Okay.
Like,
No.
how that show got so popular, Mrs. Dr. Pimple Popper.
Yeah, something like, oh my God. Oh my
Serious?
No,
God.
thank you. No, thank you.
I
There's
saw
a-
something a decade ago that I can't unsee to this day. And,
Oh,
you know, and here
I mean,
we have
I've
now
seen it.
degraded
Working in
down into the
hospitals.
gross, and we'll start talking about farts and
I know,
other
Carol-Ann,
cat
help.
jokes and
Help.
Well, it's less disgusting than political talk. I'll say that.
yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
We did take a dive into politics, and I may have hurt some people's opinion of me, and I don't
Right.
care. I'm
Well, I think we've seen a few of those politicians on that doctor's show once or twice, maybe.
God, you know, I
Never
just hope and
sniffed.
pray that we manage to
Yeah.
continue having internet in the near
Yeah.
future, and we don't get interrupted, or the men in black don't roll up and
Oh my
take any
gosh.
one of us away
Sure.
or anything like that. And
Carol-Ann has spoken. She has spoken.
Right?
So, yeah, her word goes.
okay,
Right.
yes, Carol-Ann. Yes, that-
Don't make me pull out the Trump card.
Right. Right.
how do you even say that word out of your mouth, Christopher? Don't
And I
you?
said Trump.
Oh yeah,
That's
you,
it.
careful. You could choke that way. You know.
Oh no, Sam, you're controlling my mind. Stop it.
Yeah, I know. My mind is so powerful. I'm making you see this. And once again, no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
Right.
Willing participants as usual.
Oh my God.
Yeah. We live in a very funny world. Oh, I got a good thing, and it's just a side BS story. I have all day, you know that song, I'm a Barbie girl living in a Barbie world.
Yeah.
I heard that song this morning, and it stuck with me all day, and I hated it. I walked back to the car, I went, I'm a Barbie girl, and I'm like,
Oh, no.
God, don't
Isn't
even
that fun?
yeah, you know. And I'm like uttering it out loud, and I went, where the hell did that come from?
Oh man.
Regretfully, I know what you're talking about, Sam.
I was haunted by it. It was a commercial, and I saw it, and it was like, and it, I go to the store, I come back, walk into the kitchen, and this uttering out of my mouth is like, what is wrong with you, man? Which, shows you programming that we don't even realize we're being handed.
Man, so you're just singing it out loud, Sam?
Oh, that just came out of my mouth, It's like it was like the last commercial right before I turned the TV off to go to the store, and then when I walked back into the living room from going to the store, somehow my brain grabbed onto the last TV commercial jingle that I saw, and it came out of my lips like, I'm a Barbie. I was like, what are you saying? And it just came out of nowhere. It's like, okay, thank you.
And as you're saying it, you're probably still singing it later on. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, it
That's
bothered
pretty
me
funny,
about
Sam.
4 more times, and I was chuckling about it. It's like, that's not even a song I would listen to.
Right. Oh gosh.
I when my kids wanted to watch the My Little Pony movies and things like, oh no, I was in the other room.
Hey,
no, you
good
go ahead and
night,
enjoy
Ed.
that. Thank you, honey. It's bad enough that Frozen and all that. Anyway, somebody talked about something. I'm going
Yeah,
to.
Egg's got to go work in the morning, so it
All
is
right.
late
All
for
right.
her. It's like 12:34. Good night.
Yeah, have a good night, Egg.
Yeah. I wonder where she'll be next week when she jet sets around the country. She's always going places.
I lived out of a suitcase
Yeah.
once in a while years
cool.
ago, but glad oh man. I saw something somebody posted today. It's like, frankly, I don't want to go anywhere out there. It was a Beavis and Butthead cartoon getting ready to go out into that crazy ass world. And I don't enjoy it anymore. I mean, it's weird, I'm one of those old coots that just lives in his house and stares at his curtains,
I'm trying to remember how wasn't the last show? How long was that?
I think it was 9
later,
hours.
longer than you. I was gonna say it was long, wasn't it?
It was 9 hours and 6 minutes, something like that.
No, I think it's more like
Yeah.
11 hours.
Oh my
I don't
God!
think
Let
I
me
was
look.
there for that one.
Let me look.
I'd be
I don't
dead
know.
by 11 hours tonight. I mean, I caught myself yawning about an hour
Let's
ago, but I'm
see.
fine now. But I am dingy. That's for sure.
catching-
9 hours
You're
and
catching-
15 minutes.
9
9
hours. Well, I think we can call it 10.
And then let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks before that was our 1-year anniversary, and that was 11 hours 7 minutes. That's the longest of all.
I know there was one that was 11.
Yeah.
I was there for a little.
No, it's not egg. It's not boring. Oh, isn't that funny? We all think.
Yeah, we lost our mind after the 100th show.
Ninja, peace be with you too. That's nice. Good to see you still.
Man, Katie's still with us.
Katie, I know. She said she's not going to bed. She's going to be defiant. Fight it. Yeah.
You know, Sassy, I want some pasta now too.
I know.
Not fair. You know, my mom used to say, you know, you can't have any unless you have enough to share, you know, so. Come on, Christoper, what are you doing? Getting us all hungry. And notice he went away to eat it by himself and didn't even let us watch.
I know. Was he
kidding.
cooking like?
So was the goods.
Yeah,
He
last
showed
thing
me-
I saw him, he was holding the tomato sauce.
Okay. Okay. I couldn't tell what was happening. Well, good for him. Sounds good.
I hear you make a mean spaghetti, Sam.
Yeah, I make a couple of gallons. I used to when I worked at Rodoni's Italian restaurant in Missoula, and I used to make it 25 gallons at a time, and I did that twice a week.
Jesus.
And yeah, and so I make a pretty spicy spaghetti sauce. It's very good.
Spicy.
Oddly, well, it's really good. It's almost like marinara, but I would love to try someone else's recipe. But yeah, I've got a pretty generic standard spaghetti sauce that the kids.
I love spaghetti, right? But I don't know how to cook pasta. I'm just awful. And the thing is that every time that I go out and buy spaghetti, I hate the sauce. Like I went to this place called the Spaghetti Factory.
Right.
Not
right.
a big fan. I was not a big fan.
You get some Americanized standard sauce that you go, God, who made this?
I not care for it.
Right.
And
I don't do it out of a jar either.
It was pretty pricey place, considering, but I was not impressed at all. There's another one that sells it by the bucket. It's spaghetti by the bucket.
Yeah, and if it's good enough that you eat too much of it, man, and then I don't know how many times I'll eat it.
The meatballs were they didn't even look like beef. It looked like some processed. I don't know what the hell it was. I'm kind of a spaghetti snob, I guess you can say, but
yeah,
not everybody gets it right.
Yeah, mine is. So I eat so much of it that I'm laying on the floor afterwards, going, "Oh my God, I can't believe I ate that whole plate full of spaghetti," you know, and it expands afterwards.
Yeah,
and then you're really uncomfortable. Yeah, I make a mean spaghetti, and you know, I used to do lunchtime cooking, and you cook up fast plates of this and that and the other thing, all the way from.
Well, what happened, Sam, is that I've gone better at it now, but I worked in food for the first half of my life. But I got used to cooking these enormous amounts that every time that I do cook, I have to. Now I'm getting better where I don't overcook. But
right, I overserve my kids all the time, and they're not fat or anything like that. They're not overweight by any chance, but they all look at me like, "Dad, you think I'm going to eat this?" It's like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to give you, 2 big scoops of spaghetti sauce on top of this mountain of noodles."
Even the way I wash the dishes, it's like I'm on a dishwasher at work. My brother says, "Why are you so noisy?" I'm like, that's just the way I got used to washing dishes,
Yeah, I rinse everything right after the meal, and that way you don't get any scratchy plates, and they go in the dishwasher. I'm doing dishes at 3 o'clock in the morning
as I cook. I hate sitting down and having a dirty kitchen. Like when I sit down, I want my dish to be the only thing I have to wash afterwards. I hate eating with the dirty kitchen. I just can't. I
use a lot of pans and stuff like you were in a French restaurant, and then you use the right pan and the right tool and the right utensil. And then when you're done with it, you serve it out onto the dish, you rinse it out, you set it and stack it, and all of that. And then you wash off your ladles, and then you go to your serving spoon, and then you. I don't put parsley on the plate, but I do lay it out like I used to at the restaurant. So
You make it presentable. Yeah.
Yeah, and then, you know, every once in a while I'll blob on the side and not wipe it off. But we had chili, and I did a roast the other day with carrots and with extra carrots and potatoes and roast beef, and it was good. It was really good. However, the meat was not a great cut, but you know, I bought the smaller one, and if I'd have gotten the bigger roast, it would have been good.
Good cuts these days. Have you seen the price of ribeye? It's like $13
Oh God, it's insane. You know.
a pound.
New York steak is going for 10 to 11 now.
Yes.
And I usually do a lot of New York steaks. I cook a lot of New York steak, and that's
I'm
my
not
preferred.
a huge fan of New York steak, honestly. It's a little.
I like it better than T-bone.
Yeah.
I like a ribeye. I like
Ribeyes are good.
even a sirloin is fine. But one of my favorites I had when I was in Vegas was a porterhouse. Oh, God,
yeah.
it was so good. I went to Herbs and Rye in Vegas.
Okay.
That place was.
No,
so
I really
good.
like moose, and I really like buffalo. I'm not a fan of elk or deer.
I don't like it either. It's too tough. Jerky, maybe. I've had it in jerky. It's a little better. But like fried or anything like that, no, I'm not a big fan either. Not a big fan.
Well, you know, I'm wondering where we're going to go with this climate change thing, and I was very surprised to see these Dust Bowl surprises this week in Arizona and in Texas. Do go look it up; they were quite severe, and I think we're going to be facing some really interesting South Texas, Arizona, because I mean they had a lot of people unalive in the desert last year, and it's spooky what's coming because we're in similar conditions to the Dust Bowl era in the 30s, and economically, which is also matching, which is freaky.
Right.
So, and then, you know, food production has fallen off around the world, and we know that the cattle prices are balancing because cattle production is up, but hog production is up.
I have noticed a slight decrease in the prices of meat. I have.
Yeah, but we are seeing corporate greed all over. You know, there's like 4 companies in the entire United States that run all the meat.
Yep.
And they're being investigated, or they were being investigated, maybe not anymore. They gutted the FDA, and then they fired a bunch of people, and then they rehired a whole bunch of them. And I don't know if everybody returned or not, but I mean, we already had way too few food inspectors as it was.
Sure.
And, you know, God only knows what's going to happen.
No.
Well, a lot of ranchers right now are hurting. Hopefully that doesn't. Hopefully they.
Yeah, they didn't get their.
We're gonna see a price increase like you don't even know.
We're going to see a lot of.
Look at all of Nebraska is suffering right now for a lot of reasons. Some ain't getting their money. Others don't have workers. But we're seeing a huge disruption in our beef supply.
We saw what happened last year with the Idaho potato farming. Remember last fall?
And that didn't even last that long, Sam. That didn't even last that long. You know?
Right, and now we're seeing a potato shortage.
That was maybe like a month interruption, and we're seeing
Take away the water, you're not going to have potatoes.
Yep, and that was the biggest area of Idaho that produces the largest amounts of potatoes for around the world shipment. And they cut the water supply on it for politics for a city in the other side of the state that was running off of drought conditions from several years ago, graph meters, rather than the reality of what we went back to.
Right.
Completely biased study that created water so they could run fountains in the capital city rather than make potatoes.
Right. They're supposed to be the best potatoes in
They are.
world,
They're the best potatoes
Idaho
in the world.
potatoes.
Yeah, you should.
Yes,
When you drive,
I do that too. I overcook and then I freeze and then I heat up throughout the week. That's a great idea. I love that.
as a matter of fact, I have roast beef and carrots and potatoes in the refrigerator right now from leftovers. I was going to make beef tostadas out of it and the carrots on the side.
That's good.
You guys are killing me right now. I'm hungry.
Right? Sorry.
I know. Yes.
Well, if we don't have anything else, we could wrap it up.
I mean, it's not like it was a short show. You know?
Yeah, right. Let me see. I just see. Oh, never mind. I just want to make sure Chris wasn't wanting to share something else, and it's a video we already watched, so we're good.
Okay, I'm going to make you even hungrier. You take roast beef. You take a corn corn tortilla. You heat the corn tortilla. You throw that down on a plate. You throw a whole bunch of roast beef and salsa and corn chips. You crunch it all together with sour cream and chopped tomatoes and cheddar cheese and a little bit of other cheese like provolone or whatever. And then sprinkle some mozzarella on it. And then you throw more salsa over the top of it. And then you slap it in the oven at about 375, 400 degrees for about 20 minutes. And you have a beef tostada.
Nice.
Although I would put your
good.
tomatoes on after you get it out of the oven.
Okay.
I don't know. I like, I like my tomatoes toast.
Yeah, I like my sour cream cold and my tomatoes
Well,
cold.
sometimes I'll go to Subway, and when I want to sub, and I'll have the cheesesteak, but I'll have it toasted with the tomatoes toasted and the cheese on top of it. You gotta try
There
that.
you go. There you go.
Stuff. Great stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, there is nothing like roast beef in a beef tostada. If you have hamburger, it's one thing, or both. If you could even throw chicken in there on top of it, chicken, hamburger, and ground roast beef, sliced old roast beef, and got to have the sour cream and all of that, and a whole ton of salsa, as hot as you can stand.
Right.
Yep.
There we go. And I've been watching the Tri Channel again, and the hot ones with all the celebrities that eat the hot sauce and the bomb and all of that. And I've been watching Beard Meets Food and
how hot that is.
And my chateau building in France, and which Brian works at, which I'm going to send you that video. I really I should look that up. But anyway,
wow,
this has nothing to do with the skies or Nibiru.
I know you're talking about a chateau. I'm like, how big is this place?
It's the video is called "Escape to Rural France," and he bought a burnt down chateau that was built in the late 1800s and then caught fire in the in the 80s or 90s, and then sat empty for 30 years.
Wow.
With no roof, and the whole thing burned all the way to the basement. And now he's rebuilding it, and I've been watching it ever since.
Cool.
Since he started, and they were, there was trees growing out of, the roof and everything, and
crazy. Yeah, some of those chateaus in France, they're just massive buildings.
Yeah.
And they're on, hundreds of acres of land, and oh God, can you imagine?
Yeah, and a lot of people are moving to France because of the lifestyle. At lunchtime, you don't get anywhere till 3:00.
Right.
And nap time, the French, they eat forever. And all the business, the shops, they close for lunch, and then they're not open till probably like 3:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah, siesta.
They have that happens in Mexico also because it's so hot. You have no choice but to siesta.
Right.
And they close the stores, and people go to sleep and take a nap, and they do that in Europe and Spain and all of that around the world.
Cool.
Anyway, so
cool.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go and cook now.
Yeah, sorry, Jesus.
No, you're good.
I know.
I can't really finish that meal.
I think you got me inspired. I don't know. I'm gonna go do something with pasta. I don't know but I'll figure it out.
Oh no!
All right.
Oh,
well, I will talk to you all again next week.
I hope the show really ends this time. Remember?
It stayed on last week. I know. It was still going.
I didn't even know that happened until like a couple days ago when Carol Ann told me.
Yeah, no, I saw it that same night. I was like, "What's going on? Are they still on?" Because it said it was still live.
That's weird.
I was like, "There's no way they could still be on." It was like 2-3 a.m. I was like, "No way."
It was on still at five something. I was chatting with Rodney on there at 5 a.m, and I know, and it starts off when you clicked on it. It was me saying bye or something, just stuttering, and it's like, oh, how embarrassing,
Yeah, and everybody should keep their eyes out this week because we're going to see some really great planets all week. So,
well, you need to say something before you say bye or anything. You need to make your last words something important instead of bye. You need to say something else.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh
you
man,
said it was going to. Sam, you said we're going to see Mamatis this year.
Well, on the bottom of Attu and Attu's moon and Uri, in close pass is the Mamatis clouds, the big giant, Mamatis clouds is such, the size of the state of Texas. And we'll be watching the bubbly again. It should start any time now.
We haven't seen Mamatis. I haven't seen it in at least a couple of years.
When we get into the beginnings of spring, it's going to be
there's another thing, how they made these new cloud names, right? But we're not seeing it consistently, right? It's a little more here and there, right? So I think there's another reason to question, why these cloud formations and these cloud things are happening. But
the jet stream is entirely changed. The height of the jet stream has even changed. It's come down lower, and now remember, for every 1 degree temperature rise in climate change, the atmosphere can hold a higher percentage of moisture, and that also means that it's going to be dumping more on us because it pulls more up and then lets more go. So we're going to see these, years worth of rain in 2-hour storms all over the planet. And these low pressure systems, like the one that went over the United States this week, and it was 970 millibars, which is a rotational on land northern hemisphere ice hurricane. And and they're calling it whatever, it's a low millibar rotational low, but these are actually hurricanes because of the wind speed. Category 1 hurricane on land, and it forms on land. And not developed in the ocean. It forms in the middle of the country after it goes over the the Colorado Rockies, and we're going to see that again next week.
Wow!
So there'll be more tornadoes, unseasonable, and more roof damage and more people. More snow, more rain. More flooding in Kentucky, Tennessee, etc. next week. So plan for it. Look ahead. And again, do not buy lawn furniture this year or a trampoline.
Yeah.
Because you won't be there.
House or any of that.
Yeah, right. And
you can tether down.
All right.
Anyway,
I had to go out a few nights ago because I had a plastic chair that fell from the porch to the yard. Bird bath top. Anyway, was down the sidewalk. I was out there at midnight. The wind was, I was rounding up all my stuff. I know. A chair, a pillow,
those are the things you have to put away now, and we can't live like we used to.
Right.
You can't have your. How many people lose their barbecue and their barbecue cover right away?
Yeah.
Died down, and those that really expensive barbecue can fly away.
Wow, that's crazy.
And your deck chairs,
I'm just thinking about
your deck umbrella, and your,
people with glass tabletops.
Right.
Get rid of those quick, or you're gonna have a mess to clean up. Especially the ones with the umbrellas that go through the table.
Yep. And fly over to your neighbor's house, go through their door, and then they sue you.
You could literally get nailed by one of those in a second.
Yeah, a free Heineken umbrella for everyone. Yay!
I just wanted to have fun, party,
Yeah.
It was an invitation.
All right, guys. I'm gonna.
All right.
All right. Yeah, we'll see everybody next week on
next Saturday. You'll be here in a minute.
We'll see y'all in group
and it'll feel like it's tomorrow. But all right, guys. See y'all next week.
All right. Good
right.
night.
Have a good
Bye,
night.
everybody. Here we go. Clicking the button for real. See y'all next week. Bye bye.